Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Hello and welcome, everybody. You're like, whoa, Kismet, what the heck? It's like the middle of the day. I know, everybody. IRL's been screwing with my schedule, and don't forget to put a 1 in the chat, and eventually, come on, there you go. Eventually, that'll show up right over there to let me know everything is working. Now, what happens, everybody? If you've never been in my stream before, or if you have, what I do is I go to sleep with a problem, and I've always had this ability, everybody, because I've been a graphic designer and an artist for basically my whole life, but as a professional for over 30 years. And what I'll do is I'll go to sleep with an issue, and my brain will cook on it while I'm sleeping. And when I wake up, I suddenly go, oh, that's the answer. That's the answer to the problem. And I love those moments. Oh, look, I get goosebumps, everybody. Goosebumps just thinking about it. So one of the issues from us playing the other day was in Satisfactory, the train goes like this when it's going up that spiral. And I was trying to remember how I did spirals a long time ago, and I actually used to do them the old school way because we didn't have all the fancy new stuff that they got now, everybody. What we would do is we just do ramps, and then we would run it up the ramps. And it suddenly thought of steps, of like if you have steps in your house or steps as you go up, it's called the riser level. And it's all about that riser level or the angle at which you have it. Now, I made a quick and easy spiral, and I'll give that to my patrons. But it suddenly dawned on me that I could make a way better one if I paid attention to how the rising is going, right? I'm using a 2 meter right now, so it's rising pretty rapidly. And then, of course, it comes in, it flattens out, it comes in, it flats out. And that's because of the way that it's rising, and that the one between this one and this one is not actually equal. Even though I'm using the walls and I'm trying to offset them equally, when you're using rising doesn't always go in a consistent way. What it will do is it'll rise. If you've ever been in construction, which I studied architecture for many years, because I was all into 3D and I used to do architectural fly-throughs, and I go down the rabbit hole of that one, everybody. We'd be here for like 5 hours talking about that. But it's the way that it never perfectly works out to where it's even when you're doing rising, depending on the angle of the rise or whatever. So you have to accommodate for that. And I just had a sudden, boom, moment of inspiration And I'm like, we got to get on stream. We got to try this out. So here I am, and bam, Satisfactory, ready to go. We're going to get on the server. We're going to try some stuff, everybody. It also has to do when you're doing rising of a stairwell, which is basically what we're doing, everybody. We're doing a spiral stairwell, but in this case, it's a spiral train track. And when you're doing a spiral train track or a spiral stairwell, it based on the circumference or the width of that stairwell. The closer you put it together, the harder it is to get that spiral in there, or the more compact that spiral has to be. And the wider it is, the better that spiral turns out to be, and more smooth that turns out to be. Again, when you compact the angle, it makes it more difficult for it to rise. So I think the problem is that the blueprinter is too small. That what we need to do is we need to extend it out another one so that we have enough of an angle, and then we figure out the perfect rising of our tracks, and that solves the problem. And again, that's what boom, it just kicked in there. I'm telling you, it still works. It works good, everybody. I have my moments of genius. I have my moments of forgetfulness too, but that's more because of getting older. But I do have my moments. So we're going to go check all that out. Now, the person I want to point out, everybody, who is just so diligently here, while I'm trying to start everything up, I got my chat up there and I got my thing going. Before I even said I was going to do a bonus stream here, Paul, by the way, just absolutely in the chat, just made me smile. And Paul is about to earn all of you a massive amount of cash right now. Here we go. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000. You glad you came in the stream now. 7,000, 8,000, 9,000, 10,000 cash for diligently being the person who I see the most in the chat every single time, everybody. Even before, he didn't know I was going to do a stream. Nobody had any idea. I was setting everything up. And he just had a little sneaky suspicion. Probably saw it over there on YouTube. I want to know how you know, Paul, unless you don't want to tell me your secret. You don't have to tell me your secret if you don't want. But Paul, that is, it just inspires me so much, by the way, when people are sitting in the chat and they're like, Kismet, let's go. Let's do it, man. Come on, bonus stream. Let's go hot and heavy on this bonus stream. I'm all about it. And thank you to Unforgiven, also with the one. So another 1,000 Kids Caps to get you guys going. So I love these moments, everybody. They're called moments of inspiration. Hold on a second, everybody. I got to, just dawned on me. I got to turn my other light off over here. I have it all connected to my little home thing here. Boom, there we go. Don't need it on, so it just wastes energy. So I love these moments of inspiration. As a graphic designer, as an artist, I love these moments where I'm thinking, man, I could do that better. And that's how I like to play games, too. When I'm playing games, I play through the beginning. I'm like, I could do that way better. And then I'll start over, and I'll do it again and again and again. And, man, I learn so much, and I learn new techniques every single time. That's what I call the journey, everybody. That's what the most important part is of any game. It's not just the starting and the ending and getting all the loot and doing the thing. It's all that part in between. That's where the whole part of gaming and really life in general. That middle part is the part should be the magical part, the part that you're enjoying. And of course, you're going to have rough days. Believe me, I have a lot of them. I've had so many. I think I've had more than my fair share by 100 times. But, I just keep going each day anyway. And so, again, that part in the middle is the most valuable part. So when you suddenly have a moment of genius, or if you have a moment of inspiration, you should chase that inspiration, everybody. Go get it. At least write it down. Get some ideas of what you want to do. So we're going to chase that inspiration right now. We're going to go figure out the perfect spiral. Let's go. All right, everybody, we're going to get into it. We're going to get into this perfect spiral right now. Now, again, I love these moments of inspiration when I just suddenly think, wait a minute, it's about the rising. It's about, if it's going like this, and that means this rising is not at a perfect offset from the other rising. And I'm going to show you what we're going to start with, and then we're going to try to improve upon that rising, the way it rises. Now, of course, I have a really easy blueprint if you want to do a spiral. I made a really easy blueprint. Again, I'll give it to my peeps over there as well. Also, by the way, I logged in earlier to Throne and Liberty just to make sure that the guild was okay and that, the transfer went. We're now on the Ivory server. bump my green screen over just a little bit. I can see it showing up on the side there. I saw that the server transfer worked. I logged in. Everything seemed to be fine. And man, there was a ton of people on too, which is pretty awesome, everybody. I love that. See, that's the great thing about server merges. You're going to see a higher population, more people on, faster dungeons. Of course, our server was pretty awesome on dungeon queues, man. We were just already kicking butt on those dungeon queues on the Oath server. But everything went well. I went in, just double-checked everything. Of course, donated a bunch of stuff to the guild and got that. I didn't want to get all wrapped up in that because I want to come back on Friday night and really get into it, everybody. We're going to get into it deep. Now, here comes our train. Now, this is the spiral that we built right here. And here's the problem with this particular spiral. We'll wait for this train to go by, and then we're going to see if we can just put one on here. There we go. So what we're going to do is we're going to go up the spiral, and you'll see very quickly what the problem is. Now, I'm not going to touch the mouse, and the problem is it works. And it works okay. It goes about 80 miles, 85 miles with no trains, and it goes about 70 miles with cargo. But see how it does that? That's called porpoising. If you've ever driven a Sea-Doo like I have at 140 miles an hour, which is not smart, this is called porpoising. So when you're hitting the water, it's doing this, or in this case, the track is going like this. And this has to do with uneven risings, or angle of the rising of this. And so we want to go back the other way. And again, we got problems. We got problems. Oh no! We're gonna have a collision. Bam! Oh no! I'm out. Bye, train. That's not good. Now, one of the cool things you can do, everybody, if you do crash your train there, I don't have a block signal, so because it's only one train on the thing. So I got to re-rail it. There we go. Re-rail this. And then I got to take this locomotive out. There you go. All right, train, go ahead. Can you go now, or do I have to reinitiate you? Turn on self-driving. All right, it'll take care of itself. So what it's going to do is stop itself, and then, because it has 3 engines, it'll start its way back up. Now, the problem with this, everybody, it's moving one of the heaviest elements in the game, which is water, right? Water is a very heavy element. If you've never had gallons and gallons of water that you tried to lift, you know that gets heavy pretty quickly. So it does take that into combination. Now, again, this is a very quick and easy way of doing a spiral because you can do it all in the blueprinter. And so we made this one called Spiral 5, and we can just go ahead and put it down, let's say right here. And then we can just stack them very easily on top of each other using our blueprint mode and just kind of fix this part here, right? The part that's kind of not quite matching up. It looks like it's matching up, but it's really not. You should take this out, reconnect those parts there. And that's a quick and easy spiral. But it's not a great spiral, and it also doesn't accommodate the fact that if you wanted to have 2 of them running, it would be more difficult because you'd have to build the outer one separately because it's just larger than the blueprinter. And I got a blueprinter right over here. And what we want to do is we want to replace this spiral with a really nice spiral that can be expanded into a bigger spiral. So our current problem is here in the thing is that, again, if we want to make a spiral stairway a lot wider, it's going to make the angle of the spiral easier. And so if we go in and we put one here, we can see that we have 2 foundations out from here. And that's the maximum distance that we could go if we were trying to build the spiral in the actual blueprinter. So I think the problem is distance. I think that what I need to do is go 3 out instead of 2 out and go with that. So what I'm going to do is just get an idea of where this is going. So let's go ahead and say bring our train out, and we want to make sure that we have enough room. So say we want to start here. Let's make this our start part here. And then we want to go 1, 2... Maybe if we want to have a dual track on the outside, we would go 4. So say we'll go, this one will be the 4th one, and then we'll go 3 in. And then we would want to do the same thing in the opposite direction. So this would be 3 here. And then you would have the fourth one. Oh, no, I just need to color it. Fourth one here. So this would be the center of this. Let's go in here and do something fun, like a big pillar support. Like that. I love these moments, everybody. These are my favorite moments in anything I've done in my whole entire life is inspirational moments. So let's go ahead and say here, and we'll turn this back to just, this is the track that's going to come out of there. I find coloring and offsetting way easier. So again, you can see that the red there represents the train, and the blue represents the second train, right? And of course, this is the center. Now, normally when you're doing this, you only have the two, so you can only go to right here to this edge. And so what we're going to do is we're going to try to go to the middle of the third one, like that. And so we'll go 3 out, and then we'll go blue, and then we'll go 3 out. This is very helpful for visualizing, everybody. I highly recommend using the colors to visualize. So, okay, so now we have basically like a spiral stairway set up. Now, what we want to do is we want to have the ramps go along here. How do we want these to go along here? So if we're going on the inside edge, actually we should probably put this back. This would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then turn and turn. So again, in the old days, what I would do is if I was trying to make a road or something, I would go in and I would use a ramp. Now, also, when I used my trains long ago, I would just make this the lowest ramp possible, right? I kind of feel like we want to start here. So it's in the center. We'll turn our zooming on. 1, 2, yeah, because then the third one is in the center, and then the 2 one is on the outside. And then this would be a flat one, and then this would be a flat one. So again, normally this is what I would do. And I would do a switchback where the train came up, and then it switched back up, and it switched back up. But if you wanted to do a spiral, you could, in theory, do the same thing. So yeah, see, and then it hits in the center again, except for, yeah, it's got to hit in the third one. So we're going third one out first, and then we'll check the fourth one out after that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, obviously, you don't want to have to build this all the way up, so we'll go and we'll try to find a way to do it with blueprinting as well. But right there. Again, thanks for coming in, everybody. Appreciate it. Some sweaty tryhards on the server now. I'm sure there's a whole lot of them. Again, that's the thing about MMOs. There's a lot of peeps on there, but you know what's even harder than dealing with tryhards? Moving an entire guild to another server. That's way harder. See, now this is how we used to do spirals, and we would just physically make the spiral, right? Because we didn't have a blueprinter. And this is usually about as wide as I would make it, too. I'd make it about 4 wide. I don't like that. All right, so now we're building it with foundations, and I'm using the smaller foundation. Again, this one was built with a 2-meter foundation, so the angle is much higher, the rising of that angle, just like on a step, right? You have a certain, when you're walking up steps, everybody, they have a certain angle at which they built those steps, and there's like an optimum angle to make people not trip. If you have the steps too far up, people have a tendency to hit the end of their shoe or toes on the edge of the riser and then fall. So you've got to watch out for that. So on this, what we want to do is we'll want to go into the center here and just do what we were doing on that other one, but just make it wider. So if we want that to go there, we would want to back chain this, say to there, to get us started. And then now we're in the center. Oh man, sometimes my brain works well, everybody. I tell you, sometimes it doesn't. But look how perfectly that just lined up. That just absolutely perfectly lined up to that. All right, let's go check the next one. Oh, damn. Oh, damn, I'm on to something. I'm on to something here, everybody. Okay, and then rise. Now the trick is does this cause the porpoising, and do I have to do it in half segments, or can I just do it in full segments? Let's go, oh, right here. We can just take the power from this one and run it this way. So let's go see if it does that up and down thing. When you have a moment of inspiration, everybody, you should chase it down. I'm telling you. At least write it down, but you should chase it down to see. Yep. Look at that, everybody. It's not doing this, right? The whole thing's not doing that. It's doing it nice and flat because we took in account the way that the way to make it perfectly rise at that low distance. Yeah, and then the difference is this. Again, if you guys missed it, my train's coming down. Hold on. Hold on, I gotta wait for my train to come down. Now again, I could just keep building this ramp all the way up. But the real trick is how to minimize the work, use blueprints to our huge advantage, and then build it in such a way that it's beautiful like that. Instead of this kind of up and down thing. And it also is affecting the speed of the train. Because every time it has to flatten out like that and then go up again, it's affecting the train speed. And again, we'll go up here and I'll show you. So here, it's nice and even. And then again, I'm not adjusting the camera angle. See how it's down? And then it goes flat. And that's because it's not even. It's not even in the way that it rises. Because the circumference of the circle is too small. Just like in a spiral stairway. Again, that's what, again, see, study architecture, everybody. Might help you in game. That's exactly what that is. That's exactly what that's causing. The spiral itself is too small. Uh-oh, I gotta get out of here and take this train out quick. It's coming back up. Now again, if we get on this train, what speed is it going at? See, look how it goes up and down like that. So you don't want that. That's affecting the speed overall. You want a nice consistent speed all the way up. And the higher you make it rise, the higher the angle, the harder it is for it to go. And so if you use a lower angle, it's going to affect the speed less. And normally, that's why I put my trains way up here so I don't have this problem, everybody, because I don't build my trains down below. I build them up above. So this one's going about 70 on the way up. So we want to make a spiral that makes that go faster on the way up and then faster on the way down. Now, I noticed it goes around 120 to 130 on the way down because it has all of those train cars behind it. So that's pretty decent. But also, I don't like the fact that the spiral's not supported and all that. We are mega building, everybody. So we're going to get serious now. So we've solved the problem of the porpoising. We've solved the problem of the up and down. Now, how could we make this a template that we could use? All right, the first thing we want to do is look at the offset. So this is at the base of that. Okay, so that's at the base of that. What's the offset on this other side? Because again, it's not necessarily even. Yeah, see, that's not even. See how it doesn't match up to the bottom, the top of this one or the bottom of the next one? It's actually 2 up on the next one up. So if I was going to put that in that position, I would have to take a 1 meter and put it underneath like this and then put an... Never mind, zooming off. I'd have to put a 1 meter here and then put another 1 meter in between. So it's 1 meter up from the bottom of that other wall to put that up there. So you can see how that's stacked. So what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4. And this is halfway of 5. What's this over here? This is 2. But that one matches up to the top edge of that thing there. So if we bring it out like this, we want to say we want to run a second train. Yeah, I like how it did an extra one there. you can see that it snaps to the top of the thing. So if we want to do another one of those, we could just easily snap that to the top like that. See, that's easy. But offsetting the other side is not, and that's the problem. The problem is if I put a foundation here, and I just love these moments of inspiration, everybody, and then I put a foundation, say, up here at the top, that spiral, or what's known as the helix, is not even. It's not even, so then that's when you have, it goes up a little too high, and then it has to flatten out to adjust that angle. So again, the two sides are not even. Now, what happens if I take this out and this out? And let's take all of these out. And now we're just going to do it in half angles. Maybe that'll save us some time, or maybe that'll mess us up. This one we'll just do in a small angle. Okay, so what if we just do that whole entire arc instead of half arcs? Hey, what's up, Rotisserie G? I'm having a moment of inspiration here. I couldn't handle it anymore. I had to get on stream and show you guys. Oh, it's even. You don't have to do half arcs. You can do full half circles. I just learned that too, everybody. I've done this before. I know I have way long ago, and I think this is how we did it originally when the game first came out. Is we would create this foundations, and all you have to do is find the opposing ones. You don't, because if I can do a whole half arc, everybody, then all I need is the two sides. I don't need the other ones, because those will take care of themselves when I do the full half circle. So that's what we need. We need a blueprint that does that thing. We need a blueprint that's... Oh, we need to know what the next one up is. That's what we need to do. Again, we can make a blueprint that allows us to do like 5 of these foundations over and over again. But really, I think that would be unnecessary and would take a lot longer to just manually... Because we used to manually make these. I mean, this is what you would do. You would build this manually and then run your train up there, and then if you wanted to, you could take all your foundations out. Yeah, don't underestimate the power of the old school, everybody. But I'm going to make it even better here in a second. So we're going to go around here. Oops. Again, it's all about the angle at which it's rising. And this is larger than the actual blueprinter. So I could make these in-between parts right here, these 5 right here. I could just make a 5-angle arc and then keep attaching it down there. And of course, I would put a foundation underneath just so it's easier to snap it to this. So you can also use this for your cars and stuff like that you want to do run up and down. But really what you want to do is know what the next offset is. So this one's 2 because it's close to the ground. But how many more is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's a 5 offset. So this is a 2 offset, which you just do that manually. But this is a 5 offset. Is it a 5 offset again? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if we put it in the same position it is here, like this, then when we bring this up, this one should match up to that one. And if it does, I want to see some GGs in the chat, everybody. Because again, what you're trying to do is find the math. I'm so dang good at what I do, everybody. Oh, man. So excited. Okay, we found a equilibrium. We found a template that we can use. And that is awesome. That is very awesome, everybody. And that means we can use it in the blueprinter, right? Now at the bottom, that's getting started. So that's just going to be 2. But this is an offset of 5 over and over again. And so this side is 5. Now that side is not 5 because of the way that the angle comes up is going to be different. Now let me run this into a complete circle just to double check. Make sure it's not doing that porpoising stuff. No, it's good. It's very good. You know what we should do actually is we should make this every other one like this. Yes. So we could just do the sides and not have to do I don't have to do all these foundations. Again, if you just did the sides, and you could do a whole half arc. Look at my train upside down. Re-rail train. Oh, it crashed. All right, my bad. I parked my locomotive there. It crashed into it. I have no block signals because this is a whole separate part of the track. My bad. My bad. All right, I'm interrupting my thing here. Now, again, there's no real downside of your thing crashing. You just re-rail it and you're good. Okay, let's see if this is even. The whole point is to remove the porpoising. Remove the up and down thing. It's nice and even. Huh, is it more even if you... Is it more even if you do it as half arcs, or is it more even if you do it as half circles? Go do it again. Oh man, that's nice. That got to 96, everybody. So it's already 16 faster than thing. And even if it doesn't rise as much, if it goes way faster, then it's going to make up for the less rising angle. Yeah, you like that? GG's, man. I'm good at what I do, everybody. Again, I have moments of inspiration that just fire off, man. I love those moments. Okay, I kind of feel like we're okay. But you know what? Well, let's just put it in half arcs and just give it another feel here. All right, we'll put that out. Now, half arcs are this, where you just go here. Again, I'm just going to use the center. See, when you're... This is how you learn stuff, everybody. It's when you're inspired to learn, you're going to learn even more. Because it's something that you want to learn, you know? And I know I've done this before. And this is exactly how I did it in the past. I absolutely know this is how we did it. We just built the ramps because we didn't have blueprinting. But how can we make it even better by using blueprinting, and then you guys be able to take those blueprints that I make and make your own spiral and make it a perfect spiral like that. So let's check half arcs and see how that looks. Again, the blueprint is not big enough to do this one because this one's, you know, 6 wide by 6 wide. But there is something we could maybe do in the future. All right, let's see. $99, $100. Wow, okay. That was rising at 100. Now again, everybody, I don't know if it really feels like it's going faster, but we're gonna go ahead and just do it again. And we'll let the speed tell us how fast we're going. Again, we'll go full half arc or full half circle. All right, train, can you get to 100 again? Dazzle me. And that's how you know, based on the train speed. The train speed's going to tell you. Oh, yeah. We hit 100, yep. That's 20 kilometers per hour faster. And you're like, Kismet, what's this kilometers per hour stuff? That's all the Europe stuff, everybody. That's metric system. Sorry, you're going to have to learn it one day. We might actually switch over to it. I know all about it because, again, I've been in graphic design for many years. It doesn't make a difference whether you do a full half arc or whether you do mini arcs. I think, obviously, for speed reasons and just take less of your time, a full half circle is way faster then building a, doing every little half arc along the way. So that's another amazing discovery there. So pretty awesome. So what we need is we need a blueprint. That's what we need to do. And then we're going to check our blueprint to see if what I thought was correct. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Huh. I realized that the height of the blueprinter is way bigger than the width. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's actually the height of it's 10. Yeah, 10 high. So it's 5 by 5 by 10. I don't know why I never thought of that before. All right. And so, in theory, if we take this and we put this at the top and we angle it like that, then we're going to take all this out. Actually, we'll probably leave... Let's leave the rising in so that we can come back and check the rising. Oh, just these. We'll just leave the end pieces. And this one out. Ramps, ramps, ramps. Take this part out. Okay, so we'll leave that. So say we have this one already done. So you just do the 2 one on your own. Or I could make a, I guess I could make a blueprint for it. Let's just make a blueprint for it. All right. Oh, and I forgot to save this blueprint too. Okay, so first we'll make one that is 2. Right there. We'll take this out. And then we will go in and save this. And we're going to make it tracks. What do they call it? Rail tracks. Something of that nature. Railway, yes. Okay, so railway. 2 high. Start spiral. This blueprint is used to start your train track or road spiral upward. We'll definitely put this in red because this has to do with our trains. Kind of a real dark red there. Let's get a nice bright red. Ooh, too bright. A little too bright. There we go. Something like that. Okay, 2 high start spiral. Okay. And we're going to call this... we should put it in the front. So this is going to be... We'll call this the right side. Right? Yes, we'll call it the right side. So right. Okay, so 2 high spiral. And then... 4, 5. And then 5 high spiral. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, what happened to my thing? Again, we're using 1 meter ramps, so the smaller ramps, the minimum amount of ramps, so we can get the maximum amount of speed. Because the more angle you angle that, the more it's going to slow it down. So this is a 5. All right, so this is a 5 high spiral. To start your train. To stack on top of your starter spiral. Take all the rest of this out. We're going to use to stack on top of your starter spiral. And this is a right 5 high spiral. Save. So, we'll take this out. We'll take all of this out. Again, we're not going to use these as templates. We're going to take these out. We'll leave the blocks so that we can, if we want to put them back in and double check it. That's what we will do. Now, the other side is going to be different. But again, because that rising is different, on that side, it's not perfectly to the foundations. And I feel like that's the problem most people do. That's the problem I was doing, is I was using the offset of the foundations or the walls, and that's not right. That's not the way it should work. Okay, so we'll take this out, like so. Oh, we need to go actually on the inside of this. So this, and the blueprinting off, would be here, because it would be at the third one. Like so. So we should be able to take this, put that on there. Okay. That works. Nice. Okay, and then we want the 5 high spiral. And we should be able to go into blueprint mode. And snap. Oh, now we're getting somewhere. And snap that in there. See, now what you can do is very easily just snap those. But again, now you don't have to build all those foundations. You now have the offset. Now the other side, we could go ahead and just straight spiral. Like this. Of course, we don't want it to be flat. We want it to be angled. Here. Again, before we get too far into it, you want to definitely just keep double checking it as you go. So how does that hit? That hits perfectly straight. Hey, okay. Good. It's about the width of the spiral. You know, it's your circumference of your spiral. This one's too close, but I fit it on the blueprinter and it works. You can just very quickly reconnect the things and you're done, right? You want to do a quick one and you don't care about the porpoising or getting slowed down. I care about it, so I don't want it to happen. So there you go. And so this should go up to here. Okay. So that should go there. So again, if we take our angle and we run our angle from over here where we left off, this should match up perfectly, which it does. See, that matches up perfectly because we figured out the offset. Now, again, you got to check it every time it goes up. Now, this side is probably going to remain consistent, and the other side will remain consistent. Now, we got to figure out this side over here and see if we can then stack those on top of each other over and over again. And I would probably do this up here because the one at the bottom is like the other one over there. Is going to have a two offset, so it's not going to be repeatable. Because it's got the foundations there. So it's going to start off the foundations, and then it's going to have its max spiral distance. And then that will be consistent all the way up, in theory. So we'll see. Okay. And then 1 meter ramp. We're going to run that up to there. Does that do the same thing? It sure does. See how it's one foundation down? If you look at the wall, it's you got to put a foundation at the top of this one, then underneath that one, and then up above it. So what would be the offset? If I was to put one on top of this one, what's this? Oh, I put a 2 meter in there too. Bad, my bad. And I want a 2 meter. I want a 1 meter. I don't know where that 2 meter came from. And let's double check it again. Again, the trick to this is run your train on it and see what happens. This here. Okay, so again, let's not mess that up. And so this one is kind of double offset from this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then at the bottom of 5. So if I added another one, what would the offset be? 1. Would you consider this 1? I would consider this 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then up by 1 on 5. Okay. So it's actually 6. 1, 2, 3, 5. No, it's 5. It's on 5. And then 2 up from 5. 2 up on 5 from the low side. Okay, so now we take this and we put this on the low side. And then we put this on top of this. And then we go ahead and we put our 1 meter on top of that, going this way. And we don't need these. And then I'm going to call this the left side. Left side, 5 high spiral. This one is to stack on top, or you start a spiral on the other side, opposing, on the other side of your right hand offset, right hand racks. This is an offset of 3 out from center block equals 6 width total. Let's put all that stuff in there so I remember that later too. So left hand high start spiral. 5 high spiral. Okay. So we take this out. We take all these out. And then we put our blueprint in. Left high spiral. I'll turn blueprint off for this one. Try to just nudge it in there. See, once you have one blueprint in, you can snap it to that blueprint over and over. So in theory, it'd be that. I think this one down here actually is the full offset too. Again, the trick is to keep those other ones, to keep the corners of the ramps that we did before so that we can double check that it is actually matching up perfectly to the current ramps when we're using our blueprinting. Yeah, I think that actually would match up. We go in and we run these across. Yeah, so yeah, it actually on the other side, you can just repeat the same thing. You only need one blueprint on that side. And on the left side, we could just start with a 2 and then start with a 5 offset and just keep doing the 5 offset over and over again. So here we go. Now we'll know. So we'll go in. Where are we stopping? We're stopping up here. Okay, does this one line up? We check that? I can't remember. Let's go see. That one lines up perfectly too. Okay. So, in theory, all we have to do is go here. Man, this is going to make this go really fast. And then go here. And then here. And then this one. And so on and so on. Then this one. To this one. And if I wanted to add another one, I would just get my left-hand one here, turn it into blueprint mode, snap it in there, and then we could just keep going higher. Now the cool thing is you can come back at the end because these are all blueprints. So if you think about it in terms of when you're building and you don't want the scaffolding to be in there, like I have a bunch of scaffolding and I can leave it in there so it looks like it's holding it up. But if I wanted to take all that scaffolding out and embellish it, and you know what? That's what we're going to do. We're going to embellish it this time. Very rarely do I embellish it, so this is going to be an epic bonus stream for you guys, everybody. So settle in. This is going to be the one to be in right now. I'm going to really embellish the heck out of this, too. Again, that angle looks pretty good. It looks like it is continuously going at the same exact angle as we ramp our way up. And that spiral looks super even too, so very nice. Okay, now the real test. Put a train on it and drive the train. No porpoising. 98 right now, 99, 100. Holy mackerel. All right. Awesome. If you want to take a train out, you want to brake it first, and then you can take it out, meaning you hold down the brake. All right, what's the speed going down? Let's find out. Try not to crash into our other train, too. Okay, it's not going way faster like my other train. Because this train on its way down is going like 130 miles an hour. But I think if it had the cars behind it, it'd actually go faster. So you're like, we get on this one on its way down again because it has all those cars there. See if we can catch it. It's going over max speed. Max speed is about 120. I've seen it go 130 before. And see, when it gets to the bottom, it starts slowing down that rise. It's starting to slow down because it's going into the station. But this one's going to be very consistent. Faster on the way up, faster on the way down. Okay. I think we just figured that out. Again, everybody, I think we just made a perfect circle. What do you guys think in the chat? You dig that? Put a 1 in the chat if you dig that. I have these moments a lot, everybody. I have these moments where I'm just like, no, wait, it has to do with it's like a stairwell. Like when you're building a stairwell, you have to adjust the rising of the stairwell, and you have to adjust the offset, the circumference of the stairwell, to accommodate the rising. So that is perfect, right? So that is a perfect rising right there. It is very perfect. Now, what cool stuff could we do to make it even cooler here? Let's go see about... Again, we can just build the rest of it right now, everybody. We know what the offsets are. We're good. And again, remember, all my patrons going to get these blueprints, and you can make your own easy riser. Easy riser there. Okay, what if we wanted to do something fun like a painted beam? Right through here. Again, I told you I was going to get all fancy. And we'll... Oh, well, let's put it one in the center first. Put one of those in the center. Run this out to the center of this one. That is not lined up. That is not the center. That is the center. Oh, it's clipping. Okay, so if we go there, it's clipping. What if we go in and we say offset, and then we'll go into a different mode, because we can go into diagonal mode. See, like this. And we can control the angle of the beam so that the beam is not clipping as much. Oh, I rotated a little bit too, or something. Looks like it's somewhat rotated. Huh. I don't like that. So let's say we just go ahead and start on the lower side. We will just run up here. I love these beams, everybody. This is one of my favorite things in the game, because you can do such advanced stuff with it. Oh, man, look at that. Come on, everybody. That's pretty good. That's pretty good right there. Look at that. So I matched the angle of the rising as well across the beam that's supporting it. And then you can just put one of these things at the end, and then it will look like it's actually flattened to hold the thing up. You guys never seen me do really super embellishment, everybody. This is like really crazy embellishment here. Where you do that, then you take this beam out. Actually, take this out. Then we'll go in, put a big old pillar in here. Again, very rarely do I actually do supports, everybody. So you're seeing something special right now. And then another cap, say on this side. That's pretty cool, everybody. I'd probably make this a little longer so it kind of looks like it's sitting on the edge of that. See, we just have a slight angle so that it doesn't clip through the bottom. And now, see, once you have this, everybody, you know you could just do that over and over and over again. And then I just do the same thing over here. I would get rid of this wall. I would use the outside edge. Like this. Angled. Yes, it is. And then, again, use the... find out what the perfect angle is first by just running one straight. In default mode. So run one straight, and then say you go down by one here, and then you say diagonal. And you come up here, and you don't want to go all the way, otherwise it's going to stick out on the other side, which is not what you want it to do. think I want to go down by 2. There's 1. So 1 there. 2 there. And then, oh, I want to remove this, though. Move that. Kind of hard to know where you were at, though. How's this sitting on this beam? So it's kind of sitting in the center here. It's starting in the center of that beam. So let's put this back in again. This one's starting in the center of the beam. But this is not the same offset as that other one. I kind of feel like I want to do something like this. Oh, I know what to do. Just put a small segment above it. Take this one out and use that one as a template to run the one underneath. Yeah, I don't think that angle is enough. Yeah, angle is definitely not enough. Again, you get that clipping there. Goal is not to get not have it in the thing, is to have it underneath it so that it looks like it's holding it up. Say something like that. Yeah, that's not bad. And let's try one a shallower angle. I like that one better. So yeah, you have a straight, and it looks like one full offset down on this side, and then on this side, it definitely looks like it's about the same. Oh no, it's even further down. Further down than a full offset. Kind of a half offset. What if we just did a full offset? Down. And I'm using the foundation on the outside. Using the foundation on the outside, say to there. And then again, we'll put the caps on the end. Give it that cool look. Oh yeah. That's totally it right there. Again, I like the caps. Again, very rarely do I embellish stuff because it's less efficient. I get in trouble with Fix-It Corporate if I'm teaching you this. Because I'm your official Fix-It Corporate trainer. But don't tell them. Don't tell them I'm teaching you all of the more advanced building secrets. So yeah, see, it's just slightly angled down by one offset. It's hard to even see it if you're back. It kind of looks like it's straight. But what it doesn't do is it doesn't clip through, and that's the thing that you want. It looks like it's straight, but it's really not. It's just ever so slightly angled to angle with the track, so it's not cutting through there. So again, welcome everybody. Thanks for being here. I'm in the creative zone right now, getting this going on. So yeah, I could actually do it on every one, but I'd probably just do it on every other one because that's how I'm going to stack the sides. And then when you wanted to, you could just come back later and just take the blueprints out like this. Yeah, that's not part of the blueprint. And over here. Blueprints out, blueprints out. Take that out. You got yourself a freestanding spiral. I'd probably do the same thing down here. I'd bring this out. We should probably make that too long anyway. We should go in the blueprints and make that too wide, because what you could do is do the same thing again by going back here, finding your center. And just make another rail track. This time just going out further. Same kind of thing. So you would... This is if you want to keep the angles consistent, though you could rise this one up one more and then do it there. Yeah, so you got an angle issue there on that one. So you'd actually want to bring this one down so you can adjust for that angle. I mean, you could leave it the same. This is about getting perfect angles and not semi-perfect angles. All right, I got to go this way first so I can get the base of it started. You can't do curves without a straight piece. So you start with a straight piece. Then you're going to go into a wider curve like this. I'll just take this out right now. And so now you got parallel lines running. Okay? You could have it going, you could have a train going up one side and then another train coming down the other side. So you could, in theory, have multiple trains or a double spiral. I might build a double spiral. But if I was going to do a double spiral, I would probably offset this over. Have this as the down spiral on the outside. Or I could have the inside being the down spiral. It doesn't really matter. I mean, I could make it work either way. I would think, though, having the inside spiral be better as well. Yeah, I would move that over a little bit. All right, that's pretty awesome. I like it. Okay, I think we got that. I think we got that figured out. Very cool. And again, we want to go into our blueprints and double this. So this is on the inside. So we would want to move this to like this, and then we would have an inside and an outside foundation. Probably want to take this out. No, then it would be cutting through the wall, which is not what we want. All right, or maybe we do. Yeah, actually, what do we care? Yeah, we'd actually want it to cut through the wall so that the two foundations were right next to each other. Okay, so that one is now going to become a dual one. We're going to build a dual one, everybody. I'm going to really go to town on this one. All right, so this is a 5-hide spiral with dual tracks. I should say dual track. Oh, you guys are going to get some cool blueprints from this. Okay, then we're going to load our other one. 5-high, the 2-high start spiral. And so we have the 2-high start spiral here, so we'll want this to be 2 wide. And then we'll want to move this to the center of this so we can stack those. Like that. And again, 2 tracks. You can change this, by the way, and it will replace the one that you have, but if you change the name, it'll make a new one. So 2-high starting spiral. Okay, and then we will load the 5-high start spiral. Again, doing the same thing. Now, we already have the location of where we want the thing to go. Again, it's all about having the proper offset, and the proper offset in here is not along the wall offsets. Especially on this other side, it is not right, and that's what the problem was with that other one. And I have a problem. I have a feeling this is what everybody's having the same problem. I've seen this issue before, where people's trains are doing this, and of course, if you lower the angle, it doesn't do it as much. But this is like perfectly doing it, everybody. You have the perfect angle on both sides, which is not the same. The one side is not perfectly lined up to the foundation, so you have to offset it a little bit so that it has the perfect lift angle. So yeah, I'm inventing something right here, but I've seen other people do this, everybody. Other people do spirals, but finding the perfect spiral, the perfect offset of your spirals, and then be able to just easily blueprint it where you don't have to build out all of the infrastructure of all the ramping that you would have to do in the old days, which I've done many times before. 2 tracks. And we're going to save that here. Now, we're going to build this whole entire thing again from scratch. All right, first thing we're going to do is take out all these ramps. See, that's the ultimate test of a blueprint, everybody. Can you build it from scratch and it work, right? Let's just even take out all of our things here. Our little stuff there. This is when we were running our ramps to check out the offsets. More stuff there. No. Okay, now we'll just take out the railing. So, take this pillar out. I really like the support lines there too. Yeah, and that's a big embellishment. I mean, you could just go without it, but there's our start spiral. Let's take that out. It's no good to anybody if you can't reproduce it pretty easily using your blueprinting. All right, anything else? All gone? Okay, all gone. Now we are going to move this. We're going to move this back by 1. So we're going to say that yellow is going to be the center. And then we're going to go 3 this way and 3 that way. And then we're going to just take our foundation thing here and just take all the rest of this out. Just to let us start over. So 3 and 3. And then this is the outside one, which now matches up to there. Outside, outside one. Okay, we'll take this out. Okay, so this is going to be where this starts, right here. And this, just going to take this out for now. And we'll leave this right here, by the way, is giving this power. So we'll just make that orange for right now as the start part. Okay, so we're going to do the 3 and the 4 at the same time. It's a 3 and a 4 offset. So we go in and we basically, it's like a T item. We aim it toward the center. See the white arrow? We're aiming it toward the center. So we know how to start. I would hit H and make sure that's lined up. I think this is a server problem, by the way, that it does that lingering thing. Because I think on the solo game, it doesn't have as big a problem with that. Hopefully they fix that at some point. So yeah, so my arc is going to come up and start there on both sides. So I put that down, I should be good. Okay, and then right side start, we can go ahead, just go into blueprint mode, aim it in the same direction, which means the angles will be the same. Yes, there. Oh, what happened there? Right when I clicked it, it went crazy. 5 high. See, I always like to learn and then do it better than everybody else. At least in some cases. There's some really amazing builders in this game, everybody. They do a lot of great stuff. But I like to find a better way, right? I like to find the Kismet way, which is the perfection way of doing it. Okay, so in theory, we could just run multiple trades. And then on this side, we are going to go ahead and we just need the 1, and we'll turn this off. And which way do we need this to go? This way. So this one's also facing the same direction. Okay. And hit H to get us started correctly. It's good. And then the angle should be that way. Then we can just go into blueprint mode. Make sure the arrow's the correct direction. And let's just do a whole bunch of these. And then on this side, hide spiral. Do a bunch of those. Okay. So what we want to do is we want to start right here. And we want to make this nice and straight. Like that. And then this should go. Something. It's because it's the... this is the outside track. This is the downward track. So we want this to be in the center of this one. This way. This will be our return track. You don't want these tracks to be too close. Otherwise, the game gets confused as to what's going on in the track, especially if you're putting stuff down. But usually I find that if you put them in the center of two foundations, they seem to be okay. I do that quite often. Also, I do a 3 wide, where I have them on one side, and the middle is empty. But usually this is perfect, like this, when you have them offset in the center. Okay, so this one should end up there. And this one, starting in the center of that one, should end up over there. Okay, and that will start our arc going like this. Now we can do half arcs. So that should make this go way faster. I'm just going to do the inside one first. Another thing about taking it out and doing it again is so much cleaner in the way that you're doing it. Also, this makes it really easy to snap your blueprints together. Even though the blueprint is not big enough to do this, this should make this go super fast. And that's lining up pretty well. And again, the way we'll know is when we get on the train. We get on the train and we ride this up. If it's nice and even, we're getting an even speed. Everything's even Steven. Basically. As the old saying goes. Look at that. Look how fast we just made that spiral. Ha ha! Yeah, everybody. We're getting it going on now. We're getting it going on. Alright. I don't have enough to... I'm sorry. I have to cut this out. Sorry, bro. Sorry, bro. I don't need that water right now anyway. Alright. I gotta test it. If I had to pull it from there... Oh, this one doesn't have any power. That's a problem. If I could just do something like this. Sort of crazy. Something here just to draw that power. Yeah, there we go. Alright, now we got power. I'd definitely want to take that out later. In fact, I'm going to take that whole spiral out later. Alright, let's look. Look at the double tracks, too. Cool. Nice and even, not porpoising. We're hitting 100, so again, we're getting 20K more because it's rising slower, but it's actually driving faster. That's a beautifully even rising. And we're doing half circles instead of half arcs. So we don't have to do as many. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Alright, let's get out. Yeah. Take the locomotive out. And check the downward speed. Again, I feel if it had more cars, it would really be cranking down. Under 17 consistently is not bad. At least it's not slowing down and speeding up and slowing down and speeding up, which is what the problem I have on this other one over here. But again, that one's super easy to build, and if you don't care about the of it doing that, then no big deal. Because that'll work just as well, everybody. It'll work just as well. Except for this one will look better and also function better. It'll actually work better. I mean, that one's functional, does work, easy to do. You can just stack those blueprints on there and reconnect those things and you're done. Probably the fastest way to do a spiral, but not necessarily the most beautiful way. And then we'll go ahead again, do base pillar in here. We could probably just get away with doing this, I think. Just doing that. And then taking this out. See if we can get this going again. And click that. Turn off diagonal. Turn on default. And we'll take this. We'll go down by 1. Whatever it considers to be 1. And we'll go diagonal. And we'll just say... Actually... how can we do this? Oh, here's a better way. Yes, better way. So this is not in your way on that side. So you go default, but you don't quite go all the way. You go like to here. Then you go in and you add another one here so you can take this one out so it's not in your way. Then you put this one underneath. Then you go into diagonal mode. You don't want it to go too far, right to there. And then it's not clipping through your thing and it's holding that up beautifully. And then you put your double connector in to kind of cap the end of it off. And then double connector here to make it look like it's going in the thing. Oh, unless it screws up. Double connector there. So it looks like it's holding the train track up. Maybe a little further on that beam. Yeah, we'll just put that like that. This is why I don't embellish stuff, everybody, because I'm always constantly trying to make it a little bit better. That's actually pretty nice of a straight beam. Kind of walk that down a little bit. Actually, I think I just discovered how to make it just a straight beam. How the heck did I do that? Let's go check again. How did I make that happen? All right, let's go figure that out. Okay, so we first went here, which is a default beam. Then we go halfway down. Oh, halfway down, and then default beam. We'll take this out because we're using the foundation for that. Yeah, you're just kind of halfway down on that side. Oh, actually, that's even nicer. Yeah, it looks like it's sitting on that beam and it's nice and straight. All right, let's see if we get that lucky on the other side. I doubt it because this one's kind of more offset than the other one, so it's probably not going to align as well to the grid. But let's try it. We'll put this here. Put this one underneath it and run it back. See how it sits on there. Oh my gosh. That's exactly how to do it. Run it once and then run it back so it goes halfway down in the beam and then it sits perfectly on the beam, perfectly straight. That's even better. Now, of course, I did it at an angle. I think an angle is pretty cool too. So if you go in and you say diagonal, you could say do something like this. And then get it. See how you got to do like one thing before you do the next thing before the next thing? This game is full of that, everybody. A lot of kind of you got to make one thing to make the other thing work. Again, I would do something like this. I think it looks kind of cooler at an angle. Actually, kind of looks cooler in like that too. I think it looks cooler at an angle than straight. See, this is the hardest part. Making a choice. Making a choice. Do you want it at an angle or do you want it to be straight? That's the tough part, everybody. That's the tough part. Yeah, that's very visually angled. You can see that it's angled in there. And a lot of times, too, you could go in. And again, this is if you're really going crazy, everybody. You can go in and click on the end piece, and then put a diagonal support like that. So now, you basically got like a half A-frame going on there. That's pretty cool, too. Pretty neato. And then I would definitely cap the end of it. Just so it looks like it's going in there, and then you could just maybe double cap this part. And see, I don't like that's called Z texture mapping, where the two texture maps fight with each other. A lot of people are cool with that. I'm totally not. I'm totally not cool with it. I don't like it. I wish they would just make a tool that made a rounded thing. I can tell you how to do it right now. I can solve the problem. Now everybody's going in and they're doing this whole, like, you know, going in, making control. Let me show you real quick how most people do it, everybody. I just don't like the way that it, the textures end up at the end, but it's totally possible. So what you do is you go in, you get yourself like a catwalk here. If you hold down control, what it does allows you to angle that catwalk how you want. And then what you would do, and see, you can see that little Z texture fighting there, is then it basically allows you to go ahead and angle the foundation like that. Now, of course, you'd want to go in, do a little bit more with the foundation. Now, the thing is, you can't, you can turn your foundations a little bit if it's on top of something, but it's really awkward to do it. So again, here I'll do another one again, holding down control, and then you go in. Oh, I gotta take this out. So, you go in, hold down control. On you. Look at me here. It's being awkward. Okay. Working now. It feels like it's up above it. Don't blame me, everybody. I don't make the game. I just play it. There we go. All right, so there we go. So now we can go in. Again, what you want to do is you want to do every other one, because that's the length of your foundation. So if you're going to do a foundation, you'd want to start with this one being angled. So let me go back here and say do this. Do this. So again, you can work your way backwards too. And then again, now you've got an angled thing. Now, of course, we probably want to go out here, so that would be a little easier to line up to our curved foundations. And again, you just go in and angle it, and then you angle the next one. You get the idea. Blah 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 down the thing. Now. Watching out for gaps is an important thing. If you really want to avoid those gaps, you can go inward like this. So it's not offset like that. So now it's kind of pitching in a little bit. So again, based on the angle of what you're doing, you'd want that to pitch in. So again, like this, and then you can see the difference between having the gap and not having the gap. And then you have this overlap over there, which I don't like, but there's a way to fix it. If you do want to go in, you go to your materials and you can go to asphalt like that, and then you don't see it as much, right? Now you got a nice little angled thing. And you just keep doing that all day long, everybody. You just keep making those suckers angled. You can also, if you want it to be less, be a full foundation, is you can take all these out. Let me actually move this back here a bit. Again, using like stuff that's not really intended to do that. Hold down control here. Actually, we'll go here first. Then we'll go there. And then I'll pull this one back here to start the angle there. And then I'll take this one out. Then I'll take this, hold down control. And then what you're doing is you're going at a real... Again, you can see I'm already pre-doing the angle. And now you've got an arc, right? And now what you do, instead of using the full foundations, like these, you're using half foundations. So now you're in like this, right? I'm showing you some serious advanced killer stuff right now, everybody. How you can do arcs and stuff. You're welcome. Now, by the way, I could do this for my trains. I could go in and make my trains have this kind of catwalk or arc catwalk or arced thing there. I ran out of power. I ran out of power. Got too far away from my power. But again, if you don't want it to look ugly, you just throw some asphalt in there. Oh, I missed one. Throw some asphalt in there. And then there you go. But see, you've got this kind of Z fighting where the textures are fighting with the other texture. But again, just go in, put asphalt in there. And now you've got angles. You're welcome. And again, you can make them smaller or wider or whatever you want to do. I really like the wide ones because the tighter ones, the half foundations, because those arcs are really nice. And again, if you just keep going with that arc, the arc will eventually match up to the arc of the other foundations. Again, if we go like this, and we keep going, we can see that this arc does not match up yet. Keep going until you get it to match up. Take this one out. And there you go. And you're like, well, Kismet, what about this part in between? Well, you just go ahead and do this now. I can try anyway. Go in here and just throw those in there. You can also put in the angle ones. I just put in the flat ones. Oh, come on. Take that out, make that easier. Okay. I'm going to do this, then this. It does not want to let me aim at the bottom of that one. There we go. That's called walking it, everybody. I walked it into the position I wanted it to go. Then fill this back in. Foundation. Asphalt, asphalt. There you go. There you go. I don't like the Z fighting, but again, you can do arcs and all that kind of stuff. I think it's a lot of extra work for something that's really going to slow down your machine, but that's how you do arcs. There you go. Kismet showing you the advanced stuff today. Back to what we're working on, though. Double helix spiral here. I think I kind of like the straight feel of that with the angled beam. So I think we're going to go with that. Take all these out. Again, now we're going to get serious here. What we need is we need a whole new set number 6. Okay, so the first thing we need is we need the right spiral, the left spiral, the actual train tracks themselves, which would be number 3. Then we're going to need the beam down here, so this will be number 4. We'll make this number 5, and then we'll just come back and do the metal pillar. We can just pick that up as we go. Okay, so we'll go number 4 here. Turn that to default. Run that to there. Then run this back this way. Go halfway down. Run that so... And do I want it to be off the side, or do I want it to be... just underneath holding it? Let's go look at it. Got to make some design decisions here. And again, I would make this like this, so it's kind of fixing that gap between the beam and the thing sitting on it. So now the two things are touching, but they're not obscuring the thing. And then we take this one out in the center. And add a little bit of embellishment here. Oh, we got a double. We got a double run here, so we'll put this back up on top of this. Oh, or not. And if you're not sure you can get it in that spot again, just put something over on top of it, and then it will help you get that spot again. Okay, so we want this actually to go from here all the way to the outside. This one. So to the outside of the typical foundation. And then when it hits the actual track, we'll put 3 across the actual. It's the track foundation. And then we'll take this out, just take a look at it. What do you think, chat? Put a 1 in the chat if you dig that. You guys like that? Again, very rarely do I get totally into it like this. But man, I had a moment, man. I had a moment. I woke up and I was like, oh my God, I got to go try this. Because again, it's about the rising angle of everything. So pretty awesome. So by the way, we already have the angle on the other side here. So we can take this one and we can angle it out. It should perfectly match up to that other side. Oop, or not. Oh, because of the obtuse part of the angle. Oh, okay. So the outer one is going to need some other help. Because you have that, basically you have that obtuse angle where it's going to start to squeeze it in because it's wider. So we'll have to figure that one out too. But what we can do is we can work our way backwards from this. So we work our way back down. That's going to be 2. Take this out. Flat, flat, flat. And angle down to match up to the other one. Angle, oh, nope. Angle down here. Angle down there. And this one has to be a half arc. So half thing there. So yeah, so if you get below beyond 3 from the center, when you get to 4, that'll have to be a half arc. That looks good. So we'll want this to be longer to accommodate both sides. I really like how that looks when it's sitting on those little things. Ah, 1's in the chat. Yes, I'm showing you the ultimate arc. I had a vision, everybody. I went to bed thinking I really don't like the porpoising of this right here. But how to make it work. And again, I thought about spiral stairways and about the old way that we used to do these things where we used actual ramps. So we would build all the ramps first, and then we would run the trains along the ramp. And see, the left side and the right side are not even. They don't evenly match up to where the actual foundations would match up across there. If you look at this one, you can see that if you look at where the wall is, this one's actually up by another one. So it's not only is it higher than the typical foundation that would go right there, but there's also another gap in between, and then the ones on top. So it doesn't perfectly match up to the wall, and that is the issue. The issue is that the spiral is bending down or up a little bit, and that's what's causing that flattening. So when you're having that flattening go on, it means you're rising, basically like on a stairwell. On a stairwell, you have a certain rising, and if you don't keep that consistent all the way up, what happens is your stairs get all wonky, just like your spirals do. So again, I applied that knowledge to this knowledge, and it was true. I figured it out. So very awesome. And I thought, well, wait a minute, maybe the thing also is the circumference of the spiral. So if it's jammed together in the blueprinter, like I've done here. Now again, that still works. You can just build it real quick, just blueprint them right on top of each other. But it's not beautiful, and it's also slowing my train down. So I want a beautiful spiral, a perfect spiral as well. So that's what we want in the long run. Having those perfect spirals. All right, so we're going to go there. Oop, come on, you. And make a little one there. Take this out. And we could do these angle supports. So we'll run this across. And we'll just make it the width of the foundation. Then we can take the foundations out. In fact, we just take it out via blueprint. Boom, there we go. At the end, and then just go in and put 1, 2, 3 under there. Because you know what? It's actually aligning itself to the track up above. And also because the foundations, it's in the center of the foundation, so it lets me center the thing, which is pretty cool. Yeah, but do I want it to, that little part at the end to stick out, or do I want it to be just a little smaller? Kind of feel like a little smaller. Let's go in and redo this one. We'll take this out here in the center. Again, this is just like when you're using splitters and you want to fix the splitter because you have the wrong direction. You put a splitter on top, take the bottom one out, fix the direction, reattach it. Basically, that's what I'm doing right there. That allows me to kind of have it in the same exact spot. And I kind of feel like I want it to go... Actually, I don't even need to go all the way to the end, but I want it to go right to there. Yeah, I think it'd be better if it didn't go to the end. And then it just capped. So you basically build it, put those down, you come back, you take it out. Now again, this is if you really want to be hardcore, everybody. So again, I'm not going to run it all the way, so that the end is an end cap, so you can't see the beam. And that just makes it look beautiful. Just a little extra something there, everybody. Again, sometimes you build it, take it out, build it, take it out, multiple times to achieve what you're trying to achieve. And again, it's a lot of work, but it is awesome. And again, I don't even need to make that beam any further than it just going into the thing there, but... yeah, I'm digging it. I'm digging it. All right, so we've got the magic. Now, we've got a problem on this side, though. We got a problem on this side of the... and again, it's going to be the opposing side of the... of this one out here. So, let's take a look at where that matches up. We take this and run this up. Is this the same as... we had before? That's one up higher than normally this. And then we'll want to do the same thing over here, where we run this out. And so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and double flat here, double straight, and up this way, because we want these to run at the same level. Now I could make them offset from each other, where one is running higher than the other, and then of course one would be a longer spiral, one would be a shorter spiral. I could probably get away with a longer spiral the further out I go from the center. But I want them to kind of match up, so that does not match up. That's not good. That is not good. We actually want this to match up down here. Okay. There we go. That should match across that way. So what do we do to cause that to get messed up? We wanted this to go back. Back. Oh, it needs to be flat on both corners. That's what it was. Flat on both corners. Okay. Kind of like I have over here, where you see the foundation pieces are flat in the corner. Flat in the corner there, then this, then we do our arc. And that should beautifully match up. Yeah, okay. We've got a nice consistent deal going there. Very nice. Again, learning what the offset is the most important part. And how can we stack those blueprints to get those offsets? See, the outer arc is an issue. Yeah. That outer arc is no bueno. I mean, we've got it this way, but we've got to get it going the other way, too. So, if we took some walls here and tried to measure this, where are we at? That one's one down. That's one down from the top. One down from the top there. And on this side, it's one up from the top. Let's keep it going, see where we hit a repeat. That's why you don't build the whole entire thing. You go and you build it in segments so you can learn where your offsets are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oof, that's 6 too. What's the offset to the next one? The next one's probably going to be like a 6 or something too. Oh, we lost our... Oh, we don't have our offset there. Okay, well, let's just build our ramps. And we'll figure it out that way. If I just built this by ramps, everybody, I'd already have this done, by the way. Do it old school. But the cool thing is to have the template, and then you don't have to build it. That's the trick part. All right. Again, what we need is we need the part that's down here, and then the next part up, to see how that ends up. And then here, and again, we can make blueprints for all of this, but in the long run, I'm in taking this out. Surprise, sucker! Our nature in my way. Fix it doesn't approve of nature. And then here. This, and then this. Okay. And this one is how many up from this one? So this one is at the bottom of this one. So if I stack one on top of it, it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 4, this is 5, so the top of 4. One, 2, 3, or actually I could just, well, this one's going to be part of the bottom one. That one doesn't really count. So if I was going to stack it, it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, and then go look underneath. It's actually up 4, so it'd be 5. So it'd be the bottom of 5. So you're going to end up doing all the sides anyway to get that outer track too. Yeah. So all you have to do is get it started. See, you do the lower sides, this lower side, and then all the rest of them would be a repeat of each other. All right, let's go in and build this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the lower side of 5, and if we put this one next to this, this should, in theory, right in the center of that one. Yes. Okay, but the inner one, you don't have to do half arcs. You could do full half circles. But the outer one, you have to do half arcs. Otherwise, the arc is too short, and it's more of a an oval than an actual circle. So you definitely want to make up for that. And what's going on? Why can't I use my stuff? Ah, doing something weird now. Can't do anything. Can't middle mouse button. Always interrupting my fun. See, that's on the server, though. So, again, something's going on my client there. So, hold on. Go back in again. Gotta go back in again. Do it again. We're doing some good stuff, though. Good stuff. Okay. Now I'm going to have to rename all of these, too, because now I'm using 4 instead of 1. So I'll probably name them, you know, P1 for part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4 to get it going. So, yeah, so this is going to be number 1 over here. Let's go back over here and let's rethink all of this. All right. Let's clear that. Bring this in. And then we're going to bring this up. We're going to say P1 start. P1. P1 high start spiral. No. Wrong one. We need the 2 high. This is part 1. Part 1 start. 2 high spiral. Let's do something more like that. P1 start 2 high spiral. Save. Okay. Then we'll go in and we'll make sure to take out the other one. The right one? Yes. We got the other one so we don't get confused later on. Also, I can take out all these other ones too that we were fooling around with. This. All of those. Apply changes. Load that one. Clear. Load this one. We're going to call this quick spiral. Great for stacking quick spiral. So has downside of rocking motion while going up spiral. Use other plans for better spirals. There we go. I like to clean these up so when I give them to my patrons, they can understand what the heck's going on there. Okay, then we'll take this one out too. All right, so we could also take all this storage out of here. Storage, uranium cells. This is all part of power. We didn't make another subcategory here. New power. We'll get back to our nuclear power, but I was very inspired to do a bonus stream here to work on this stuff. So, nuke power, sulfuric acid. And by the way, every time I put these up here, I put all of them up. So you don't have to go track down the previous ones. I put all of them up at the same time. These are basic factories. Those are foundries. Basic factory groups. Reusable factories. There we go. And smelters. These are all basic factories you can just use over and over again because they're, they're not specific. So those are all really great. Good to get those all in there. Clean those up a bit. All right, now we're at the right spot. Okay, P1 start, high spiral. So now we want to do the next one over. This one over here. And this is 1, 2, 3. Oop, that is not where that goes. Dawned on me that this one is not perfectly along the other one. Yeah. That's not right. All right, hold on. We got to fix that. We got to fix it. We're going to fix all of this. Okay, we'll leave the wall, but we'll take this out. And we're going to take all of this out. This is not right. I'll show you why here in just a second. When you're running these, they're going to run right next to each other. And so what you want these to be doing is basically be lining right up to each other instead of offsetting through a wall. So if I put this one here and I put this one here, you want to make sure that those are not offset from each other. You want them to make sure that they are actually touching like that. So that's what you want. So I just want to make sure that that is actually touching and that those do line up. So very nice. Okay. We're going to take this outer one out. And we're going to move this over to here. Take this out. So what we're going to need to do is run them in tandem like we were doing. Okay. Again, if we had a larger blue printer, a 6x6, this would be way easier, but we'll do what we got to do. Okay, this to here. And this. It's 5. That there. That's there. Why is that? Oh, I started it wrong. Oh boy. Like, why is that one off? It's because I started it wrong. I almost screwed that all back up. Okay. Started it wrong. My bad. We want to start it back here. Because it's going to affect the height. The overall height when you're running it. So you want to have it 5 across. Just take all this stuff out. Yeah, we should have done this first, where we ran the dual lines to figure out the offsets. Yeah, see, that's working now. And then there. Oh, you know what we should do? Make ourselves a really easy blueprint over here. And again, there's the spiral. Easy one, but it's not that great. Clear that out. Let's just make our life nice and easy here. Let's put a foundation down just so we can align it easier. We're going to use a 1 meter ramp. Do that. And then we'll just call this the 5 1 meter ramps. Used to create a template for spiral training tracks. Okay, ramp. Again, this will be red. Going along with our train stuff. Okay. Feed this up, and also to make it a little easier when we take it out. What we can do is just align this like this. So we'll start. Take all that out, and just take this out. All right, again, blueprinting is also great for the speed of running stuff out. So I'm going to take this foundation out so I can use that foundation as a snap point, like this. And so if I use that foundation as a snap point, okay, now it's all crazy. I was working there for a minute there. There we go. Use it as a snap point, then I can hit H. I can try to nudge it in position. Looks good. And then boom, you have an instant 5 things. Like that. Let's set that to number 6. Again, the whole point is that you're using it to align very quickly to those. And then I have to put a 1 on the end. And this again. This is the point of blueprints, is to make this part go faster. I need to bring some power over here so I can stop dipping over there. There we go. Alright, then this out the way, and if I did this correctly, when I do this, this should line up. And it does. Awesome. Again, I'm not going to build this all the way up. This is just to align the different sides here. Take my blueprint out. Can I take that blueprint? Maybe it's not a blueprint. I thought it was a blueprint. Oh, because I changed the blueprint. I think that's why. Yeah. Yep. I have to dismantle all that manually. But such is the way it goes. Okay. Take this out. Okie dokie. Now, there is angle number 1. Then we're going to do the same thing right here. Start at the same angle on this side. corner is going to go like that and like that. Nice. Yeah, thing's going to be in the way. But we can just do this, by the way. You don't even need to do the corner. You can just offset this one out. If you want to speed yourself up just a little bit. Losing power over here. Stop it with the power loss stuff. Power pole over here. Alright, it's tripping me up. Okay, and then we just again put that one out like that. We don't have to do all the rest of that. I always like to find faster ways of doing stuff, everybody. It really does help a lot. And now what we're doing is just building a template that we can use to build blueprints that make this even easier. And so we're just going to kind of manually build a ramp here or a spiral. And then we are going to go in and make a template out of it. And then we're going to see if that template works. Okay, that's probably good enough. We just need to get a full height between there. Actually, we need to go up another one. We need a full height between both of those. So this out this way. Probably take all this track out too for now. And then, oh, nope, that is not right. Here. We need to be able to do a double, 2 full heights on one side, 2 full heights on the other side. We're going to take out all this track here. We'll eventually come back and redo all this again. Now, this takes a lot of time, but the whole point of it is to make yourself a blueprint that you can go in and just build 50 of these spirals if you want to. Much easier than we're building this one. Now, I could just build the one manually and use that. I don't know how many I'm actually going to make anyway, but that's part of the fun. So we'll take all this out. Take all this track out. For now, we'll get these walls out of here. Again, that was my other blueprint I was working with. We'll leave those. Then over here, we're going to go out by 2. And we got to go full double on the actual part here. So this has got a gap between these so that we know what the next gap is. And the same thing on the other side. All we would need to know is what that gap was. So let's take this out. And let's go ahead again. We know what our starter one is. So we'll say that our starter one here is number 7. And we aim it this way. And that should perfectly line up to those there. Very nice. Okay. Now we're going to clear this out. Again, this is only for double track. If it was a single track, I could just use the 2 sides. But if it's a double track, I have to use all 4 sides because of the angle of the outer one. So clear. Let's load this is going to be 5 high start. Why do I have 2? Oh, this is left and this is right. So right high spiral is this part over here. We'll say part 1, 5 high spiral. Actually, what do we call the other one? What do we call the other one? We called it P1 start. Yeah. This will be P1 high right side, part 1. Okay. I mean, it's exactly the same as what I had before, but I'm just renaming it so it just makes it easier to understand. And then this one was right. Remove that. Apply that. Load this one. Let's go ahead and clear that. Load this one, which is actually going to be eventually P3. I start spiral. We don't need start. We need 5 high spiral, part 3. I can always come back and adjust the description later. So this is going to be, so part 1, part 2, this will be part 3. Save that. So part 3 is going to end up over here. And it should line up to this. So we take part 3 and we aim it this direction. And that should perfectly line up to what we've already got. Okay, so those two are still fine. And then we'll take these ones out here. And then we will use our 5 high spiral. So this is part 1 start. Oop. Nah. Edit. Just over here. Part 1 high. Okay, so this is part 1 5 high. And we're going to snap that to the blueprint. Let's do it because this stuff is in the way. Come back and embellish all that later. We know what we want now. That's the important part. Okay, then we take part 1, 5 high spiral. Not really snapping to the blueprint how you'd expect it to snap. Snapping on that side, but it's not snapping by the center wall. It's not good. Not good. We'll just make it work. Nudge it in. Really? Is it the side walls that's blocking it? Is it the part up above that's blocking it? Something is causing it not to snap. And it should snap in the same spot. So, why is it not snapping? Come on, what are you doing, game? You're sucking up my time right now. You're sucking up my time. Did it earlier. Is this the wrong one? Looks like the right one. Yeah, it's not snapping the blueprint properly. We just did it earlier, but now it doesn't want to do it. So part 1, high start spiral right here. Again, it's like offset. Part 1, 5 high style. See, it's offset. By that much. Not offset over there. Didn't do that before, but it's doing it now. Going good, Tug. We're trying to figure this out. Of course, it was working perfectly earlier, and now that we've gone to redo it, it's now being a huge pain in the butt. I'm not sure what is causing it to be blocked. Maybe it's some sort of blueprint up above. Let's take out the blueprint up above. Because this is a blueprint across here. Let's take out those blueprints. It has to do with conflicting blueprints. 5 high. No, part 1. 5 high spiral. Ah, that's exactly what it was. Those other blueprints that are going across there were blocking my ability to stack the blueprint on top, which is how that was having problem. That's why that was a problem right now and not before, because I was using blueprints for those other ramps. Okay, so that is working. Okay, good. And again, we can just go ahead and now repeat this on our 5 spiral. So again, this is 1. This would be 8. No. This one's 8. And the start one would be 7. Okay, make up your mind here. 5 high, spiral start. Number 7. 7. Part 1. No, this one is 7. Okay, I'll get it right eventually. This one is 8. Okay, there we go. Now we should be able just to stack these however tall we want them to go. Stack those, stack those. Okay, that's part 1. Now we got to figure out part 2. Okay, part 2. First it starts 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's at the bottom of 4. 4. 4. Okay. Bottom of 4 it is. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we go in. Now again, everybody, we're trying to make this perfect. We could make it, you know, quick and dirty, which is one way of doing it. But if you actually use your ramps, it makes it perfect. But you got to have the right angle offsets on each side. And some people just, you know, build it every other one, and don't care. But I care, so I'm taking the extra time to make it happen, Captain. So that's why I'm doing all of this. Now you know. Okay, so we need to get this here. And then we're going to go that way with it, so we have it on both sides. Like that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that doesn't look right. Go double check it again. 2, 3. Oh, it's on the low side of 4. Not the high side of 4. So we put this here. This is on the low side of 4. Okay. Take this out. That should be there. Okay. So this is part 2 start. Part 2 start. Four high spiral. All right, let's see if it matches up. Again, we'll take out those. Take this out. God, I hate that leftover stuff that gets in your way. I think it's mainly server side. I don't see it as much when you're playing a solo game. Part 2 start high spiral. So we're going to go ahead and go here. And which way should we do this? Probably this way. We want the ramps to go outward from the center. And now if we take these ramps and we run it from the corner, it should match up to those ramps on both sides. And if it does, we win. Get rid of this stupid thing. I hate that stupid stuff that's in my way. Fix that already, people. Ugh. I don't know what to do about it. Make it go away by clicking other stuff. I find if I click other stuff over there, eventually that little thing goes away. Okay. That works perfect. Okay, so that's a great starter one. But that doesn't help us do the next one. And so we'll just color the top of this green so we know where we're starting. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's 5. So it's on the low side of 5. Back over here. And then here. And then foundations. That's that way. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Might not seem like it, but we are. Okay, that's the start. This one is the 5 high spiral. This one's, I should call it repeat. I should have called all those repeat as well, so we know the repeat. We'll come back and adjust the instructions on how to use them as well. Plus, I'll probably turn this into a video, everybody, if I have enough time. We'll see. Part 2, 5 high spiral repeat. Okay, so now we go up to the next level, which is this part up here. We take these out, take those out, take out all of this down to here. And then we take the 5 high spiral repeats and we go ahead and get it to snap to blueprint in the same direction, outward. Again, in theory, when we go to line this up, that should line up to that. All right, yeah, okay. We got that side down. Pretty sweet. All right. Then we need to just do the other thing on the other side. We already have the 3 sides now. So the 3 sides are lining up pretty well. And so we'll have that. And then we need this outer side here. Now this part I'll probably just end up doing, just doing that manually instead of using a blueprint for it over there. But we want to go here. And then we want to see how it repeats up there. So this is kind of 1 down from the top of that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this is 1 down from the top of that. So you can see that repeats on that side as well. So all we need is a repeat on the side of that. Oh, I forgot to count it again. So this is 1 down. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 and 1 down. Well, maybe not. Actually, I think it hits the top one. Yeah, it hits the top one. Yeah, no, it does. Okay, so it's just 5 up. Easy. All right, right here. And this would be part 4 repeat. Double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. We have it on both sides. It's going the same direction. Yes. So this is part 4. 5 high spiral repeat. Save. Okay, so we'll take these out here. Take this out there. We will go in, take all of this out. Let's see where it actually stops down there. Got that glowy stuff in my way. Right there. I just feel like you just kind of roll over some blueprints or whatnot, and eventually it goes away. Okay, so again, we take the new one, 5 high repeat, we put it right here. Oh, the blueprints of these ones are going to be in the way, so I'll take these out. And then 5 high, repeat. Now, the whole point of this, by the way, is to get this to go pretty easy. Turn that off. Come on, line up on top of there. Not gonna do it for me today. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make a start. I'm gonna have to make a start one. Bummer. Well, it's not too bad because you could put the bottom one in too. So you wouldn't even need the ramp there either. So this is at that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is at the top of 5. Oh, so that one actually is okay. That one starts pretty well if you have this one to start. So you start this and then you have the repeat one. So all we need is one at the bottom. Actually didn't put that one. Should have put that wall in between. This wall should have actually been here. One, two, three. This wall should be here. It's going to be the same, but let's just double check it just to make sure. No, it's not the same. Not the same. So glad I checked that. Okay. Actually, I kind of feel like this one should be number 1. This one's 1, that's 2, 3, and that's 4. I'll have to fix it. And again, this one's 1 foundation down from the first one. Yeah, 1 foundation down from the first one. Okay, and then again, we'll grab our thing here. We'll do this. Actually, just make this even easier by going vertical. And take these 2 out. Make the foundation. This will all make sense eventually, everybody. And if you're like, Kismet, I don't know if I can end up doing all that. Well, here's the thing. This is what I'm making these blueprints for. So you don't have to do this part. You can just do put the things down and make the ramp. All right, looking good, looking good. Okay, so this should be the start. Part 1 start. It should aim away from the center. Yeah, so it's going to end up being flipped the other way, but that's okay. All right, so this is part 1 start. Let's do this again. Part 1, 1 high, start. Let's put a start. Actually, I should do start over here. Let's take this out. 1 high spiral. Okay, part 1 start. I have to rename all of these again. Part 1 start, 1 high spiral. Actually, let's put a little space. Okay. We're making a huge mess out of our blueprints, but don't worry, it'll all pay off in the long run. Remove this. Apply. The whole point is be able to build any width that you want without the constraints of the blueprinter. So I'm creating different segments. I could have called the segment A, B, C. Maybe I should call it A, B, C, D as a part 2, part 1, part 2, part 3. Maybe that'd be a little bit more easy to understand. Let's try that, see if I like that. A, start, 1 high spiral. Yeah, maybe we'll try that. I like trying stuff, see what happens. Oh, there's some love in the chat, everybody. I think A is better than part 1, part 2, part 3. I think that gets really confusing. There we go. Or we could call this A1. Oh, even better idea. Yeah. A1 start, and then there's going to be an A2 repeat. Yes. Yes, yes. Okay, now we're getting our naming down, too. All right. Naming is very important, everybody. Very important, especially someone someone who wants to pick up where you left off. I find that an absolute critical thing. All right, who's bringing that love? It's Subi with the 53 months of Sab Love. Hope you guys enjoying this this bonus stream. Yes, I did see that Hogwarts update as well, bringing out a bunch of stuff. I've only got so much time in the day, sadly. Let's take that out. Okay, A1 start 1 high spiral. Okay, now we are looking sexy. Okay, now let's go see if it works. That's the important part. And we could probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, so it's not at 5. So it's got to be up on its own one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is where the 5th one goes. Yeah, I'm glad I put that back in the center. Otherwise, it would be off from the rest of these because I had the wall offset outward. So glad I went in and fixed that. So we want to take this part out. These blueprints out. And these blueprints out. And then out of blueprint mode, get this and this and these out the way. And so this will be our A1 start. Okay. We'll just put that right there. Very nice. Okay. And we'll just leave that there so we know that this still does align. It sure does. Both of them. Yes, yes. Okay. We know that still works. Good to know. So that's our starting point there, and we can put these back in. Yeah, see, another thing we can do is we can just click this and just go like this. You don't necessarily need the ramps, though it makes it nicer if you do put the ramps in. But you can control the angle right there if you want. But eventually I'll just manually put those ramps in. Turn it the right way. Like that. Put those ramps in to make it look nice. Okay. So now we got that. We made a bunch of these. Too many. Now we need to eliminate these before we change the blueprint. And eliminate the blueprint. Otherwise it won't let us take it out as a blueprint, as we learned earlier. So just take all this out. Like that. Okay, and then over here, we're doing a bunch of yeesh, so we'll take that out too, and this one out. We're going to rename all of these. I think we do one up there. We could leave the ramp edges in there. Again, very involved, but the whole point is to get it where it's A, B, C, D, A, B, C, D, A, B, C, D, and then you're just running the lines, and then it's done. Right? And then we'll forever have those blueprints, by the way, because all you have to do is unlock the level 5, or the 5x5, the actual Mark II, the 5x5 thing, and then you can just do this all day long. You can make 50 of these, man. And I can make it go all the way up into the stratosphere if I wanted to, once I have the rhythm of it down. That's the important part. Getting that rhythm down. Oh, I could probably make a blueprint for those side beams, too. Yeah, because it's only 4 wide. Yeah. Now, because it would have to go into the... No, it'd go into the 5th one. So I could make it in the 5th one and then just use that blueprint all the way up. Okay, but we're working on this first. So this is piece number 1. Again, we're starting over. Starting over, kind of, but we still have all the stuff. Okay, then the other part 1 start here. We'll grab that one, and then we're going to rename it. This is going to be B1 start 2 high spiral. 2 high spiral. And then save. Okay. And then we'll go in, we'll eliminate the other one. You should definitely eliminate the other one so it doesn't confuse you later on. So this one here. Oh, let me just double check that that's the one we got. It's the too high one. Yes. Okay. Make sure I got the right one. And then go into Q. Get out of there. Q, edit. P1, start, too high spiral. Remove. Sometimes these magically come back again too, everybody, so watch out for that. So A1 start, B1 start, and then this one would be what I said 3. So clear. We'll load 3 start. Where's 3 start? Oh, 3 doesn't need a start. It's just a 5 high spiral. Right? Yes. 3 is just a 5 high spiral over here. Let's just double check. Again, had I not thought of spiral stairways, I don't think I would have guessed that. Oh, that is not it. That is definitely not it. That is up there. Part 3, we didn't do the low side. So there should be a... Yeah, there should be a start one here. 1, 2, 3. The bottom side of 4. I thought I made that one. Let's go look. Let's go look again. Load blueprint. Part 4, which is over there. So this is 5 high spiral. So one, oh, it's 2. Oh, it's 2 is the start one right here. Which is now 3. Yes, this one. Okay, now this is C1 start 4 high spiral. Take that out. Take this out. And if we take C1 start 4 high spiral and put it down right here, it should perfectly match up to our angle there. Nice. Nice. Okay. Again, we don't have to build the whole ramp all the way up. Though I could have totally already done it, built this whole entire thing and been done with it. The cool thing is trying to figure out how to do it via blueprints, even when you have the limitation of a blueprinter that's too small for what you're trying to produce. So what you do is you do it in sections, A, B, C, D, or part 1, part 2, part 3. I think A, B, C, D is a lot easier nomenclature than the other way. Okay. Now we got that done. So that was part 2 start. So we got to get rid of part 2 start now in our thing up here. So part 2 start high spiral right here. We'll delete this one. And at some point I'm going to screw this up. I already know it. So part 2, part 3 is the one that goes on the other side over there. So part 3, apply changes. Part 3 is the one we need next. Because I started as part 1 over there when I should have started it on this side. Part 3. Okay, so part 3 high spiral. Let's go just try it and see how it looks first. Right over here. Now this one's already high enough to where it's going to be at its max height. So it should already just line right up. It sure does. All right, cool. We don't need a start on this one. This one's going to automatically repeat because we can just put that one on top of it and put it on top of it, put it on top of it, and repeat and repeat and repeat as we go up. So that's all good. So that one is good. So we need to rename that one to, this is ABCD, D, and then this is repeat 5 high spiral. Save. Okay. Note that this is both the start and repeat for the fourth piece or side of Transpiral. Let's just give ourselves a little note there so we remember that. And then save. Yes. Okay, D, repeat, 5 high spiral. Again, let's go test it. Take it out. We'll use D, 5 high spiral, put it right back in. Does it line up? It sure does. Okay. And then we should be able to use that spiral over and over. Once we take these other crossing blueprints out. They're messing up my angle here. And then use D and we go blueprint, we aim it away. And that should line up to what we already have up here, which is true. Let's take that out. Let's take these out. Again, just for peace of mind, let's put another one down and just double check that it does line up perfectly over there. Okay, and then we have other stuff over here. We can take this spiral out of there. Okay, that's all good. Now we need these other ones which go along this. Again, this is A1 start. Goes right there. A1 starts. And B1 starts. This is inward on this one. Get that thing to go away. All right, then we got C1 start. This goes out here. Get that in position. This one in here. Take that out. And then D doesn't have a start, or this one is both the start and the repeat. D1. Start and repeat perfectly. Okay. Kind of looks like it's not perfect though. Come on with the highlighting stuff. Always in my way. Always in my way. I'm trying to highlight stuff over here and then things in my way. That just about tripped me up because the thing is in the way and it was offset. I could tell because one, it didn't match up to what was there before. Okay, and it wasn't centered off of this stuff either. Okay, so we got that one. And then this one is just repeat, repeat, repeat. We have the start one there. Then we have 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's one down from 5. Looked like there was a double one there. Okay, clear this out. Do we have the one that is part 4, 5 high spiral repeat? I think that's it. Okay. Let's go see. Take this out. Take this out. not a blueprint. Just added those. That should be 1 high, and then if we go in 5 high, is it part 4, 5 high spiral repeats. Snap it to blueprint mode. Something's in the way here. Yeah, the blueprint's in the way. No. It does not want to snap to that, that's for sure. Something in the way. Why is that snapping so high? I think I might have left something in that blueprint, because it's not shrinking down to the one that it should be. This is D. No, not what I chose. D. D start. D. Oh, I saved over it. B, C. Oh, no, it's A1 start. Ugh, man, I'm getting really confused now. A1 start. So why is it so? Yeah, see, I got some things way up there at the top. A1 start's kind of messed up. Let's fix that. Clear, load. Yeah, I'm confusing myself at this point. Yes, I forgot to take this out up here. That's why the other one can't stack on top of it. That's why we want to fix that. We'll get this, everybody. We're doing some advanced blueprinting now, everybody. This is next level right here. Next level, but really good stuff you're learning in here, though. A1 start spiral. Okay, now we got this in there. And then we can test our... this is A, B, C, D. And then we actually called it part 4 high spiral repeat originally. We'll snap it to a blueprint. We'll aim it outwards. And in theory, this should line up across here. It does not line up. That's because that one was wrong. That's right. That one was wrong because I moved the wall in. So we have to fix that one. Okay. Let's load that one up. Load that one up. Fix that one up. Okay. So, part 4 high spiral repeat, which is now going to be A2 repeat of high spiral. And save. Okay, so this one should actually end up where it's one down from the top. Here's the trick. This is actually easier to bring it down by 3. So what I'm going to do is go like this and then turn this into vertical mode so I can just bring it down by 3. And then just take the top 2 off like this. And then take this and put this on the top of this. That just makes that easier. And then take that out and put this next to that one. Take the thing out there like that. So in theory, if we say save there, take this blueprint out, and we take this out, and then we stack our A2 repeat on top. That should perfectly match up now to our other thing. Yes! Now we underway, everybody. We underway. It's a lot. It's a lot to think through, but we got it. We got it going on. Okay. Now we need B. B2 repeat. That's what we need. Yes, which is called P1 right now. Okay. We'll clear this one off of here. Clear. We should probably take that one out now. Let's see. It was called P4 spiral repeat. Remove. Again, I would definitely take out the ones that you've already done because it's going to get real confusing pretty quickly. Part 1 high start spiral. It's the one that we should have. It goes over there. And it shouldn't say start. Yes, so let's go put it over here and see if it lines up. Well, it does if I turn it the right way. Okay, that one's good. Okay, back over here. So this is actually B2. B2, not A. B2. Wait, let's go out of here. So this should be called part 1 now. Yes, but it's called B2 repeat high spiral. Yeah, it takes time to make it perfect. Normally, I would have just ran the pipes, everybody. Just run the pipes, put all the things on there, and you're done. But it is fun to really get into the weeds here. We're really getting into it deep. I've been going for about 3 hours. I'll take a break here in a bit, everybody, once we get this figured out. You got to stay in the zone when you're doing really complex stuff like this. So sorry if I'm kind of focused on this as well, because, again, this is really a lot of pieces and parts that connect together. So the only other thing that we need now, because that's a repeat, this is a repeat, this is a repeat, is the repeat for this side. So we just need the repeat for the C side now. And all the rest of these can be gotten rid of. All right, so, but we called it part 2 before, which is right here. And we can get rid of this one, I think. I think we get rid of that one. But this one used to be called P2. P2 5 high repeat. All right, let's go check it. These blueprints up here? No, okay. P2 5 high repeat. Aiming outwards. All right, we already got that one done. All we got to do is just rename it, and we're going to just tear everything down and build it from scratch and see how it goes. Okay, so rename this one as C2. C2 repeat 5 high spiral. Save. And then remove all these others and hope I don't screw that up. Here we go. All right. What do we got? We got this one. Remove that one. I remove all these out too because later when I'm giving these to my peeps on Patreon, I don't want them to be confused. Okay. And again, we'll just remove that one. Remove all the part ones. Just really simplify it. See, look how simple that is. You're going to have 3 of them that are start ones. So your A1, your B1, your C1. Then you just have your repeats, right? So then you have your A2 repeat, B2 repeat, C2 repeat, and then D repeat is the same one that you started with as well. Maybe I should call that, let me apply those changes. Let me call that both start and repeat. Let me make that even more clear. So we'll pull up D, start and repeat. Start, repeat. Actually, I could probably even make these names even better. Start and repeat. Oh, I can't put an and in there. And. Start and repeat. Rain spiral. I just put spiral. Because you can also use it for foundations if you wanted to. You can make a vehicle out of it as well. I could also go in and actually make it round if I wanted to, using that technique that you saw earlier where I just kind of offset it by 45 and do all of that. Very hard to get your train tracks to line up, but there is a way to actually line up your rounded train tracks as well and build foundations so it looks like it's actually on a spiral foundation as well. We can do all of that. That's just a lot of embellishment. All right, let's just name that a bit better. Right there, and then again, remove the previous one. Right here, D start and repeat spiral. Yes, okay, so we'll remove this one. Apply that. Okay, and if we did it right, we should be able to build it completely from scratch. All right, let's just clear that. And now we're going to go in and we're going to build this whole thing from scratch. We're going to take this out. We're going to leave our templates in for right now, or our angles that we did from before, just to test that everything that we did was right. Okay, any other leftover stuff? We've got some stuff up here. Let's just go ahead and spiral this down just a little bit. Again, you can do it the cheap and dirty way, like I did over here on the spiral. But this is like the perfect spiral, using the same angles that you would use with ramps. And thus, it's got to be in multiple parts to make it turn out awesome. And turn out perfect in the way that it rises. Okay, here we go. Number one, A. A start, right here. So we're going to start it. We're going to line it up over here. Now, again, you can see I have the bottom color-coded here. Actually, I could put this one back to foundation swatch. So I moved this over. So this allows you to move the whole thing and redo the whole thing nice and easy. So I moved it over so I have one track that's coming back and one track that's going up. And then I can put multiple trains on this, and I'll rearrange all this track over here and whatnot later on. But I want to have one track coming in and one track going out. And so I need an outer track as well. So I'm just going to go ahead and run this as my primary incoming track, and then going back up track will be the inner track will be the one going up, the outer track will be the one going down. That's how we're going to do it here. I can engineer it the opposite way if I want to, but I think it's kind of cool with it coming down on the outside and going up on the inside. I don't know, I feel like that's kind of cool in the long run. Okay, so now that we've figured out all of our different pieces and parts and how to do it nice and perfect, let's see if we did it right. So there's A1 start. Then we're going to go to B start. B start up here. B1 start. There we go. Aim it outward. Line it up. We want to have 3 foundations, and then the 4th foundation being the outside one. That's why it's color-coded the way it is. 3 red ones, 1 blue one. So I know which one's the inside one and which one's the outside one. Make sure that I turn it the right way. There we go. There's B1 start. Now we need C1 start. C1 start. Okay, we're going to aim it away from the center. Make sure you get these starting ones perfect, everybody. If you don't get those starter ones perfect, all the rest of them are going to be off. So let's just take a look at those again. All right, looking good. What's going on here? What's going on? Why can't I get rid of this darn thing? Get rid of this thing out of my way. I hate this leftover thing. It's so annoying. Whatever. Just work around it. All right, now D is both repeat and start. So this is probably the easiest one of the 3. And there we go. Okay, now we double check all of those by using our template that we used originally over here. So we're going to go in, get our level 1 ramp. And we're going to go ahead and run that. That's good. again, I don't need to run it all the way around. That's why I left the corners here. Just gonna do it. And you're like, Kismet, you double check a lot. I sure do, because one mistake means I build this whole thing and then it's wrong. And then I have to take the whole thing out and redo it. Now again, remember everybody, right over there, it's still doing it on the cheap and dirty one that I made before. The one that's like not as great as this, but it does still work and it still comes down. I actually kind of took out a bit of the thing. It's actually not running right now. Not that it needs to, because it doesn't have anything it's really doing that I need in a hurry. Okay, so that one's good. So all of those are good. All those 3 starter ones are good. Now we need to go, and we're going to use a 2 repeat. And we're going to go into blueprint mode, so we can do that. We want to make sure that our angles are good. Yes. And that's A2. And now we want B2 repeat. And over there. And then our C repeat over here. On a blueprint mode. There we go. It's going to help us a lot. Again, you want to make sure that your angles are on the right way. There we go. And then D is just a repeat of the one I already got. So we can actually just pick that one up. And this one, again, the easiest of all of them. And it matches up right up to there. So good, good. Take out those extra ones. Nice. Okay, that all lines up. Looks good. And then we did repeat here. And so if we know that that repeat already works, we know that it should line up. But let's go ahead and do a bunch of A repeats. Again, the smart thing to do is do them all in a row. So we're going to do like 4 of these. Again, since they're going to snap, it's going to work pretty easy. And then B repeats. And this is where you're really getting your benefit here, everybody. Just repeat it, and you can just keep snapping it on top of the other one. And then you can just make it as high as you want it to go. And then C2 repeats. And again, it's snapping also to the previous one, and you already have the orientation. So you're good. So there we go. Now, how do we test it? Well, we go in and we run a bunch of angles here. We just make some manual ramps just to double check that it does repeat properly. That one's on point. That one's perfect. All right. And then again, we're just going to manually build the rest of this one. So 1, 2. And then we should have a flat corner here. And then this flat corner goes out by 1. Then if we go this way, this should go and line up to that one, which it does. And then this one should line up to that one, which it does. And so on and so forth. You get the idea. Oop, I think I just built something way down there in the middle of nowhere where I didn't mean to. Right there. You get the idea, everybody. So the whole point of all of this is to make it perfectly, the rising be perfect. If the rising is not perfect, then it creates a up and down motion of the train, and it does actually slow the train down. So we want to make sure. Oh, we did something here. That one's not the same. No. Something's not the same there. What do we do? That's to do with the angle which I ran that. This one's flat. Squared off. This is flat here and flat here. And this one should go out. Ah, that's exactly what I did. I didn't put in the flat ones in the corner. So this one should be here. Okay, so that's actually not an error. That's just me not putting down the foundations in the corner so that they don't match up. Ugh. I want to put it way down there. I'm trying to put it right here. Yeah, I feel like this game kind of purposely orients the thing the wrong way just to torture you. All right, so yes, that's working. Okay, good. It was got a little scared there for a second, but that's because I didn't put my foundations in the proper way. This here, this here. That goes there. Flat foundation across this way. And then this leads into there. Okay, so that's perfect. Looking good. So, one more time. Let's do it. So, we're going to go in and we're going to take all this out. And now there's nothing else we need to do. We just need to take all this excess stuff out. In fact, we can just take out all of our blueprints as well. Just to make it visually easy to start from complete scratch using these blueprints. That's probably the most I've ever bothered to work on a spiral. And it is perfection. And a lot of people, they just offset it by 2, but that does work. And again, that's what I did on my other one over there. It's a quick and dirty way of doing spirals. But I've noticed also they've changed it a bit after the update, 1.0 update, the way that the angles of the trains work. Now, again, the last time I did this stuff was a long time ago, like when trains came out, everybody. That was a long, long time ago. And so you used to be able to do the real steep ones too. But they don't even let you do those anymore. It'd be nice if this thing actually let me highlight stuff. Okay, let's take all those out. Just do this so we can get just the angled ones. Angled ones. Take all that out. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Those. Get all of these. Look, I took those out about 15 times now. Okay. Okie dokie. So, now if we want to do our center support line there, how could we do that? We could just do it on the ground. And it is 1, 2, 3, 4, about 5 wide. It's ever so slightly in from the end. So it's back in from the end. Get all this over here too. See, it doesn't show me my dismantling sometimes. Again, I don't know if that's a server issue. Is it my client? I've uninstalled and reinstalled my client multiple times. This seems to be an odd issue. Okay, so now we want to make these cross beams, right? So we're going to kind of pre-make them cross beams. And the way we're going to do that is to kind of simulate what we have going here, which is you've got one on one side here. And then you're going to want a cross beam, so say the center of this. So you'd want a beam that goes to here, but not quite to the end. So say like that. And then you'd want to have it where the wall is there, so you could use that as reference. And you'd want to go in and put in your thing there, there, and there, so it's at the center of the foundation. This is center, this is center, that's off to the side, so it caps the end. Basically like that. But how would I snap that to the center? Because it's going to go to the center of the thing. So we'd want to go more like this. Again, we don't need it to go too far. Okay, something like that. And then we should be able just to put that on the side of there. Okay, so this is going to be called train support beam. or train spiral. Spiral support. Okay. Holding up each track line on spiral. Okay, let's see if it works. So we're going to go out here. We're going to take our train support spiral, and we're going to try to line it up. Yeah, how to get it to snap to the end of that, though. See, that's the biggest problem, is getting it to the end of it to snap and not the center of it. I could put it on top of that one, but it actually needs to go up higher. Good question. Maybe make this longer. Yeah, it's not perfect though. If I did this here, walked it up by 1 there. I made this one the same length, but lower. Took all this out. And then put this on top of that other one. See, it doesn't sit in the same spot. That's a bummer. I mean, it still kind of does it, but you can see that it's not at the same length. So we need a way of aligning these two things. And so I can also hit H, nudge it out a bit. So why is that not the same length as what I just did? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, because I shortened it. That's why I put it in the end of the half, because it's a segment in. I need another segment in. That's what I need to do. That's why it's too short. Okay, let's fix that. So I need it to be, because you got the inner part here, which is what it's butting up against. So we got to fix that. And then resave it. That's why I always leave it on the blueprinter, so I can fix it. Okay, and so we'll take that out. Now we need to go ahead, put this down, turn the right way, hit H, nudge it up against the side there, see if it centers itself. Yeah, see, now it's centered itself on the wall, so when the track comes along, the track will be perfectly centered over the top of it. Alright, so that works, but I have an offset problem. But then originally when I offset it the other way anyway. So we'll kind of work on that as we go. We can readjust that as we go along here. Okay, and then we can take out all of this and all of these. This beam's out of here. Oh, it's got an angled one. Okay, now here's the way you start, everybody. Let's just start with the beginning. Let's just start out. What up, Jan and Northman? We're doing some cool stuff right now. It does help me. It does find me well right now, because I had a moment of clarity where I thought about spirals in the way that you think about stairwells. Stairwells, or spirals, or helixes, they're called as well. Have a certain angle of a landing, right? So as you're going up a stairwell, if you put it too steep, you'll have a tendency to stumble on those steps. So you adjust the angle of the landing. and I realized that the angle that you're doing your train tracks does not match up perfectly to your walls or to your foundations. So how do we adjust for that? Well, what you do is you use actual ramps. Now, the ramps are perfectly spaced vertically and across from each other to spiral upwards if you're just using a 1 meter ramp. So you can go in, use that 1 meter, or you can use a 2 meter, whatever you want to do. I would imagine it also work with a 2 meter as well. But I'm using 1 meter so that my train doesn't get slowed down. I basically made a spiral of foundations to get the idea of the offsets of the 4 different sides of the spiral I'm trying to create. Now, of course, I added complexity to it by making it basically a double run. So I'm double running the train so it can go up and down as well. So that made it a little bit more complex. Now, if you're just doing a single line, you can just use one side and use the other side, right? So you get those 2 sides down, and you can half arc or half a circle all the way, and you're done, right? You just do one thing. You have it go into the train, come back on the same track like I do right now. What's going on in this track right here? Let me reconnect this track for you guys to check this out. We'll bring this one back down. Apparently, we're not going to. Why is this odd? Oh, because I have the other track there. All right, we'll put this back in here and then reconnect. However, we had this connected before. I think we put a cut in here in this particular track. Now, again, this whole spiral that I already have is like a quick and dirty spiral using your blueprinter. Oh, that's not good enough. It's gotta spiral out a little bit. There we go. Gotta fix that angle. Gotta go back even more. Like so. We'll take all this out here. And we'll do this. And so what I did is I reconnected it so it has power, and now it's going to spiral back down again. And then I don't need the thing there, because it's only one thing on there as well. It's up there somewhere. It'll make its way down eventually. So it makes its way down. Now, again, this is a quick and easy spiral. It does work. You can totally use it. Oh, here it comes. There it goes. You can totally use it. Blueprint, snaps to the top of the blueprint. Snap, 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 snap. Reconnect all the lines so that the lines connect perfectly, and you're done. That's it, easy. But again, the problem with it is it does this. It porpoises up and down, because the track goes up, it flattens out, it goes up, it flattens out, and that's because the spiral is too small. It's compressed. So what you want to do is you want to make the spiral out, just like you would do with spiral stairs. As you move them out, the arc of it is a lot easier to do, and the arc is a lot cleaner and flatter, basically better arced than this, right? And this also is like an extreme example because I put it maximum distance. And I also use the 2 meter ones instead of the 1 meter ones. But you can see it works. Train comes down, picks up the water, takes it up there to the nuclear power, and it's good. But this one, this is the precise one. This one's odd. Now, it's got 4 different parts. So the first part is what we call the start, right? So we go ahead and do an A1 start here. So this is part A, and we're going to start it right off the center and split between these last 2, right? So third one out, and then the 4th one. So we're going to run the dual track, one going up, one coming down. So there's A1 start. And again, you can do this all yourself, everybody. All you have to do is figure out the offsets of where your angles are, and you figure that out, and you're done. That's what we spent a good part of today doing. So we want B1 start right here. So this is B, and we're going to start this one right there. And again, that's just starting it off the ground because the ones on the ground are going to be less than the ones that are going to repeat up above. And now C1 start. And again, we figured out what all the offsets were from the ground and at what point that the angled ones match up to the walls, because they don't all match up to the top of the wall, which is normally where you would put that, right? You put, say, 1 here at the bottom, and then you go up 2, and then you go up 2, and that's what causes that one, which does the porpoising one, right? Because it's not a perfect helix. And what we're creating is a perfect helix or a perfect spiral. Okay, now we have part C that we did right here. So part A, B, C, we already did. Now we're part D. Part D, which is also both the start and a spiral because it's up high enough where it's going to repeat now. And again, just make sure that you get those ones at the very beginning to start. Now you're like, well, Kismet, you could have built this 15 times. That's true, I could have. But now I can build 5,000 of them if I wanted to, because I now have the power to repeat the same thing over and over again without having to build all of the infrastructure of the spiral and all of that stuff. It's going to basically repeat each and every one of these sections perfectly every single time. And I can do it wherever I want, and I'm not limited to any specific spot. So now we have got the starts going. Now we're going to do the repeats. So I'm now on A2 repeat right here. So A2 repeat. We're going to put this in here. We're going to go into blueprint mode. Now it's actually going to snap in blueprint mode. So it's going to make it really easy. Now this, we're just going to repeat over and over. Is this one left over from before? It might be. I'm going to take it out. And over again. So A1, A2 repeat over and over. Because we're going to actually build it now. We figured out all the mechanics of it. We figured out how to do it in 4 separate parts. And we're going to run this all the way up. And again, we're going to replace that other spiral. Now remember, this is a dual spiral or dual helix. Kind of like your DNA. We're going to run this all the way up. If you don't know that your DNA is a helix, everybody, now you know. All right, there we go. All right, so now we got that all the way up. We're going to just run those tracks, easy mode, and that's going to turn out awesome sauce. Okay, now over here, we're going to do the same thing over here. And again, you see how easy this is now that you have all the offsets of it figured out. And then same thing here. This is B2 repeat, and then I just do exactly what it says to do. Repeat. Again, watch that arrow, everybody. That arrow's aiming toward the center, which is the center over there. And then again. Now again, there's a lot of ways of doing this same thing, and I've seen a lot of helixes done, and I've seen a lot of them have that same problem where they are porpoising up and down like that. And I don't want mine to have that problem. I want to have the perfect helix. All right, going down there, we'll go ahead and run down here. Now, we can add more as we're going up, by the way, because as we bring up the train track, it's going to bring power, and that's going to allow us to float and do all that. So this right here, of course, this one is called C1 start. And so now we need C2 repeat right here. And then again, make sure that your angles of your things are in the same angles as the one down below. Otherwise, you're going to be taking all these out and redoing them again later on. Again, just get these to snap. Now, blueprints snap to other blueprints, especially if it's the same exact blueprint. You can see that we can snap these super quick and easy up here. Oh, this is going to be amazing. This is going to look awesome. This is already one of my favorite playthroughs, but that's a good looking spiral. Now, also because we're using blueprinting, everybody, is that once we're using it like scaffolding, right? Like in a building, when you're building a building, or if you're painting or doing renovation in a building, you build a bunch of scaffolding over there so you can get to the parts where you're working on or building and whatnot, and then you remove all of that at the end. And if you use blueprints, you can just go in and remove all those blueprints at the end, and boom, you just have a freestanding spiral if you want. Or you can embellish the spiral, which is what I'm going to do in this particular playthrough. Yes, this is a lot of work. We've been working on this now for 3.5 hours. But again, I woke up and I said, wait a minute. It's like a stair. It's like a stair rising. It's like a riser level in a spiral stair or in a stairway. And the second I thought of that, everybody, I'm like, I have an idea of how I could make that even better. I love making stuff better, everybody. That's why I don't mind tearing stuff down or redoing entire sections of my base, because I know it's going to be better. And that's called iterating. You iterate and you iterate, and then you go look at what someone else is doing, like you look at what I'm doing, and you know what you do? You take what I'm doing and you make it even better than what I'm doing, everybody. But I'm showing you some really killer stuff right now, everybody. We're going, again, we're doing D repeat here. D repeat again, just over and over again. Now, hopefully we did this right, or we'll be taking all this out again later. We'll find out. Again, we can take this all the way up. Now, by the way, because this track is electrified, it allows me to go way up in the air. I'm nearby that electrified track. I honestly don't need to go too high with this one, but just put it, let's say right to there. That's good. Okay, now, if we did it right, this should turn out awesome. And again, very important to line it up off your tracks, too. Okay, there goes that train. Now, I don't need that train running on there anymore, so I'm going to actually take out all of this, and we're going to revamp how we're doing all of this. Okay, so we're going to have this come straight out. And we're going to have, we're going to put in our stuff here just to make our starts look a little better. Right there. And right here. And then same thing here. And there. So we want to just kind of manually do that part just to have our track start look pretty great. And I'm going to bring that track start right up, but about half foundation there back. Make sure it's nice and straight. There we go. And then we're going to run that up. And this is what's going to start our circles here, right? And then the same thing over here. We're going to kind of match this up where we did it here. We're going to run this back. I'm probably going to run it back, let's say right to there. And that allows me to go ahead and arc that in from that other side. And then again, same thing here. We're going to start that a half a foundation back. And then run this to the middle of that one. Did I run it to the middle of this one? I did. Okay. And you want to run it to the middle of the first one. Now we have our inside and our outside tracks. Again, they're going to be running in two separate directions. So we're going to run this over here. And we could go ahead and put this one down here, right? So we're going to start with that one. So we're going to basically get a little bit of a start. Now the inside one, I don't have to go here. I can actually make myself save some time by just doing full arcs like this. Full half circles, and it works wonderfully at 3 out. Now remember, this is 3 out from the center. So 3 out from the center, full half arcs, or full half circles, which turns out beautifully, as you can see. And we're just going to do these real quick, and I'm purposely doing them on these two sides, just to make this easier. Again, if you're one of my Patreon supporters, you can check out my Patreon, patreon.com/Kismet. I know, really hard to find my name, considering it's exactly as my actual name. Again, if you are a Patreon supporter over there, I will be posting this for you to use it. And you're like, Kismet, I won't spend 3 hours doing all that stuff you just did. You don't need to. You just take these plans, follow this video, or this this stream. I'll probably turn this into a video for you as well, everybody, just to make it easier. I think this is the most I've ever bothered to work on spirals. But I haven't been rushing, everybody. A lot of people play the game to the nth degree. But in early access, I don't play games like that. And there's a reason. Because I want to do it on release. Like right now. Now's when I want to do it. Okay. Now, do we connect this one down here? Wow, look at that beautiful spiral. Oh, sexy. Sexy, sexy spiral. All right, did we connect this side? We didn't connect this side into the power. All right, so we want to get this to go right there. Very nice, very nice. But we do want to connect this into power, so we want to try to get some sort of power going here. So eventually the power will come down on the train tracks. But I think I have some power here that I can tap into and just run that over to there for now. And that will allow me just to use the train station as my power, because the train station will go into the electric track. The electric track will then run and keep power going while I'm floating upwards, because I'm using my my hover pack. Which allows me to just keep going upwards and upwards. As I build the train tracks, it's just bringing electricity each and every time. All right, where we leave off here. Okay, again, full half spiral. Just save yourself some time instead of doing each half arc. Again, this is 3 out. I feel like this game is built for that kind of half arc. Oh, we need our thing here. Now, I can go into blueprint mode and middle mouse button that, and it will tell me exactly and pick up that blueprint so I don't have to go look it up again. And I just need to make sure that it's going the same direction, which it is. This one's B2 repeat. And then now that we have some power here, we can get way up here toward the top. Very nice. Oh, our spiral is looking amazing. Again, I haven't seen anybody do it this way. I've seen him do spirals in other ways. But this way, I believe, is perfection. This is absolutely, your riser levels are perfect. Just like I see people lining up to ore nodes. And the way they do it, I feel, is pretty clunky. So, and it's not perfect. So I want it to be beautiful. Because once you play the game through, everybody, first it's about learning how to play. Then it's about beauty. About making it beautiful, making it perfectly arced like we're doing here. And then we're going here. And then this one. Back over here. Again, I don't even need the side ones for this. All I need are these ones. The inner one. The outer one, I do need the sides. And then we'll deal with how it runs and ends up over here. So this is one I would need, this one. So I could line it up and then run it up as well. All right, so now we've got our inner one done. Now, before you do the outer one, everybody, you definitely want to take a minute and test this. Testing is the key to everything that you're doing. So every time you do a little bit of something, get in there before you spend 20 hours doing it and then realize you did the entire thing wrong. Get in there and see if this is a nice, smooth ride. That's what we're looking for. Nice, smooth ride on the way up. That's beautifully smooth, everybody. None of this stuff, which is what my other one does. That was a beautiful ride. It's going at 100 kilometers right now with no towing. And that is a perfect helix. That's a perfect spiral. Again, because we have the offsets really nice. And again, we could try to extend it to be up higher or lower, but I use the foundations as a foundation of elevation, of your lift, your elevation, your riser level. Your foundations are the key because that already has units that coincide with the world, right? With the world units as well. So that's the best template you can use, is the actual rising of the foundations. That's 100 all the way up. It never slows down or speeds up. It's a very consistent all the way up. And there we go. And we didn't have to do half segments, which I also see people doing half segments all the time too. And that's something I wanted to see if you could do it without having to do half segments. All right, so there we go. So that's the way up. But how about the way down? Let's go. That looks amazing. Well, thank you. Yes, again, I have moments where, again, look at that one over there versus this one over here. Look how perfect this one is. Look at the beauty in the symmetry of it. Now, I'm not always for symmetry, everybody. I do like some asymmetry stuff. But if you can make it perfect and you can put all your risers at the right levels and then just put the actual track in. Putting the track in is the part I want to put in second anyway. I want to put the track in and leave all the scaffolding so I can just take all that out as blueprints, right? And then it will leave the track because the track is not part of the blueprint. See, so that's us thinking next level, next level, next level. Okay, we're going to take that out eventually. What would be an easy way to take it out? Well, hey, it's all blueprinted. Take them blueprints out. And so that's what we'll do. And this is doing good. About 117 on the way down. Not as fast as my other one. But then again, my other one doesn't go up as fast. So it definitely will be... This one will actually be faster than that other one. If you think of the averages of the speed. That's beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. That is a big W. Again, that's what we spent all that time doing, everybody. Finding the magic offsets. And we know what they are now, and we good. Now, let's go ahead and do a little bit of embellishment now that we've done the inner track. So we're going to take this out, and we're going to take a little bit of this out here. We're going to leave this right here so we can go in and we can take our painted beam. Now, I'm going to try to put it right in the center, and then I'm going to run it over here. Notice the mode I'm in. I'm in default mode. I'm going to run that right over here. Now, one of the problems if you do that is it will cut through, and you won't like that, everybody. That sucks. Cuts through your actual track. What you want it to look like is that it's actually sitting on the track. So we went in and we made a little train support thing here that we can try to snap underneath here. We want to flip it around the other way, get it kind of how we like it. Then we're going to hit H, and then we're going to H for hologram, and then we're just going to kind of nudge it in a little bit. We're going to see if it's lined up on our tracks perfectly. Oh my God, make a grown man cry. Boom, drop that in there, and that is nothing but GG's, everybody. Look at that. Ah. Beautiful. You couldn't have done that any better, everybody. Maybe you could. Maybe you could do better than even what I'm doing, everybody. But that's perfection. I don't know what to tell you right there. That is perfection. Notice I did the first beam, and I realized earlier that I could put the other beam underneath it, and it would sit right underneath and be not clipping and also be nice and straight. Now, if I really wanted to embellish it, I would come back and I would grab one of these little ones, and I would just put it right over here. Now, the reason why I don't put it on there first is so that it doesn't mess up my offset when I'm putting it in. So that would be something I would just come back and add something like that. So it looks like, you know, the thing is holding it, the steel is holding it, and then you got a beam across there, or however you want to embellish it. You got a lot of embellishments down here that you can do. By the way, I could take a big concrete pillar and try to just put that in there and do weird stuff with it if I wanted to. Kind of like that, and then go in here and then do this. Oh, make it rain. Unforgiveness making it rain. So look, I can do stuff like that, everybody. So again, you can go in and really go to town and embellish it. I find embellishment, though, really does cause a massive downgrade in your frames, especially working on a server. But a local machine, a lot less. But I only embellish if I feel like it's really, really worth my time. And I think that looks amazing. Now, I could do it on every single side, but I think what I'm going to do is like every other one. So I'll go do this one, and then I'm going to do the other side over here. And again, this is why this scaffolding actually helps me do the side beams as well. So again, keeping it on default mode, bringing it all the way in, and then using our blueprint here to just go a little bit underneath there, hit H, or hologram, nudge it to the right until it's lined up. Take this one on the top out, and another perfect alignment on the train tracks, both sides perfectly aligned. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go every other one. I could go every third one, by the way. I could go every third one instead of every half one. But I feel like every other one feels pretty special. I think that feels pretty rock solid. And then again, we'll put our inner connector here, just to embellish it a little bit. Now, at this point, it's just nothing but rinse and repeat. Just do that over and over again all the way up. Okay, but we want to do our second track line. So we're going to go in and do our second track line. Now, our second track line is different from your inner track line. Again, this one's in by 3, and the next one we're going to do is out by 3, and then the other one is out by 4. So that one's different because you can't just full arc that one. You can't just do a half circle. I'll show you what happens when you do a half circle. If you run a half circle over here, what it's going to do, and I'll just do it, is that angle is going to cut in on your other track. So that's why you want to do what's known as half arcs, right? So in a full circle, you have a half of a circle, and then you have half arcs, which is just that one part right there. So that's what we're going to do on our outer track, and that's why we had to figure out the other side. So that's why we need the other 2 sides is for the outer track. If we were just doing the inner track, we would only need 2 sides, and that would work as well. So we're going to go right to the center like this. Again, the center of all of these, I'm using a 1 meter ramp, so it's not an extreme rise to it. Now this is going to be in the way of what I'm doing here, so I'm going to go ahead, Go into blueprint mode. Pull that out. We'll come back, put all those in later. Definitely want to put your track in first and do your embellishments last, but I just wanted to show you guys that before I moved on. Then this is all we got to do is just keep going around. And again, take our painted beam out of there. Oh, that was from before. Because it didn't take out the... didn't take that out. Okay. Back over here. Rinse and repeat. Now I try to get up on top so I can see that I'm going right in the center of the foundation. Again, make sure that your two tracks are offset from each other, or it's going to think that those two tracks are one and the same. And then it's going to, you know, all your block signals are going to get screwed up. All sorts of stuff is going to get screwed up. So we're going to try to use block signals on our spirals here because we're going to have multiple trains going up and coming down. Just for the fun of it. I only really need one train, but I thought since we're going to do it, just doing one spiral is one thing, but doing double spirals, that's pretty cool. By the way, I could go out another one, by the way. Have a third one, fourth one, fifth one, sixth one, seventh one. You'd have to figure out your, once you get past this point, you're going to have to figure out your sub-arcs, because this is going to start getting too long to keep those arcs going. But again, the double spiral is usually as much as you need. I think I messed that up. Lag for just a split second. And you're like, Kismet, how can you fly up here? Because the track is electrified. So basically I have power from the tracks. And that is allowing me just to go up and up and up. All this just to pick up some water. And you know why I don't normally do this? Because this is 1,000 times less efficient than if I just run the pipes up the wall. And put some and put a bunch of pumps in there. But sometimes, especially when we're mega building, this is a mega playthrough, we will go in and we'll do this kind of stuff. We'll really get into it. We'll get into the weeds. I find this is one of the hardest things to do because you have to know about angles and know about how angles rise up. And again, the way we did it before was just the quick and dirty way. I knew there was a quick and dirty way to do it because I had done it before, and then just using the blueprinter. But this is a different way of using the blueprinter in segments. And again, if you don't care about it, you know, going like this every now and again, then just use that. Or you can, you know, just do it every couple along the foundations. But you can see that this one is actually not lined up. It's actually one down from where you would normally put it. You'd actually put it up by one. So if you want it to be perfect, you would do it like this. Because you know that every time you go around the spiral, the helix is perfect on each and every side because it matches the angle of your actual spiral track. Which I have not seen anybody else do. I have never seen anybody go to this extent to make sure that your rise level is exactly right over and over again. Most people just, you know, they throw down a couple things and they put another one down and go another couple and another one down as a quick and easy way. I found an even easier way, by the way, even faster way, by just doing it in the blueprinter and just not caring whether it porpoises or not. And that's this over here. And then I have it where it auto lines itself up to the one underneath it. So you can just snap it, snap it, snap it, snap it, redo some lines to connect them together, and GG's, you're all done. Easy, easy. In fact, I just thought of something. I could actually make that better by leaving out the in-between line. And I'll show you that here again in a second. We'll go in and fix that if I remember. We'll fix it because I just thought it would be easier if I left the track out so the person would know to reconnect that part of the track. That would be smarter. Time intensive, but awesome. Again, when we're in the zone, everybody, I'm just going to stay in the zone, though I'm about 4 hours in on this stream. Now, we may or may not come back for Astroneer. I'm hoping to, but We'll see how I feel. Or it may just keep going. We may just do some Satisfactory. Stop the stream for a minute and then start up a whole nother stream just for Astroneer. And you're like, well, Kismet, why don't you just switch categories? Well, I stream to 6 different platforms at the same time in 1080 HD. You're welcome. One of the craziest persons you'll meet who streams because I go way above and beyond for you guys, everybody. I really do. That is incredibly difficult to do. 6 different chats, 6 different 1080 streams, upload streams. It's 36,000 up. If you're a streamer, everybody, you probably never even thought of streaming 36,000 up. Okay, we need this one over here. Again, great way. Hit F like you're dismantling it. Go into blueprint mode, middle mouse button, so that you know you're getting the correct one. That is that particular one. And up we go. And oh, it goes right into the current existing spot right there. Very nice. Kind of feel like, yeah, this is where it'll end. It'll go right to here. And then, oh, it's going to match up beautifully right there, too. And then we'll have a dual track down the side there. And then, oh, or we could lower it. We could have this come up and then go down underneath. And then both of them are underneath. Yeah, that's what we'll do. This way it's not up on top, blocking any of my other stuff that I might be doing up here. And we could just have it curved, but it doesn't. See, if it got right here, and that was over on this side. Now, I could go down there and take the whole thing out and rotate it. I'm not going to, but I could. I totally could, everybody. Okay, so we got to do our inner track here. We got to get this one over to here. I could just go right here, too. And maybe I'll just go right here and just leave it as the underside. So, see, I still left it where I could do a half arc in case how I wanted it to end up at the end. So that's an important thing to leave yourself the option there as well. Okay, where did we leave off here? We were going around and we had to add some more over here. Let's grab this. We'll just match these two up. That's why I love the hover pack, everybody. This makes this kind of stuff real easy. I don't like cheating or using like, you know, cheat codes so I can fly and all that stuff. I like it to be part of the game. Like in this case, you unlock the hover pack, and that gives you this this better option to float around and do all these more complex builds. Oh, headphones falling out my ear. Just does that weirdly on its own. Very weirdly. Then right here. Yeah, just using, see, it's much easier to use the middle, everybody. It's just so much easier to align that via the middle tracks. All right, and that's it. So we don't actually need the top one here, so we can just take out the blueprint. Just like that. This one we don't need. We just take the top of that one out. See how easy it is to just take out the excess over here. Again, because you blueprinted it. And blueprints is a great way of just taking out scaffolding. Nice and easy. Look at that double spiral, everybody. That is one industrial strength double spiral. Perfectly spiral, by the way. That's a perfect helix. And absolutely spiral at the thing. A spiral hypertube at the center? Oh, now you're just trying to tip me for another 9 hours doing a spiral hypertube, aren't you? I could totally do it. I could actually do it really easy. I could do it really easy because all you'd have to do is use the medium level between all of these and just put a spiral wall support right there. Boom. Between the top one and the bottom one, and just go around and do that in all of those. And this have a hypertube. Now, my problem, though, everybody, is I don't want to be doing spirals because I have an inherent problem with dizziness. So going around a spiral like that is probably not the best thing for my health, but it would look cool. I highly recommend that as well. Now, again, normally I don't embellish stuff, but we spent so much time getting this going. We are definitely going to go in. Maybe I will go every other one because, again, I only got so much time in the day. But we're going to go in here. We're going to see if we can get these back in right over here. So the best thing to do, I think, to start is to put in all of our cross beams. Now, see, there's kind of like a line between, I don't know if you can see that. There it is. You can kind of see it when I angle. There's a line where those two tracks come together. That's the center line because I put it exactly in the center. So that's telling me exactly where that center line is. And then I'm going to run that over here so it's lined up. So instead of doing this one, I think I'm going to do every other one because, again, there's only so much time in the day. I'll zoop the rest of these in. Again, I could do it for every single side if I wanted to. We're really into it. Now, also, I could just leave the walls. And the walls would look pretty cool, too. But we want it to be like a real helix, where it's kind of looks like it's going off the center. And we're just going to put this in here a bit extra, so we know where the center of that is. Okay. Easy. Maybe we should go every fourth one. Again, sometimes I'm just trying to see which way makes it more time efficient. So every other one would be this one. Again, this still works as a way of lining stuff up. Even though I don't need it for my trains anymore, it'll allow me to line up the center of this to the center of this. I've been playing more than 2 hours. Where you been? Playing for 4 hours. Yeah, I kind of like that. So, again, I was going to do every other one, but I think I'm going to do every... Yeah, so 1, 2, 3. Then this is 1. And then I go to this side. And I go 1, 2, 3. This one. You find out often that all you ought to know is the repeating number in this game. If you know the repeating number, then everything else will line up. So there we go. And then since we did that one there, how was this? This is here. And so we'll just do the same thing. 1, 2, 3. We'll just count 3 each time. And we'll use that as our cross beam. Again, you can make it more lavish or you can make it less lavish. I rarely ever put supports in. But again, that was because it was early access. And now we're going to play serious here. And 1, 2, 3. And that just will add a bit of symmetry to it. If I count it each time, I could just randomly put it in there however I want. My build, I do whatever I want. Now these are only, these are scaffolding here too. This is temporary. 1, 2, 3. All temporary, just so I can put the finished beams in afterwards. Oh, don't need to do that one. So we are going to probably do this one because this is the last of the spiral. So it's not going to be perfectly symmetrical, but that's okay. Just going to do that one. Like so. And then do this one since it's at the top. So we'll just have them double offset here at the top. And I can go through and equalize all of these and a lot of time doing that, but I am not going to do it. Okay, now we'll just use our blueprints that we did. And we're going to snap this a little bit underneath here. We're going to hit H to see how it looks. It definitely needs to go way to the right. And perfect. Boom. Again, that top beam was just so I could align my other ones like that. And you can now see that that looks like it's sitting on that cross beam. And if you missed that earlier, you can watch this whole VOD back on Twitch or on YouTube. Remember, all my streams are on YouTube as well. I have over 4,500 streams, everybody. I'm not kidding. I have worked very, very hard over the last 10 years to bring you guys lots of love and fun here in the stream. So remember, you can go back and watch all this and see how I got to this point if you so desire. Make sure to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button over there on the YouTubes, and also here on Twitch, hit that follow button. Because the subscribe button on YouTube is basically the follow button. All right. And if you'd like to see more of this kind of thing, then that's what you do. You go out and do that, and it costs nothing. It's totally free. Totally free to hit that follow button. Totally free to hit that follow button, aka the subscribe button on YouTube. And if you want to, feel free to hit that like button as well, because that helps as well. All those things help, everybody. Remember, just taking an extra second to show some love on that follow button, show some love on that subscribe button on YouTube. Again, all that stuff is free, and it helps a lot. And I'm really going above and beyond on this one. Really, really going crazy. Turn that around. Get the H for hologram. Nudge, nudge, nudge until it gets in position. And we take this one out. Now what that does, it offsets it down enough to where it's not clipping in there, which I don't like. I don't like to leave it clipping in there. Again, this is something we tested earlier, and we figured out that we could just set that down in there like that, and then nudge it into position, and then it's going to perfectly line up underneath all those tracks. Like so. A couple more bars to go. Down here. And flip it around the other way. Hit H. Nudge it out just a little bit, and then nudge it back in. If you didn't know, you can actually nudge these type of items that are in blueprints. You can nudge those left and right along the way. And now you know. Look at how easy that is, everybody. That's nice. Okay, nudge that all the way over. The last of our beams there. Let's look at our handiwork here. Very cool. Now again, you can make it where, you know, you have one left, one this way, one you're going to have the actual beams as a spiral. But I just did the beams to give you an idea of how you can do beams. And if you want to make it more lavish, if you want to make it more involved, you go right ahead. You can also do angles as well. If you missed it earlier, I was showing how you could take a painted beam right over here, and then you could click, and then you can say I want it to be diagonal, and then you can just go ahead and say put it in like that, and then now you've got a diagonal beam in there as well. I feel like the painted beams and the metal beam is one of the best things in the entire game for doing alignment of stuff. Incredibly awesome. Okay, so that's it. It's done. GG's. Let's go over here and remove all of our scaffolding that we were using for our train. So down we go. Don't need any of this anymore. Now you can't take multiple of these out at a time, so you have to take them out one at a time, but that's okay, totally worth it. Again, this is also going to reduce my redraw. I don't really want to have all of these things in there, but if that's your jam, you can leave them in. They would look like supports. All up to you. All right, that one out. And then over here, do all of these. Better just to fly your way up and down, taking out each side as you go. Again, you can run a support to each one if you want to. Okay, that side done. It's like it was never there. There we go. Again, we'll get this spiral cleaned up. And then we'll go from there. Now, by the way, I could just make a beam that is going from each one as well that acts as a support. Do a vertical beam off of this beam to the one beam down below. So now it's like a vertical beam is holding it as well. There's so many things you could do, everybody. You can put LED lights on it if you want. Do what Crimson said, or Tab said, to do a spiral hypertube. And I'm just trying to activate your creativity, everybody. That's what I'm trying to do. Look at that. That is Kismet's perfect spiral. That is absolutely perfect in every way. There's none of that weird offset stuff. There's none of that using every other foundation kind of thing. It is actually perfect on all four sides to where it matches up as well. So there we go, everybody. Looking good. Now we're going to come back and connect this into where our train used to be. And let our train run in two separate directions. We're going to figure all of that out, how all of that works. Again, those are all perfect arcs as well. And we're going to go all the way back down to the bottom here. Now, again, this is on the server, so it auto-saves, so I don't need to save. This is way nicer over here. Now, another cool thing about this other side over here is that it is a blueprint, so I can just go and remove this pretty easy. Now, there is some of these, though, that are connected. So I do want to go over here before I forget and take a break and then come back, and I've forgotten. Let's go over here. We're going to come back. We'll take care of that other side. We want to take the, what I call the quick spiral here. You can see that what this does, it starts here in the center and it just goes here. Now the problem is I'm doing an extreme rise. I used a 2 meter angle, and so it comes up and flattens out. Come up and flatten out. I see so many people, they do it that way. And that's because the arc of it is too small. It needs to be wider. Instead of just being 2 blocks out from the center, it needs to be 3 blocks out from the center, because that creates a better arc and a better lift and a better rise of your stuff here. But what I think I need to do here is to take out this other one right here, so that when you go to do this spiral, you know to go and connect this one basically to the top of this one. And so we'll go ahead and do that. And then we'll call this one something different so it doesn't replace the one I currently have. Quick spiral. Down motion. Just connect the end of one to another. It's quick spiral. New. Let's just call it new. Okay. And so if we go to try to create this quick spiral, and we'll kind of go over here to the side. And I'll show you why I did it like this, because it is so easy to put down. And if you go quick spiral, you can go ahead and just attach it there. And then when you go up, you can just go ahead and attach it to the top of the next one. All right, make sure that your arrows are always going the same direction. And in this case, you can just go ahead and keep collecting it. Again, the arrow should be going the same way. Like this. Just actually, we want to just keep rotating the arrow. And you can see that there's gaps in there, right? So the gaps, you want to go in and you want to fill in those gaps yourself. Like this. Or even better, we could probably, think about it, you could probably half rotate it to go even faster. Because what you can do with your blueprints is just basically align it to the current blueprint if it's going to let us. Oh, you got to be so awkward, brother. Okay. Too awkward. Take it out. Do it again. That other blueprint is messing it up. Okay. Put that down. Sometimes this game is annoying. You just saw me doing it. Now it's not letting me do it. Go on the top of it. Okay. All right, I don't have the patience to go through and try to fix that. Let's try it with it off of blueprint mode. Then we'll put it on blueprint mode, see if that fixes it. Yes, okay, so what we want to do is have the spiral be at the opposite side, like this. And so basically you want your spirals to flip back and forth, like this. Well, if they're in the center, it would be great. Like that. And the reason why you want that is because it's just going to make it easier to go like this. And you can just do full half circles instead of semi-arcs. Like this. Now remember, it's going to flatten out like it's doing there. And it's going to be kind of a wibbly wobbly thing. But it's a real quick way of making a spiral. But it's not great. Take that out. Take this out. And again, we'll come back and take out the old one that we did. The old spiral there. And because now we have a perfectly beautiful spiral over here. We no longer need this one. And again, you can see that this is perfectly made. Again, the rising of it is perfect. And again, it's not, when you're making these circles, the foundations themselves and also the walls do not perfectly line up to the actual perfect helix that you need. This is a perfect helix. This is a perfect helix and is offset in a perfect way. So there you go. Okay. But does it trigger your vertigo, though? It sure does. It every time I do anything that spins, anything, actually when I'm on the trains themselves, even if I'm going straight, it actually triggers my dizziness. So all I can do is just roll with it. I try not to fall out of my chair. So there we go, everybody. Again, we have all of our supports up there. All of that looking cool. Now's a good time to take a break. And I probably should take out this other one. Flip-flop these is what I should say. Flip-flop these alternate sides and just connect the end. All right. Confirm. Take out the old one. And I don't want any of these old ones to end up for you guys. And there we go. And again, you guys can go build the same exact thing that I did. Oop, I left some up there. I left one up there. Oh, again, get it with the blue printer. All right, so we got to go in, take out this first spiral, connect the second spiral in, and then set our incoming and outcoming trains. Then we can set up also all of our stuff. You know, this actually would work better tying into our current lines too. Yeah, we could tie this into our current lines where it merges in and goes in like we had before, where it comes around and ends up in that thing. But I'll probably just keep it separate. Just so this can come down here and grab water. Now, this train can come down here and grab a bunch of other stuff, too, by the way. I could also run the copper and the other stuff that's around here up to this. Actually, just right over the ridge there. I could run all of the other stuff over here, too. The, what is it called? Coal. The coal and all that over here. And use this for my coal collection and thing. But, again, the way to do this faster, everybody, I could have had this done hours and hours ago. But the way I normally would have done it is just took the thing here and run the pipes right up this. And then put a bunch of pumps on there. And then it would have just ran it. Instead of doing all of this embellishment that we're doing. But it actually does collects more water than it would if I was just running a single train. Or if I was running the water up to the train and then having the train going. Because this is collecting 4 things and we're having it split. So it's 600 and 600 coming out. It's going 300, 300, 300, 300. And then it's going to backlog anyway while we're busy doing all of this. So that means that this is full, this one's full, and all of those are full. And every time the train comes, boom, it's going to fill up right away and then run it up. So we can run 2 trains and have it go even faster. Because when we start up our nuclear power, then it's really going to get going. which we're going to do when we come back. So let's go ahead and clear this out. Right over there. And now our designer's nice and clear, and we'll leave that there just in case we need it. I say we log out for a second just to clear out all of that stuff. Then we're going to take a break, everybody. So time for some words on stream. If you've never played words on stream before, what you got to do is descramble the words, just like you see right there. Descramble it. If you do get one right, you're going to see that little lock pop up right there. If you see that lock pop up, it's going to pop up here in a second. There it is. When you see that little lock there, that means that you're locked. You have to wait for the little bar to go across and to be unlocked to do another word. This allows everybody to have to work together and not just one person to do all the words. So definitely work together. If I see you guys working together, when I come back, I'm going to shower you guys with a bunch of Kiscats, which you can use toward future giveaways. All right? So did I already make it rain? I think I did, but you know what? I'm going to go ahead and give it to you again. There you go. Yes, it is break time. Here we go, everybody. I'm going to start this up. I press all the buttons. And anytime now. There we go. All right, be right back. How you crazies doing in here? Are we doing it done? Oh, I see some people working together. Let me see if I can jump in here and lend a hand here, everybody. I don't know, I'm pretty terrible at these games, but I'm gonna try. That's why I leave it in there for you guys to get it done. Let's see. F-A-L-E? Fail? Folly? Lean. Did we get that one? Oh, I already got lean. What? Fallen. Oh, you already got fallen. Yeah, I actually saw a big word there for once. Gall. Oh, G is a fake letter. Oh, that's what really messed me up. Lane. We already got lane. Pain. F-A-F-L-A-N? Flan. Yeah, flan. I can't think of anything else. I'm so bad at these. What's got two L's in it? Fallen. Fallen's got two L's. We already got that. Leaf. Did we get leaf? We already got leaf. All right. Oh, hey, we got it done. That's the important part. Oh, I forgot to put my headphones back in again. We got it done. That's what's important. Right there. We're going to give you guys a bunch of Kismets for working together. Right over there. All righty, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and switch on back to some Satisfactory. And again, we're doing a bonus stream. Now, we kind of logged out here. Now, I have my own private server. It's just a single person server. It's not a multi-person server. Though you can have a bunch of people in a multi-server if you want. Go over there and hook yourself up at my buddies over there at G Portal. Over there, you get 10% off if you follow that link. Get it going, right over there. Oh, did we crush the retweets? Oh, we did. Look at you guys go. Well, let me give you some more Kismets for being awesome. I know, just hang out in the stream. You guys are getting more and more chance of winning them giveaways, just chilling out in the stream. Big time. Okay, so we get back here. Now check out this beautiful and perfect spiral, everybody. Because we figured out, at least I had a sudden moment, that it's all about the rising angle of what you're doing. I was thinking about it because my other one goes up and down and up and down. If you missed it earlier on the stream, that one's kind of like what's known as porpoising. It goes up and down, up and down. which I didn't like, but it worked, so we went with it. It's a quick and easy way of just stacking those and connecting them, and you're done. But if we want to do a perfect spiral, we want to go ahead and use our ramps. And so we used our ramps, and we went ahead and we just did a spiral with our ramps up and up. So we went, we started with a flat foundation. We went up by 5 ramps, and then we did a flat foundation in the corner, then 5 ramps, flat foundation, 5 ramps, flat foundation, etc., 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 up just a bit. Then we also added the second row on the outside, which is basically the same thing. You go 5 ramps, and in this case, you actually go 2 flat, and then you go 5 more forward, and then 2 and 5 and 2, and so on to do the larger arc, the outer arc. Now, when you're doing the inner arc, you can actually do, like I like to start to here, and then just half arc that inner one. So again, the one that's 3 foundations out, you just do a full half circle, and you just half circle, half circle, half circle, easy mode, especially if you're only building one of them, everybody. We could have had, 10 of those built by now. But because we added the second one, we had to actually do it in half arcs in the second one. So the second one, you can see it just goes to that point, and you can see that this one goes to the next step, and so on and so on. We had a bunch of scaffolding there, or a bunch of blueprints that we used to run those. Now you can also see here that this is just a half arc, but this right here is a full half circle because it automatically does the arc perfectly because we're 3 out. It's going to do that arc perfectly over and over and over again all the way up. But now it's time to put it in use. We also did some cross beams, made it a little bit fancy by putting in these little things that are holding up the tracks, which I think looks pretty awesome. And we can see that beautiful double spiral or beautiful double helix. Is what that's called in 3D. And now what we want to do is we want to go ahead and go in here to our blueprinter and basically just take out all of this other stuff that we had built before. Just like this. Oh, we can take our sound and take that out. And then some of this stuff we built without blueprints, so we're going to go ahead and basically decommission all of that, and then back down the other way. You can see we did them all on the same side just to make this part nice and easy. And down, down, and now the old one is gone. There we go. Very nice. Now we still have our train up there. It's sitting up there chilling out right now, waiting for us to get things done. Now, this is going to be our incoming train. Now, one of the things we'll need to do if we're going to have multiple trains is to think about our block signals. So, when our train is coming in, this particular train has 4 of our cars. So, you have the train engine and then 4 cargo cars, whether it's fluid cargo or just item cargo. And then also, I suggest to add another train to that. Whenever you have 4 or more, you want to have 2 engines in there. So we're going to go ahead and make our train. So we're going to go here, and then we're going to go 7, and then 7. That's the number down here at the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we're going to put a train at the end. Now, why are we going to put a train at the end? This way I don't have to modify my station, which I could easily do. I could take it out, add a blank spot, and then another thing there. But I like to have it in the back. That's just me. That's just the way I like to do it. Also, it makes it easier when it goes into the station. It can just hang out off the end of the station there. So we're going to just go ahead and move this forward just enough so it's sitting inside the station so we can see how far that the engine is hanging out the back. Kind of like that. And again, that you can see that this is hanging out the back here. Now, you want to make sure that you're accommodating that part hanging out of the back of that. And so we'll say right there. So if another train comes up behind it, it's going to come up and it's going to stop right here. All right. So we're going to go ahead and do that. And then also, just in case there's a train still pulling out of the station here, we don't want it to crash into our outgoing one. Again, you can put it really close. A lot of people like to snap it right here into the train station. No, I think I will on this particular station. There we go. And we'll just have it where it's just outside the station. So just outside this way, just outside that way. That's a great way to get started in your trains. Then we're going to go ahead and take this train and we're going to run it up our new track and see what happens. Let's go. Now, because this is a double track, it doesn't have to go back into the same track. There's no switching or any of that stuff. It's automatically set up, and you can see we're leading in a perfect straight line into the spiral. And so the inner spiral is going to be up, and the bottom spiral is going to be down. Now, you can see that we are going way faster than we were before. We were having 85 without any cars and around 60 to 70 with the cars. And right now we're doing 96. We're only losing about 4 miles per hour because we have perfected our spiral and perfected our angle of our spiral so that it is not going like this the whole entire time. It is just going really quick and easy, just like if we had put it on a spiral ramp. So these tracks are perfect in the way that they go up as a helix. And that's because I use foundations as a template. All right. And there we go. Luckily, it doesn't go flying off the end of the track. Luckily. Okay, so now what we can do is instead of having all of this stuff up here, we can go ahead and just assume that we're going to do it down here. Now, earlier, I had brought it up. I had connected it in the track here because I was having it go back onto the same track that it was coming from. It was causing my signals to get all messed up. But we no longer need to worry about that because now we're going to have this train be completely separate from any of our other train systems. So we're going to go ahead and take all of this out, and we're going to try to better line up our foundations here. And we'll zoop our way back over this way. Okay, so this is going to go ahead and line up somewhat to what we already have there because, again, it's snapped to the part at the bottom. It lines up perfectly to the middle of that foundation. And so what I'm going to do is just take it and... I ran it up a little too high there. A little lower. Just take it and run it a little bit past. It's okay if it clips for now because we're just using that as a template. And then we're going to go ahead... just bring this up and try to make it nice and straight right here to finish up. And there we go. Now, again, we don't want it to be any of that stuff. And, again, we tried to get it about center. I think we need to try once again. I was just trying to see what the one that I want to get. Say right there. This one, same thing. Easy, easy. We know exactly where we want the second one to be now that we did the first one. The center of that one there. Oh, it didn't. Did it go in the center? My light on. Yes, it did. Okay, so it's in the center. So we brought that straight out in the center. Now we're flat with the foundations. And so now we're going to run these underneath. And actually these ones we could take all out of here because we're going to redo all of that. Cool thing about this is that the train is going to be hidden underneath the foundations, and you'll only see it when it's coming up and down along the ends. Again, we'll run these out like that. Okay, and then we'll run this across here as far as we can. I like to line it up to the foundation edge, just makes it easier. For more advanced stuff later on. It also allows you to kind of figure out what your max distance, so you're just doing one piece at a time. Okay, now before we do all of that, we want to go over here and refigure out how we're going to get these trains to get into the station. And we can see we already have a train on the tracks here. And what we're going to do is need to move this train forward just a little bit. If I could just use this one. Turn off self-driving. I can. I could use the one in the back. I don't think I've ever tried that. Just move it forward just a little bit, and then we're going to ghost ride it. Let it roll forward so we can go ahead and rework how we have this back here. Now, one of the things I don't want to do is I don't want to get too close to my other track here. Again, there is a signal there. We've already had some issues with that. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and try to move this track over just a little bit. And instead of running it down the center like we normally would, we're going to go ahead and just offset it a bit right over here. So ultimately, we'll want our track to end up over here. So let's go ahead and just backtrack this one here. Let's say to about middle of that one. And then again, we'll use the center of these to offset this. This also gives us a little bit of room to work with our factory there. And there we go. We've got our double line. Again, this is something we'll move forward. Don't think that's going to reach. There's something there. We've got some power lines we can cover up there now. And let's say here. Now we want this arch to arch back again, end up on that track. And then what we're doing is we're just doing a quick turnaround and then a nice straightaway so it can get up to speed. Now every time you're on an arc like that, it will slow down. So you want to keep that in mind. Now I want to go ahead and grab this here and try to get an idea of where I could line that up over here. So we're going to go ahead and try here at the edge of the building first. And then see if it lets us do it. No. Okay, so then we'll try one foundation back from the edge of the building and then try that. That is a winner. And there you go. That's it. That's all we had to do. Pretty sweet. Okay, now we need to go in and connect or basically use our block signals again so that we can kind of block the train station. So again, if there's two of them running, we can get that going. Again, snap this right to the end here. This is so awkward. Use your scroll wheel if you gotta. And why it has to be so awkward. Hopefully they fix that at some point. Now my block signals are going to be kind of messed up right now because it's not connected to the rest of the train tracks. So we just want to make sure that we have it where at least there's some segments of the train tracks that are separate. And then what we're going to do is just basically take a lot of this out. And we're going to try to run these underneath here. Just to give us a little bit of a where we're going, what we're doing kind of thing. And then down we go. And we're just going to let it pick where we want to turn. No, that's not going to be good. We're going to need more space than that. Okay, but we know where we're turning, so that's good. We're turning right here on this edge. And so we want to go back by, let's see, this middle part would consider the corner, so we'll say right to there. Let's bring that to there. And this one, we'll just backtrack it. Do the rest of that track in a bit. Okay, so we want to go ahead and figure out our turn ahead of time. So we've got two here, and then we're going to turn into this area here. So we're going to go 2 forward. This is going to be our area. And then we'll say 1, 2 back. So we'll say right about here. So this is where our arc is going to be. That's not going to be able to go there, so we're going to take that out. And again, you need to be 2 back from the corner because it makes it easier for when you're doing your turn. So again, we'll just go ahead and manually take care of this. Let's say to the middle of that. And then we also know that this one's going to be pretty much the same. Go down and end up right there. Very nice. And now that we have our 2 straight pieces in alignment, we can just very easily put in the arches if it lets us. So a little too sharp there. This one's got to go back just a little bit. Just a bit. Again, the inside one needs to offset. So I would offset that one back by 1 foundation. Like that. I always like to double check it though, just in case. And then we'll try to get that curve in. Oh, really? Oh, this one's too far forward too. Oh, dear. Dear, I gotta do it on both sides. Both sides back. This one should end up the whole foundation forward. There we go. And of course, obviously, I'll take out those foundations. So there's our sweet circles. Sweet arcs there. Okay, looking good. And then we'll just take out these foundations here. And we'll just put that one back. Something like that. We can also do half foundations as well. If you're really worried about it, everybody, just throw a half foundation under this one. And then it's not going to be blocking that other one. And then we can go ahead and reconnect all of this stuff. Now that's connected, and this is connected. Very nice. And then we can go ahead and try to bring our train forward. Now, I always suggest to test your train tracks, everybody, to get on there and actually drive on your train tracks to see if it's actually going to work. Now, in theory, when I connect this last part here, it should automatically detect the station, and that other train should start moving on its own because it's set up to automate if I had it turned on. But I did turn it off earlier. So let's go ahead and drive this train first and see if this train can make it to the train station. It absolutely can. Now we'll need to put some stop signals in there elsewhere so that it segments the track so all of this stuff works. But let's go ahead and jump back into this train. Apparently not going to let me jump into this train for some reason. Train is moving. Won't let me do. Okay. Fine, I'll go over here. Water train number 1. And now we're also going to have water train. I try to make my trains very obvious. Water train number 2. Okay, water train number 1 can go ahead and turn back on self-driving. And it should start up itself. It is weirdly just slowly moving. Whoa, we took the whole front of the train out. Okay, that was weird. And it jumped back like it was actually back here. All right, let's try that again. Water train 1. Turn on self-driving. Okay. Knows where it's going. Knows what it's doing. All right, nice. Now we've got water train number 2. Water train number 2, I cannot get in for... Oh, there it was. Some weird stuff going on. All right, let me go on to the main menu. So something. If those look good with those smaller pillars, oh, I bet you could make some cool stuff with smaller pillars as well. Again, there's a lot of embellishments that you can do in this game. I do not spend a lot of time doing embellishments. I always feel like you build the basic thing first, make it functional, and then you come back and make it beautiful if you want. Function before beauty, I find. Function before form, as the old Bauhaus reversal would tell you. Bauhaus is the other way. It's form before function, meaning that it should look beautiful more than the actual function of the item. So like chairs that are difficult to sit in. All right, edit its timetable. Okay, water pickup and then water drop off. Save, auto driving on, and away we go. Now it's just going to skip this station because what it should do is go and pick it up. But it's going to see if it can actually get past this part. But see, it can't get past this part because right now it's blocked because the other train is on the track and there's no place for it to go. So what I'm going to do is go way up over here and I'm going to segment the track. I'm going to try to not get too close to that one. And I'm going to go ahead and segment this track right there. There we go. Now, in theory, the train should automatically start and come down the track and end up right where I am. There it is. Very nice. All right, so he's going to make his way to there. And as I add more of these, it should basically open up the different segments of the track. Now, to kind of space these out a little bit, I'm going to tell it that it can only come right to here before it goes down the spiral. Actually, whoa, look out. Before it goes down the spiral, just in case there is something already on the spiral so it can get up to speed before it goes into the spiral. Let's say right there. And notice how it changes color of the track in case there's another train on the spiral. And you can see that the one side is blue and the other side is red, which I think is pretty cool. There we go. And so the other train should be making its way down as well. So we're going to have two trains on the train track. And they potentially could crash into each other. But since they're going in opposite directions, which is super cool. Aha! That's cool, everybody. That's super cool. So it's going in opposite directions, going up the track itself. Now, should this one get over here and get ahead of speed and try to get up onto the curve here, I want to go ahead and have it also stop, say, back here so that it can then build up some momentum before it goes up the curve there. But you can see we also already have a bit of a track here. So before it pulls out of the station, I'm going to go ahead and just leave this part all one track and really tell it that when the actual train has reached the top, right? So when it's reached the top of the spiral, it can then now enter that spiral and go up there. Now, if I do it perfectly, they will alternate, and one will be going up when the other one's going down, one will be going down while the other one's going up. You get the idea. And so what I'm going to do is, as this one's going up along this blue line, I'm going to say, hey, as you're coming up here, once it reaches past this point, then it's okay to keep going. And again, it's going to be coming up, down the outer one, up this one here. There we go. It's green. Okay, so it's going to basically say, is there anything on the spiral? No, there's nothing on the spiral. I'm going to go ahead and go full speed up the spiral because you want your trains to be going full speed when they hit that spiral. So it's going to go pretty quick up and down. So I can go ahead and take this one out up here because I don't need that because it's going in the opposite direction. And this one's tied to this one. Again, this is where it's going to be coming up. It's all green right now. And here comes the other one down. Very nice. And let's see. Right now, what does it say? Oh, that one was to stop it from going on the spiral. That's what that other one was for. Durr. That's what I put that there. So it'd have kind of some ramp up speed. before it got on the spiral. Yes, right now there's something on the spiral. Okay. Again, you don't want to have both of them on the spiral at the same time crashing into each other. And again, look at this. One going up. And the other one coming down. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Okay, and that should be about it. That's all I really need for those block signals, just to make sure it doesn't crash into it when it's in the station. Make sure that it kind of spreads them out a bit. So one's going up, one's coming down, and they're getting spread out on the opposite side. So one's picking up while the other one's dropping off. That's why you really want to think about your block signals, is that it does space them out from being right up on top of each other. And it's much more effective that way as well, because this way this one can unload and then pull out of the station by the time the other one even gets close. So it doesn't have to wait for it in the station. And the best way to know is to let it run for a while, and then you'll know. So that's it. Done. Done with that massive spiral project that took us about 5 hours, but totally was worth it, because now we can make spirals to our heart's content all over the world. So if we need water, I think water is probably your best thing to use trains on, is to go down, get that water, and then split it up among multiple things, and then bring that up. Now, let's go ahead and take a ride on the train on the way back up again here. Right over here. You make want to do anything but with bridges? Oh yeah, you can build some really cool bridges as well. All right, here we go up the spiral. Watch for the other train. Now, you don't want your tracks to be any closer than this, everybody, or they can collide, even if they're on separate tracks. This is really good, everybody. We've massively boosted it by 30 kilometers faster on the up drive. So overall faster up and about the same down. And that's really what we want. We want to have that just nice, slow, easy rise. And so it's going faster, a very consistent speed. This really makes me dizzy. But not too dizzy, everybody. Again, I've been working on my dizziness for so many years now. It's actually way better. Ah, there goes the other train. Perfectly spaced. Look at those cool supports as we're going by. A lot further than you think. It's way down there. And again, Kismet, why do you have your base up so high? So that I don't have to have my trains going up at angles. They can just go completely flat to wherever I want, grab those resources, bring them back. That's why I build it up nice and high. There's actually only one thing in the game right now that's blocking it. It's that big old mountain right over there. But I think I could avoid it if I wanted to. I'll just go around it. All right, these trains are working beautifully. I'm just going to pop out right here, let that train do its thing. And I bet you all of these things are full because we've been letting this run. Oh, man, we got a lot of that. Let's see over here. What are we waiting on over here? I think we're waiting on our uranium. We don't have any power in there as well. We've got to chain that power. I see the first one has power. How do I know? Because this one is red. That means no power. And this one's yellow, which means it does have power. So we've got a bunch of stuff to do to connect all this together. Now, our other train, our smaller train over here, is our uranium train. And then over here, we have a bunch of other various resources coming in and out of there, going into our storage unit. Now, you're like, hey, man, it's a square. Square is efficient. That's why I have it as a square. But you can see it has a bunch of coal there, some quartz, some sulfur, and some iron. Some of that which we are using, and some of that which we will use later on. But you can see that it's not dropping off any uranium, because uranium is the last thing that you want to start up, everybody. You do not want to start that up and just be radiated the whole time while you try to build the rest of your base. That's the last thing. I have a remote that I can flip on a priority switch, and bam, it'll switch that uranium on, and then we'll start picking it up, and then we'll be good. Right now, we need to finish out with our production over here that we were working on, our encased uranium cells. So let's get in here. Let's go ahead and run our pipelines here together. So this is all connected together all the way down. That's why we've left this open, so we can connect all these lines. And these are 2 blenders each, and then it's 6 different buildings, so that's a total of 12 blenders. We've already pre-configured them all. We already pre-ran all of the lines and all that stuff. All we have to do is a little bit of work on our end, and then we are good. And again, we want to backtrack this. Wow, no, I'm gonna die. Somebody save me. Oh my God, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Somebody save me. Oh no, oh no. Luckily, I had some power down there. Yeah, I should have ran the power first. Should have did what it was telling me to do. But just so happens, everybody, that we just happen to have a spiral train over here that we can kind of run over to. Watch out for all the baddies. What's up, baddies? Can't get me. I'll hover out of here. Now, another cool thing that I can do is just hop a train. Another thing I could also do is just put a hypertube in here. Actually, I should stop this train. There we go. I can put a hypertube in there to zip me up to the top, or I could make it a spiral hypertube. Or because I've ran the power down this, which eventually I could just take out now because the actual power is being run via the tracks. So I can just go vertical like this. I can also put a hypertube up this. I like vertical hypertubes because it's just like, boom, takes you all the way to the top. And you don't have to do spirals or angles or whatnot. And I find a lot of times that it's just faster not even using the hypertube because the hypertube uses power. So why would I want to have it running all the time? It's kind of like my kids and lights, everybody. They turn on a bunch of lights and then they leave for like 6 hours. And so basically that's just money down the tube that I don't have in the first place that I'm trying to save so I can pay for their cell phones. So they have a tendency to leave the lights on, the doors open, things unlocked, all that kind of stuff. But they're young, they'll learn. They'll learn the easy way, they'll learn the hard way, one or the other. Basically, I don't want those hypertubes to be running all the time because it basically will cost me more cash or more power for my power plant here. So let's go over here and run the power first so I stop falling off the side there. I jumped off the side there to see if there was any power. I was going to try to get back, but didn't make it. Didn't make it. Okay, there we go. We'll connect that power there. And we'll just run along here, and we'll know if there's power because we'd be able to float. Like this. And we could run it underneath. On these particular buildings, I'm just going to run them across. There we go. All right, now we can go ahead. Oh, we didn't connect this last part. I didn't connect that last one. Did I connect this one? Yes, I did. There's one at the end I missed. And then we're going to connect this to that. Or not. There we go. See, now we can fly around the outside. I could put foundations down there, but shouldn't have to. Do all the piping first. Didn't know you could run your piping through the wall holes, kind of like you do with your foundations or with your belts. Okay, so this one's going to go in here. All right, this is an in, and these are 2 ins. That's right. Okay, so we got some belt work to do. We've got one that goes from here to here, there to there. Over here, or the middle one goes from there to there. Okay. And these are called modular buildings, where you can just go ahead and just keep making more and more of them based on how many you need. And it makes it really nice to just be able to plop these down. All the power is already pre-run. All that stuff's done. And you just got a little bit of work where you got to go in and just connect the buildings together. All these buildings are going to work in tandem. And then right here. Again, big bonus stream today, everybody. I was so inspired. I had to hop on stream and get this going on. And I think it worked out amazing. I think it turned out amazing. Oh, he took away your cell phone every time you leave the lights on? Oh my gosh, that's all I'd be doing all day long, everybody. I don't like to take my kids' cell phones away. I don't like to put them in timeout. I don't like to yell at them and tell them to be respectful and all that stuff. But you got to do that stuff as a parent. You got to pick your battles, everybody. My battle is treat people with respect. Treat your parents with respect. You don't talk to your mama with disrespect. You don't talk to your daddy with disrespect. If you do, you're busted. Now, if you spill the milk, if you crash the car, if you get into trouble at school and whatnot, that's a lesser infraction. Maybe the trouble in school might be just under being disrespectful. But all the other stuff, don't care. Like my kids get in an accident, I'm more worried about how my kids are doing than the car or anything else. Car is just a thing. When someone spills milk or they have an accident, they do an accident of something, everybody, this is why they call it an accident. They had an accident. And in that moment, they don't want you to jump all over them and say how stupid you are and could you do that thing and I can't believe you made this mistake and all that stuff. They don't want to hear that. You know what they want to hear? They want to hear like, it's okay. You made a mistake. You spilled the milk. It's okay. We'll clean it up. Put some more milk in the thing. We're good, right? And I find that's a difficult thing for some people to do. Some people get all freaked out. Like my wife gets all freaked out when my kids, they get an accident or they spill the milk or they drop something or if something breaks or whatever. Like if they drop a glass and a glass breaks, it's a glass, everybody. It costs like $3 from Walmart. You go get another one. Hopefully it's not like an heirloom or a really expensive one, which I don't think I have any of those, and I wouldn't buy those anyway just because I have kids. But, again, it's no big deal. It's not worth traumatizing your kids over some that they got in an accident or that they spilled the milk or whatever it is. I feel like those are lesser battles that you need to fight. The number one battle you need to fight is that your kids turn out to be decent human beings. I feel like that's fight number one. Right? Fight number one, be respectful of other people. That's it. Nothing more. You win that battle, you've won the war, basically. And I think I have. They do sometimes still get feisty because they are teenagers and they think they know everything. And boy, I'm 50 years old, everybody. I can tell you I don't know everything. Nor will I ever know everything, ever. I will never know everything in my entire lifetime. If I spent every second of the rest of my lifetime, I would still never know everything. So I know a lot about some things. I know a lot about some things. And I know a little about other things, and there are some things I have no clue about, and there are some things that I don't want to know. So there you go. That's how you get her done. Now, over here, we've got two inputs here that we need to do, and we're going to get our spreadsheet out over here. I'm just going to show it to you real quick over here. We've got a spreadsheet of that I created for this particular power. So we need uranium ore, which is going to come from over there. So we're going to go and check out how our uranium is running under here. Again, see, this is why I have unlimited space to run all my stuff, everybody, is that I put it up really high, and then it makes it easy for me to run it wherever I want. Okay, so I think we're going to double run this out just to make this a little easier. And so we're just going to do this, and then we're going to get this from over here to over there. We might actually start up our nuclear power today. Sounds pretty sexy. All right, so number one, we're going to go to the right. Number two, we're going to go to the left. And then this is just rinse and repeat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 is your max distance of your belts. And we're using a nice Mark 5. There is a Mark 6. We haven't got to the Mark 6 yet. We're in no hurry. We're having some fun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then just over and over. Now again, you can see I'm double running this uranium, and that is so that it'll come out of there faster, and it will end up here at the end. Right over here. Now we want to go ahead and actually, we want to take this out. I just remembered. We want to put our storage in, and so we want to go ahead and do our foundations here. There we go. So what we're going to do is way over here, away from our base, way, because that's my base over here where you can see the augmenter. This is not my base. This is nuclear power. This is keep this away from me because I don't want to get radiated section. You can see also our blueprint of our buildings from over here that we built last time. But what I want to do is I want to go ahead and build a bunch of storage. Now, I just happen to have a bunch of storages here, including some nice vertical storage, which is pretty crazy. I could just top that right on top of another building and throw some storage in there if I want. That is kind of a fun idea. I could throw it up there. But I also have what I call the stackers. So you have a whole bunch of pre-made blueprints for stacking resources. Now, sometimes I might need to sort the resources, so I'll have a sorter on the back. But in this case, I don't really need to sort it. What I need to do is I need to put a bunch of these down. Now, that's a whole building full of sorters. What I really need is just the smaller one here, which is just a single line of sorting. We'll turn our blueprint mode off. We're going to try to line this up where we need this to be. Turn it the right direction is always awesome. And we'll go ahead and give it a little bit of room so we can see it making it from A to Z. So we'll take these out, and we're going to run that right in there. That is not right. Nope. That is not correct, because that is the output. That is not correct. We need to go the other direction. There we go. We need that to go the other direction, and again, we'll give it some little bit of space here. Like so. Now this is going to come out of here, right? That's saying going in. Why is that going in that direction? Oh, because we're going to end up on the other side so that this is away from where we're at. That's why we said it that way. That's right. That's right. Now we know. And then this one here, we'll take this one out. And we'll use it over here because this is going to be that input that we're looking for. Oop, wrong thing. Right there. Here's this input we're looking for. For our uranium, we'll say the bottom one is going to be uranium. And lining it up off of this. And we'll say right there. Now, we don't need the bottom part there. What we're going to do is we're going to actually run this on the high side right into there like that. So now we need to get our uranium into there. We'll want that to end up back here. That's why we're doing all of this, so we know where we're going to end up. And then this is going to go into there. And now that one that we're running there should end up on this one over here. So we can go ahead and do the same thing with this one. Do this. Now also over here, we want to go ahead and take out our lifter here. And we want this to end up over there as well. So we're just going to run these in tandem just to make this easier. And so we'll go down here. We'll say we're going to run this underneath here. And we'll use the triple one just because triple one's a bit easier. And we'll run this center. Run this one. We'll do the straight build mode. And then we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A little too far. Say here and here. And there. Okay, now I just remembered I used the 2 over here instead of the 3, but that's okay. We'll just do this and this. Just going to separate these out a bit because I don't want anything else running on these particular lines. it'll just make it easy for me to see which one's which. Put that one in there, and then the outer one. This one. Okay, will be our uranium. Oh, and we need to fix that. That funky line is so funky. Turn it straight off. There we go. Okay, so now we have the ability to run our uranium in and have it end up over there. We need to go double check that this actually is our uranium. Oh, I'm running a double uranium line. I forgot. I'm running a double uranium line. It just dawned on me. Let's go get that going as well. The reason why I'm running a double uranium line is so that I can get that out of the thing faster, whatever it's called, the train station. Okay, let's do this again. So we're gonna have this one as this one as the middle one, and now we'll definitely have to redo the two ones there because I totally forgot about the concrete that I need to run. I'll also need to run that one on the inside one. I love this right angle stuff, man. It is so awesome. Love it. You're like, Kismet, how can you float underneath the ground like that? This is a bunch of power up above me. And it makes that nice and easy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Again, we want to run our triple lines here. Okay, that all looks good. And we want the two inner ones to be the radiation one, and then the outer one to be the concrete one. Take these out. And we'll run this forward. Just a little extra bit, makes this a little easier. Inner one. Inner one. Go. Okay. Now we need our concrete. I remember where the heck I did that at. Over here somewhere. Over here somewhere. All right, right here. Okay, now we're going to probably need a bunch of these. Let's see if we have any more of our Mercer spheres, which I doubt. No. Okay, let's go decommission some of these so we could put our dimensional depot in there as well. Kind of pre-think that out. These big towers here, by the way, are battery towers. I feel like we should do this in real life, everybody. Just build a bunch of battery towers everywhere. And then just backlog all the power, so when people need power, they can just access the batteries. If you were to build that in real life, everybody, you could build enough for the whole entire world. And then just generate all the power, put it in battery backup, and then it wouldn't have problems going on and off, because it would have redundant storage. Always. So there we go. Yes, I have a lot of T&L spreadsheets. They're all good ones, too. All right, we're going to go up here and get it going. I'm going to be updating them for Tier 2s coming up in about, how many days? About 7 days from now. Or so. 6, 7, 8, 9 days. We're going to be playing some Throne of Liberty, the expansion. Calandria. Okay, so we're going to go up here and look at that. Ah, still awesome. Thanks to everybody who did donate to St. Jude. Over here, all these awesome people. See, look, I told you I was going to keep it in the thing. See, that's why you want to donate to the stream, everybody, so you get your name in game. Look at our little presents are still going around. Santa or Snowman's doing his thing. Awesome. Love the heart up there. Heart turned out amazing. All right, over here. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to decommission some of this up here. You can see I was working on stuff. I was actually working on a way of seeing when those boxes were full. Whatnot. We're going to go over here to stuff that I don't really need all that much. In this case, I don't need this or this. This is all stuff that I'm not really using. And so I'm just going to kind of pick some of this that I don't really need right this second. And we're going to decommission a lot of these dimensional depots out of there. Now, I have a bunch of other ones for basic resources over here. All of these have dimensional depots. This is a massive backlog of resources. If you notice, everybody, I have no production of those resources other than the ones that you just saw. And that's because I tore all that down. I utilized it. I ran it, let it run for a couple weeks, backlogged literally thousands upon thousands of resources. And now I'm not hurting for resources. I could actually finish the entire game without actually having to do those basic resources anymore. But some of those basic resources are part of our nuclear production. So instead of having them completely separate, what I've done is I've now moved a lot of the production over here, which is by my hub over there. Not right next to it, but it's pretty close. All of these other productions over here, and so it's producing all this extra stuff, which eventually I will need. But one of the things I do want it to do is to run this stuff into the dimensional depot. Now, before I run it in the dimensional depot, though, I do want to go ahead and do a splitter because I want to go ahead and split some of this. And we're going to see if we can get the thing in here and then also the dimensional depot without impeding too much into our road. Maybe a little bit like that. Now, the trickiest part of this is to get this to go down in the ground like this. So it's both going down into the ground and also into the dimensional depot. And so basically that's what I will do with all the rest of these. Now the problem is the second I add another splitter, say for our stuff here, you can see that it starts to clip through that one there, which I do not like. So what's another way of doing the same thing? So let's go ahead and take this out like so. Over here, and we will redo this another way. So one of the things that I like to do is use a small storage container like this to go at the bottom. Now what that's doing is just acting as a foundation for me to go ahead and put the dimensional depot on top of it, and then I can use the top output to go into the dimensional depot, and then take this out of here. And again, you can put some supports in there, whatever you want to do. And then the bottom one is going to come out to here so that I can see if it's actually functioning, or out to here, to see if it's actually working, and then run it in, and then I'm going to run the concrete out there. So now it both goes in the dimensional depot and then also down the line to the next part of the process. And again, this is 10 boxes deep, everybody, 5 and then 5 in the back. So this is a lot of resources. Now I can bet you it filled it all the way to the back box. And also probably backlogged its way all the way back to the production that we're doing way back there in the corner. So very cool. But what we want to do is use the maximum amount of it to use it for our next part of the process. So there's some other things that we want to run too while we're at it. We're going to need our encased industrial beams. So let's get those set up. Again, everybody, if that triggers you, you can always just go like this. And just use your foundations. Do something like that. Or even better, take this one out. Do a nice half foundation. Rotate it. There you go. Very nice. I wonder if I could just do a half foundation. Hit H. Oh, I like that even better. I don't think I've ever tried to do that. I love trying new stuff. Turn the wrong direction. Nice. Oh, now it's offset. It tripped me up. All right, hold on. I got to do some half foundation magic here. Hologram mode is one of the greatest things they ever added to the game. See? Now just sitting up on that thing, no problem. If it's really a problem for you, you can just go in, make yourself a nice beam. There you go. Now it's sitting up on the beam holding the thing. All right? If you want to spend that much time doing that, you go right ahead. I'm not going to. Again, I'm all about efficiency, everybody. Time is your most valuable resource. Okay, what do we need to do? We need to do our small containers here. Get these all lined up. In this case, we'll do a little bit of an offset here. Just going to do all of these. Just to make this easy. Oh, dropping resources. Oh, no. I took that box out. Darn it. I didn't see that I had it selected. Guess we're going to have to redo some work here. We're going to have to go under.
Bruh.
Bruh. And I'm dropping a bunch of stuff now, too. All that in there. These stupid boxes everywhere. Taking up more of my time. All right. Okay, I think we got it fixed. Watch out what you're taking out, everybody. Sometimes stuff like that happens. Stuff like that happens, and then you're like, dang, man. That just took up my time. Bunch of that back in there. Just trying to take that stuff out so I can put the stuff down the hole here. All right. And same thing here. We'll just line these up. There. And there. Now all this stuff that we made over here is for a certain part of the process here. Now I need these ones in case industrial beams. And we need this. We're going to need the control rods. Anything else? Just concrete. Control rods. Okay, so control rods, the other thing we're going to need. Over here. And again, you might as well get them all together at the same time. This one is set forward too far. We'll fix it later. Again, we'll put our control rods into the dimensional depot. They'll start to run in there. Then our floor hole right there. Running in. Okay. Hopefully that's the only three I need. Because we already made all the other stuff from those ingredients. So yes, so those 3. So I don't really need this one. Let's just take that one out for now. And we're going to run these 3 together because eventually I'm going to need them down the line. So we want to tap these all together. So we're going to get our number 5 here and put that one that way, that one that way, that one that way. Okay, so this one's going to go, whoa, totally not what I wanted to do. You didn't run that in there, did you? Oh, let's run it now. So no. Okay, this one into here. Make sure we do some nice straight runs there. They're all running out in tandem. Okay, very nice. And then we just do the same thing we did before. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Run that over there. Just run these forward. Now I really just need the concrete is the main thing I need. But this is a real long distance. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is also called a logistics level, or also known affectionately as the sandwich level, because you're sandwiching all your resources together down here. But this is why I have so much space. See, so I can just run my lines and I never have to look at them. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. They're all running underneath. Now we're going to have a bit of a train problem here in a minute. But we will solve that train problem. Oh, that one did not go. There we go. And we'll see how good we are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right there. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and go back to 5. And we're going to see, maybe back a little bit more. Yes, we're going to see if we can go ahead and divert that. That seems like a little far. And we might just want to right turn. Let's go ahead and right turn that. And then this is going to come down this way. Right turn this, right turn that. Okay. Turn our straight function on again so it does a nice curve through there. Turn straight function off. Want to do the outer one first because it makes it easier to run the other 2. You see that the resources are also coming forward as we're running the lines. So by the time we get to the other side, this stuff will be ready to rock and roll. Also, as I pull stuff out of the box and run along these lines, all my other processes are going to start back up again and replenish or replace all of the stuff that I'm currently using. Now, I've got these, which I probably want to run to this way. So we want to go ahead and turn again. And then we'll go this way just a bit, and then we'll turn this way. Turn the straight function on. Sure, yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Feels so crazy. Feels so crazy. Bit feisty, but we do what we gotta do. Again, since I need all these resources, I might as well run them all at the same time. Tie them in together. Now, at some point, probably not today, I'm going to diagram all this stuff for you and give it to my patrons. So you know exactly how to get this going on. Now, we got a bit of a problem in the way that we put our concrete in the center. And so the concrete needs to end up over here, and the other 2 need to keep going. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and try to aim this, let's say, maybe 1 more forward. Let's see how it goes, and we're going to go ahead and do this. Now we're going to send the concrete down to the middle one there, and then this one, and this one to the top. That'll allow us to go ahead and run this underneath as we run the other 2 forward later on. Right now, I only need the concrete so I can come back and work on that when I have a destination for that to end up. Right now, my concrete should be running underneath here and eventually end up going up. There it goes. Right up through here and then feeding across all of these. So now I should start to see concrete in there. It's all good. It's golden. Right over here. This one does not have any sulfuric acid, which is not good. Why does it not have sulfuric acid? We're going to need to check it. Oh. Should be having some sulfuric acid going down the line here. Got it here. Whoa, okay. Something real funky happened with that pipe. Let's try that again this time. With sucking less. Alright. There we go. Starting to open up. Could have been filling with sulfuric acid this whole time. That first pipe got all twisted around. It happens. You want to go all the way down here and start to see this start to separate. As it starts to separate, you know that fluid is starting to flow through there. And there it goes. Okay. You know it went all the way to there. And then over here. Only need 480 sulfuric acid, and I'm making about 600. Making plenty. But it needs to fill up all these pipes to start to backlog. There we go. And then once the whole the pipes is filled, it flows better if the pipes are full. So you definitely want to let that backlog all of that. We also need to see if our concrete is coming to the end. Does look like it is. And again, this will eventually overflow and end up in the last position here. These ones right here are going to be starving for both sulfuric acid and concrete. What I can do is put it in the middle. Because in this case, there's 3 on one side, 3 in the other. So I can take the sulfuric acid, feed it in here, and then it will go in and go both ways. But then the 2 at the end will be starving instead of the 1 at the end. But what you want to do is just let this backlog, let this build up over time. And this is called manifold system, where it overflows to one, to the next one, to the next one. What you really want to do is go in and see if both items are going into each and every one of these. Like this, and this is why you have this above the building, so I don't have to fly into the building every time. I can see the lights, I can see where they're going, and this is one of these ones where you want to spread it out and not stack it on top of each other, because the uranium is going to be very overwhelming at some point. You're going to be getting radiated like crazy, so you definitely want to get that going and let that run a bit. Now, another thing I might do is I might get my uranium backlogging as well. We're almost to the next and final stage because the only thing we need here is uranium. So I believe this is done. This is good to go. Okay, now we need to make uranium fuel rods, and this is when we pull out the big guns. This is the big boys. And I forget how many of these I need. How many do I need over here? I don't think I need that many. Let's see. I need 3 of them. Wow, that is quite a few because these are massive. Okay, let's go ahead and clear our blueprint designer. And now it's time for the big boys. So we're going to pull out the manufacturers, which have 4 different inputs. This particular case, we're going to use, I believe, all 4. In case uranium cells, in case industrial beams, electromagnetic control rods, and uranium fuel rods. So we're doing the uranium fuel rods is the output. Oh, no, so we need 3. Fuel rods are the output. So we need the encased uranium cells, which is what that's making. This is what this is making, encased uranium cells. We also need encased industrial beams, which is the thing that we're making over there that we were just running. And then electromagnetic control rods, which is also what we're making over there. And we have 10 boxes deep backlogged to those. And then we'll go ahead and run those over here once we get these manufacturers going. So we actually only need 3 inputs on this particular one. And so we need a total of 3 of these. Now, I can go in and make 2 of these into one blueprint. I highly recommend not doing that I highly recommend just giving yourself a lot of room for the inputs and output of your manufacturer, and then just keep putting those blueprints down as many as you need. So what we're going to do is try to center this within one side of this, because then we don't need as big of a building. And again, we're going to try to center it a little bit. We're going to nudge it over. Again, I went into hologram mode, and then we're going to see front to back looks straight in the center. And then from left to right on these three foundations, it's in the center as well. So there we go. Again, if this was 6 wide, then it'd be a little easier, because then you can put one on one side, one on the other. But we have a lot of inputs to do, so we definitely want to get those all set up and ready to rock. So we're going to run this one to the left, this one to the center, this one to the middle. There we go. There's our 3 inputs. Now, one of the problems that we're going to need to do on this particular one when we go to build our uranium fuel rods right over here is, again, we need the 3 things, right? So we're going to get those to go in there. Now, we also need it to go in here, but also pass its way to the next building, which is going to have another one. Then we'll have 3 of them, right? So we want it to pass to the next building, and so on. So we want to go ahead and tag this as an input with red. Input there. And then we want this to pass down the line. So what we want to do is actually split these. So we'll start with the, let's do the outside one this time. We'll start with the outside one, which is going to come in from this side and then split right into there. Now this one here, we're going to go ahead and lift that one up like so, and then we're going to lift this one up, and what we're going to do is use these little black lines on the side, these right here, these little things here. This is the first level, and if you go up and you see it and you just kind of set it down, that's the second level. And that will help you align yourself to the back of those kind of boxes and a whole bunch of other stuff, and including the walls here. So we're going to run the first one here. And then we're going to go ahead and run these down this way. Now, actually, I should turn this, now that I think about it, so that it is running down this way. This actually should move back, because then we could chain it from one to another with a single blueprint. So this needs to come way back over here. And we're going to line it up like so, and the input's going to be that way. And this is going to go from this way also. My input. There we go. And that one there. Okay, now we'll take the manufacturer out, and we'll kind of custom configure the manufacturer so that it is lined up to each of those, leaving a little bit of space for our lifters. Let's see how we like that. Is that too close? Looks a little too close. A little too close. What we'll do is we'll take this one and we'll make another one over here temporarily. Take this out, grab this, snap it to that one, hit H, and just nudge it forward a little bit. Just like that. So we use that one basically as a temporary template. And then we can go ahead and try that. That looks great. Okay. This one's just going to go straight in there. This one over here, again, we're going to do this. We're going to go ahead and take a look at that little black line on the side. Put it right there. Make sure that our inputs and outputs are going the right way. This one's not going the right way. There we go. This one does not look like it's going the right way either. Let's just fix it to make sure. Okay, all the rest of the stuff don't need. Take all that out. Never trust your belts, never trust your lifters. Take them out, redo them again. There you go. Come out of there and go down into the thing. Actually, I like to go this way so it's nice and flat against the thing. This is just going to come straight out into there. And then now we can chain them further on down the line. So here, like that. All right, looking pretty good. So this one's going to go here. This one's going to go here. And if I'm very lucky, I can get this. Nope. It's going to have to go up even further. Don't think I'm going to get that at that level, so we're going to have to go up one more. Didn't really need to take that out. I could have just kept stacking it. There we go. The lifter doesn't really matter. It's the splitter that's the most important, because you can always come back. Just snap that at that level. And then run this like that. So you can see over here that we're another line up. So we could have just went one more line up there to line up to the wall. Those lines are very helpful. This one here, this one to here. And then same thing on the way out on that side. Just running it through here and then running it to the next one. And pre-doing all of this stuff so it's doing it for you is awesome. We're looking for the 3 lines. Those are inputs, and the little arrow is outputs. So input, input, everything good. If you don't feel secure about it, take your lifters out again. Just so you know, if you don't remember if you did, do it anyway. So you know that those lifters are the last thing that you put in there. GG's. Okay, now we got to tell it what direction we're going. We're going in from this side, right here, and then we're going to use green on this side as the output. Beautiful. Beauty-muss. Okay, now what is our total output when we output something in here? We're going to output one thing, our uranium fuel rod. So that's pretty easy. We can go in like so and say, you know what, we're just going to use our single input output wall. And we're just going to go like this and like that. Let's see if we can get this merger to line up. Say that way. Then input there. Output there. So again, then we can chain it from the previous one. If we have one. Otherwise, this one is just going to not be used anyway. On the first one, that's not going to be used because it's a output. And then output on that side. Again, keeping my inputs and output sides consistent. And that's pretty much it. That's all I need to do. I don't need to make it really big. In fact, I could probably scale it down even more by saying, you know what? I don't even need these last 2 sections. I can just go in. I can just go in and bring this closer like this. And the same thing with this over here. We say, you know what? This would be better if it was over here, because then we don't need all this extra space. Get rid of that. We don't need all that extra space, and then our overall blueprint is going to have a smaller footprint in our blueprint. And then right here, we'll fill in all of these, zoop those in, just to kind of hide all of this stuff. And on manufacturers, another thing I like to do is not worry about the low sides like this. Make sure that we do put these back in. Those and these. There we go. Recolor the outputs. Green, 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 green. All right, very nice. And then again, in our walls, put that into a nice little building. Nothing too fancy. Again, you can get super fancy, everybody. You really can. Put in like fluorescent lighting and all sorts of cool stuff. You do you. Me, I'm just here to show you how to do the basics. Again, I'm your official Fix-It corporate trainer. Brought to you by the same people who dropped you on this planet in the first place. Don't blame me. I'm not in charge of that. My job is just to help you not get lasered from space from being inefficient. I don't want that to happen, everybody. I want you guys to build out your factories and not have any issues, and hopefully one day get paid for it. That would be amazing. And we're going to just put that right up there. GG's. Okay. Notice also, by the way, to have no foundations on the bottom, so I can just go ahead and do those foundations. Another time, I'm just going to run it across the top here. And I can still access the manufacturer from on top and see the light. Now, I just say that I went in with a little blowtorch and I cut that out and I made it so it could go through there. Again, RP in, everybody. RP in what you need to RP. Again, double checking that this is good. Now, we're going to need to chain our power as well. Our power is over on this side. So we need to think about how we're going to run our power. I kind of feel like we're just running it right down the center like this. And again, we want to chain it from one side to the other, so we can very easily open the door, chain it to the other one, because we're just going to run this, run it right to the edge. Let's just run it right to the edge there. And then on this side, same thing. Right to the edge, connect it across. Again, now we can just chain it from one building to another to another. We'll also go in and basically run a power cord from down below. I would probably run it off to the side so it's not going through the belt. But I'll run it off to the side into the ground, and then that will tie into the primary power. And eventually I'll put some priority switches in there. I've been really slacking on my priority switches. I definitely need to get back to that at some point. But we're just trying to get our nuclear power started up so we can go ahead and let it run. And that is a done deal, everybody. We did that one nice and fast. You'd think it'd be harder because it was such a big item, but we're good. And this is for our fuel rods. Your fuel rod manufacturer. All right, manufacturer right there. And again, we're going to set it to green for radiated stuff used to build uranium fuel rods. They chain together. That's good. All right, save it. Let's go try it. Again, we need 3 of those buildings. Then we're going to take the output of this building, which is going to take all of this uranium and run it very far away from where I'm at. All the way to the end over this A. I got to run it way over here. Again, where I am not chilling out. And so we're going to go in here and also add a bunch of our foundations using our blueprints and then turning on our blueprint snapping. And we're going to be able to put these way off over here. Again, normally I like them nice and close to the road or whatever, but this is where all of the radiation is going to be, everybody. Along these here are going to be a bunch of radiation. By the train station, it's going to be radiation, and then also it's going to be running underneath my base by where my sulfur is. So I don't want to be anywhere over there once I start this up. Though I do have the radiation suit on, and I do have the radiation filters I can turn on. I don't like wasting them, and I don't like being around radiation in general, in real life or in game. So this should be coming out over here, which is our final output here. Yes. I should have put this on the other side. Would have been easier. Because this pipe has to come out of here and package all of this sulfur, but I might package it on the other side. Yeah, I might have it go that way and package, and then this I can use just to come out of here and run over to here. Okay, so let's go ahead and get these manufacturers down. We're going to turn our blueprinting off. We want to think of which way we have this running. I believe we have it running this way. Oh, I didn't do the thing I meant to do, what I did on all of these. Now, if you don't know which way the input is and the output is, what I do is I build a little extra wall there. I forgot to do it on that. So I know how to orient it, because you can't see any of the coloring when you're putting it down, which really sucks. But you could see an extra wall that you had right there. Also makes it easy to see from really far away which side is your input side. So there we go. We're going to do that. We're going to resave, confirm. All right, nice. And this input side is going to be the flip of this other side. Again, my goal is to keep it really far away from where I'm at. All right, so we can see the input side right there. We're going to give it like a couple spaces here. We'll hit H, kind of get an idea right there. Okay, looking good. Like so. And we're going to need 3 of those. One of the best things you can do when you get your blueprinter, everybody, is just make a blueprint for making foundations. You can see that goes real fast. One of the first blueprints you should be making. All right, turn that off. Line that up. And one more. Right over there. Very nice. Okay. Now, we're going to have to run our other 2 elements over here. But our first element right here is going to be our stuff there. So let's go. Let's say we're going to run our power on this side. I think this is chaining its way to the end. Yes, it is. So we'll just go ahead and tie this power. So we'll have to go over here and take out the bottom of this. Yes, right here. Run this power, like I said, over here. And I can take that power and I can run it underneath here. You'll never see the cord. It'll be hidden underneath like that. Okay, and then we'll have our output go from here. Nope, that's the wrong thing. And just say, yeah, let's say to there. Very rarely do I run stuff on the ground. Oops, that is not far enough. Very rarely do I run stuff on the ground, but sometimes I do in that case. Now we also need to get our other 2 things here, so I'm going to kind of offset this a little bit. Offset that a little bit more. And then we're going to run this up. Tell it to go the right way. And we're going to try to get this a little too close. Let's use this one. And then we'll use that one. Very nice. Again, using that straight function. I can't remember if I did this one the right direction. I think I did, but just in case, I'm going to do it again. There we go. Okay, so this is going to be the output of this production here. And that's going to be in there, which is our uranium fuel rods. And then, our encased uranium cells. And then the other 2 are going to be our encased industrial beams and our control rods, which is the thing that we were running on there. Now, so quite a ways to run it, but it's totally worth it so we can get it kind of out of the way of what we're doing. And it's way over there. So we're going to go ahead and go this way. With these 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's go 5 just in case. Works for me. Uh-oh. Got it. No. Ran out of power. It happens. Ran out of power under there, but I saved it. I always leave an extra one in case I need to run some more stuff. So apparently we don't have any power under there, so we got to be careful. But you can do this from really far away. If you're good. In fact, even better idea. Take that back out. We'll look at where we're at and just turn this way. I like to run it while I'm going because when I get to the other part, get to the other end, boom, it'll be just starting right up. Okay, where is it at? Way over there. All right, we're getting there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So if you're wondering what I'm counting in my head every time, that's what I'm counting. Sometimes that straight thing messes you up, by the way. Toughest thing about doing this underneath here is the lighting. I could put a bunch of lighting in if I wanted to, but then that's more resources and time. Okay. By the way, I could just train this stuff over there as well. So right there is where that's coming down. By the way, nothing I'm running on these particular lines are radiated, so I can run them underneath my base without any worry. Okay. We are... Oh, I think I went a little too far. Oh, that's sulfur. Wow, actually, it's over here. Didn't go far enough. Okay. Let's go from this side and we'll fix that. It's going to be running here, uranium. Doesn't matter, I'm not going to be down here. Kind of offset from the one I already have. I don't like it, so I'm going to go ahead and try to fix the offset. So that there, this here. See what I can do is use the pre-existing one to figure out where the sixth one is. Doing that. A lot of line running here. Again, we got to get back over that way. Let's see. Where does this end? Right here. Probably just leave that in there and use it later. Or never. Now these are actually next to each other and the other ones are offset, but we'll do what we gotta do. Now. Yeah, lost count. Okay, now we're getting it going, and we'll just get this to turn. This is the outside edge. recombine these into being next to each other. And there we go. There we go. So again, I found a better route so I didn't fall fall down because there's power underneath all of this. And there they all go. All right, you know what? I was going to leave this, but I don't like leaving extra resources unused. Again, I could have just ran it way down here and then elbowed it, but that was a good spot because it was beyond the storage. There's a bunch of storage up above that I'm using right here. And so it was beyond all of that storage, so I could cut across without running into it, which is what I wanted to do. So if we did this correct, if we go way back here to the end, we should see it running into these ones over here. Let's go see. Oh yeah, perfect. Okay, we've got all the things we need to make the magic happen. Now we're going to go ahead and do some power. Take this power and chain it to there. This power. And you see I'm just doing my power different ways. That's more for variety than anything else, everybody. Just to entertain myself a bit there. Again, I try not to do the same thing over and over and over, but vary stuff just a bit. Okay, we're gonna have to transfer all the resources down the line here. That one there, and this one here. And again, this can start backlogging all these resources into the manufacturer while we're waiting. What's going on with that bottom one? Oh, that bottom one is our case uranium cells. Okay, looks good, looks good. Now we can check our manufacturer from up here to see if it's going in there. Yes, that is 100% done. Right there, right there. And then over here. Very nice. And another thing that we'll want to do is put more storage out here for the output. And the output's going to be coming out of here. And so again, we'll go in, look at our storage, take our output here, just a massive amount of storage. And just kind of run it. Yeah, let's give it a little bit of room here. Kind of down the center here to backlog an absolute ton of this. There we go. So when it goes and it makes those encased industrial beams, they'll end up in there. I mean, encased industrial beams. What is it? Uranium fuel rods. Uranium fuel rods will end up in here. In fact, we can actually put a label on it. Right here. Uranium fuel rods. Like that. And you don't want to be hanging around these either, everybody. Another one that's going to get you. All right, uranium fuel rods with an A. Okay. I usually call it Yuri for short with an I. That's just me. Okay, now what we need is we need some of that water that's way over there to get its butt over here. Now, we have the ability to run 6 nuclear plants, but I'm going to downscale it to 5 just so we don't have to worry about any shortage of materials or any backlog that might happen. So now is when we're going to do our nuclear power, and we're going to run it this way over here. We still have to do our packaging of our extra stuff here as well. We're going to do it right over here. How much of that is coming out of there again? 10 per minute, so 20, 40. Well, I think I got it over here. 480. No, this is the excess. Huh. What's the output of this? Why did I not? I did not put that on the sheet. Oh, wow. Case uranium cells and sulfuric acid. Yeah, I knew I forgot something there. Sulfuric acid output is 10 per, and then this is going to be 10 times the number of factories that we have. In this case, it's going to be 12. So 120 is the output. Okay. So we need to be able to package 120 of that stuff and get rid of it. Okay. Actually, we should probably put a little fluid buffer in here just to deal with it for now. And there, again, I wouldn't rush to start this up, everybody. You want to get everything in place first and then start it up when you're ready. Now, there's some water over there. So that water is going to be useful for our nuclear power plants, which I'm going to put along the outside here. Again, putting those away from your primary road and your primary base. You're not getting radiated all the time. Also, it's going to be outputting a ton of nuclear waste. So we need to deal with that nuclear waste as well. And again, as long as it's far away from my base, I don't care. Keep it away from me is all I'm saying. All right, let's see. That's someone else's problem. That's that half of the map's problem. Let's see. Packager is what we need. And we're going to go ahead and run this right into that packager. We're going to see how much it can package per minute. Package sulfuric acid. It can take 40 in, and it needs to do 120. So that's something we haven't included in our calculations here. So I'm going to go ahead and add that to my calculations. Right there. Looks good. Okay, and then we're going to need to package sulfuric acid. Now, I could put it back into the system, everybody, but I find that it's usually not a good idea. 120 input is what we're working with. It's going to be sulfuric acid, and the other one is going to be empty canister. I'm just typing this into the spreadsheet over here. Again, this is coming in at 40. Empty canister needs to come in at 40 as well. And then the output packaged sulfuric acid, and that output is also 40. Okay, so everything's 40 in, 40 out. Looks good. And then I need to go in and have it do some calculations over here. Boom, copy paste those calculations. Copy pasta them suckers. Okay. And then we'll copy this down to here. And so 40 times 3 would be 120. All right, nice, nice. And then over here, down to there, and then this would be... No? This? No. Put this to this. There we go. Okay, so again, three of these is what I need. So I should probably just make a whole blueprint that's around the packager. So let's go over here and clear all this out. And we'll make a quick little blueprint for our cute little packagers here. And I'm going to just do 3 because I have a feeling that's going to be like my common thing I'm going to be doing. Do I want to put them right by the side? That's a good question. I do want to get my walls here to bring those in at that upper level, and we'll put some nice wall holes in there. Here's a great trick, by the way, everybody. Just put your walls in when these are in here, I'm just going to put it inside those other ones. You can put pieces inside other pieces if you want. Then what I'm going to do is put in my wall holes here. I don't think it's going to let me do it because it's on the outside. So I need to inset this just a bit so I don't have to end up doing all of that. So let's hit H on that, nudge it in. By the way, if you didn't know, you can nudge your walls. So you can tell it exactly where you want your walls to be. It doesn't just snap on the outside edge. And you're like, oh, Kismet, I wish I knew that forever ago. Sorry. You should have been watching my stream. I would have shown you. I would have told you, everybody. I would have saved you lots and lots of time. All right, we're going to inset this just a little bit so that we can put that connection at the end there. Let's do ourselves a solid here. Again, if you want to do the same as this one, you just aim at the edge of that, and then we'll do the same as these. And then right here, right here, right here, and then we'll just put that there, and that there, and that there. Very nice. Okay. And we're only going to have that input, and then down below, oh, I could have that bottom, but it's going to block my other input. If you look at the way that the packager works, I don't know why they put it on the top. I think it'd be smarter on the bottom, but that's just me. I don't know who engineered this. But they actually put the fluid input at the top. So that means you have to raise the fluid input up, which sucks. Actually, I want to bring this down just a little bit too. Kind of match up. Make sure that's nice and straight. There we go. Now again, if you've offset this, you can put your outside one there and just connect it a whole lot easier. As well. And so I'm just going to take this and actually turn it sideways and put it up next to there, and then bring the sulfuric acid in and line it up. In fact, we could probably just do these all separate and just plop them all down. But we'd have to put a splitter on the outside. Yeah, we could inset this another one. And then use one of these. Oh, if I can get it. There we go. How far back does that really need to go? Probably not that far. Put one of those there. Put one of those there. That. Take one of these. Turn it this way. Showing you all my best stuff now. Look at all these tricks I'm showing you. Then you can use this to try to line that up. Now here's another trick. You just make a small pipe direction here, and then when you go to do it, it snaps on there perfectly. Just like that. Feel like we could get that even closer. Too close. One snap in. So yeah, we'll put it on the edge. Then we'll H, nudge it in by one. And do a little pipeline, doesn't matter how long it is. And then it'll snap the in. And we can take the in piece out, and then the in piece will act as an input. See? Tricky, right? Very, very tricky. Now we take all the rest of this out. Bring this back. And line that up nicely. Now another thing that we're going to want is the ability to put an input in here. So we're going to have a single input. I'm going to hit H. I'm going to nudge that forward just a bit, so our pipes are actually on the outside. And then this is how our that's going to come in, or we can go in the other way so we can chain it. I don't think I really need to chain it. I need to chain that. That's a good question. I feel like I should just make all three of them together. Make all three of them together and make an input. Okay, hold on. Let's redo all of this. Okay, so this is where we want this to end up eventually into there. Put that there. This here. That there. Connect all of these. Nope, we want to keep that. Run this here. And that. Snap this. Turn this out. This out. Snap that one to that one. This one not going to snap for some reason because it wants to be a pain in the butt. Just run a little small thing there and then it will snap. There we go. And we can take all of this out. All of this extra piping. Okay, now we got the piping in there. Let's get our splitters in before this gets too much stuff over the top of it here. Okie dokie. Oh, these are too close. Okay, that's easy to fix. Input there. It's awkward when these pipes are right above where you're working. I don't like it to be that close. It'd still work. I could put small little stuff in there, but I'm not going to do that. I like to be able to see that it's actually functioning. Take all the pipes out. Take this one out. This. What? Oh, got it backwards. Backwards. Helps if you got it going the right way. Again, the inputs and outputs are exactly the same on both sides. And then this to there, and this to here, and that to there, and so on and so forth. And then pipes. More pipes, more pipes, more pipes. Into there. Okay, and then this, same thing over here. We can go ahead and put a regular wall there. Wall holes are not always that great, everybody, but you do what you got to do. What if we did this, like this, and nudge that back? That's a better idea. Just go ahead and do this. Up high enough? No. Yeah, worth a shot. I feel like we'll put it in here. So we'll have it this way. That'll come in there, and then we'll have the stuff come in from that side. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Okay, there and there. Oops, no. Noops. Go here, hit H, nudge it forward, click. So we're just kind of nudge it forward a little bit so that we can see the input there, and then actually we can see all the rest of these if we wanted to. Okay. Then our output here is a packaged item. So we'd want to go there. In case we chain these, we'll go ahead and put one on this side and one on that side. Fill the rest of this in. What do we want to do? We want to take this and we want to run it into the awesome sink. Not sure I'm going to fit the awesome sink in here, but we're going to give it a shot. Oh, it fits in there perfectly. How sweet is that? Almost like it was made for it. All right, can we get it all the way to the front? We sure can. Awesome. Can't go any further than that, but we'll take it. Right there. And then what we'll do is always like to have a nice industrial storage. Managing my input here. Do something like that. Gonna be an awkward turn, but we'll just roll with it. Works for me. And then all of our mergers going in this direction. We'll actually incorporate the awesome sink. Usually I don't add the awesome sink, but in this case, just have it in all-in-one. Go there. Gonna go there into the box and then into the awesome sink. That's why we can tie all the power together too. Okay, if I need to go in here, I'm gonna need some doors. So let's get it going. Yeah, overburden. Does happen. Don't think I really need to go into that one or that one. Let's just run this like this. Probably good enough. Give myself some doorway access there. And then foundations. You're not kidding me, you're gonna clip through it. I sure am. One of the few things that I will actually clip is the actual machines themselves. So I can access them outside. Like this. Package this, package this, package that. Okay, I'm going to do something actually a little bit different here as well, is actually run the power up above. And actually we'll take all these out just to make this easier. And that's so I can also include the awesome sink. So let's say there, and there. And then over here, right there, there, and the awesome sink there. And then I'll need to run that into the ground and run that to wherever it is. Those will all be connected together. Or maybe I want to run it to the outside where the awesome sink is. Kind of like that idea a little bit better. Run that out there. And then I don't have to go inside to try to tie in the power. I can just tie it out here. Plus I can also put a priority switch. Now, I'm always building everything to do priority switches in the long run. All right, that's pretty awesome. That's perfect. All right, sulfur it is. Sulfur packager. Let's go. Sulfur packaging. Need was it what's it called? It's not the opposite of rubber. It is the other thing that you make. You make rubber and you make brain. It's in there. I know it's in. It's right there in front of my face. In fact, it's right there. Plastic. Plastic. To make canisters. Need plastic to make canisters to run the excess into the awesome sink. Awesome. All right, and then we'll say packager is, and we'll put it as yellow. Has to do with sulfur. Sulfur packaging. Sulfur excess. Packaging. All right. Go throw it over here and see what happens. Again, we might get this started up. I'll probably take a break, everybody, and then we'll come back and do some Astroneer maybe. Or we might call it and come back next time. There wasn't really much going on in... where's my excess sulfur at? Over here. There wasn't really much going on in Throne Liberty right now. Again, it hasn't updated yet. It's going to update in about 7 or so days. Hey, Suri, how many days until March 6th? 7 days. Is there not a lot of days in February this year? Apparently, there's only yeah, it's February. I forget. It's an earlier month. I was thinking it had 30 days, but are we on a leap year or something weird like that? I hope not, because leap years are weird. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and rotate this so we can put this in the first one. So that's a pretty cool little building. Pretty cool. Line that up. Offset it a little weirdly there. I don't want to. I am going to put it lined up with the foundations, and I'll just run that off to the side into there. Okay, all this is good. And we want to tie into our power. We got some road power here. Oh, I also got road power out here we could use. Add some more, as a matter of fact. Let's go. Add some more roads here. Tie these together. Again, this was so cool about blueprinting, everybody. Is that you need more road? Bam, blueprint. Good to go. Good to go. GG's. Okay, we'll take this out. We'll run this down. Yeah, I kind of feel like I want to run it on this side. And we'll just run that under there, right into the thing. And again, I'll come back later and fill in the roads. Or maybe not. We'll see. But now that has power. Okay, that's good to go. This just needs a bit of excess sulfur and a bunch of empty canisters. Now, the big problem right now is I'm using all my oil for producing that. Oh, you know, the other thing I forgot to do is I got to make the actual canisters. So I got to make 40 per minute. That's what I forgot to add in there. Canisters, right down here. This is going to output 60 per minute. How many canisters do we need again? I don't know. Oh, I didn't include that in the thing. Hold on, we gotta add. Oh, actually, we're gonna add another row up here. Always something. Always some other thing you need to get done. So this is empty canisters. And so we need plastic. Need 2 of those. And then it's going to output empty canister. Not 2 of those. We need 30 of those. I always get confused by the 2 up at the top. 30, and then we're going to output 60. So we're basically going to double the output. So 30 plastic. So how much total canisters do we need to make? 120. So we're going to take these numbers here, and it will calculate all of that for me. Again, I like doing my own spreadsheets, everybody. You can look this up online. You can do you. Do whatever you want to do. Me, I like to do it myself. Okay, so we're going to need 4 of our things, which means that we're going to need a total amount of plastic is going to be how much? This times 120. So 120 plastic we need to produce. So that puts also plastic production in here as well. Always something. We need to get oil over here. So we also going to need our refinery. And then our refinery is going to do plastic. And again, plastic. We need crude oil. We get 30 per minute. And that's going to output 20 per minute. Plastic. 20 per minute, and also heavy oil residue. That's going to output at 10 per minute. Okay, so to get our input, which we need 120, what we need, how much are we going to need to input? So it's 120 output. Boy. Boy, that's going to be some work there. All right, we'll copy all of this. Over there. Working this spreadsheet over here, everybody, while you guys are watching the panel there. Okay. Spell crude correctly. You guys want to see this spreadsheet, by the way, you can copy paste it, do whatever you want with it, just to give me credit. But you can't modify mine, though. But there it is right there. There's a link for you. Okay, so crude oil coming in at 30, going to output at 20. We need 120. So this is what we need. No, over here. So to do 100. Oh, that's we need 120 canisters. Huh. Hold on. There's something not right about that math. So if we need 30 in and it does 60 out, we only need 2 of our outputs here. So 120 here. So our total output is 120. So this number is not based on that number. It's based on this number. So total output total amount needed is 2 times 30. So this times 2 60. So we need 60 plastic. So 3 of these things here. So 3 of those is what we need to output 60. And so we need 3 times the crude oil, which is going to be equals this times 3. So 90 crude oil. Amount of plastic is 60. So we can output 120. And 120 is going to output 120 canisters. Again, if you guys want to see it, everybody, it's right here. Right there. Just putting all the numbers in. Putting all the numbers in, getting this correct. Yeah, so 120 canisters. Probably just end up doing more. And what is the equilibrium of refineries again? I forget. I think it's... you need another refinery because you're going to need to package that the plastic. You're going to need to take the residual stuff and make petroleum coke, so it can do 40. So I could do 4 of them if I wanted to, which would give me extra plastic, which wouldn't be too bad. Yeah, so 4 of them, and then the 5th one is processing the heavy oil residue into petroleum coke. And that's going into the awesome sink as well. But we need to siphon off 90 crude oil. Or go get some more. Crude oil is pretty far away from where I'm at. I've already tapped all the crude oil from over here. It's interesting, I haven't put a beacon thing there yet. But crude oil is pretty far away. Sometimes you can find crude oil in the ground as you can with water there as well. Some way over there, some way over there. I kind of feel like it won't really matter once we have our nuclear power going. And we can just use, we can reduce our overall fuel that we need. Downscale that a little bit. I mean, we can downscale it by half right now. I'm not even using it. Probably by 2/3. Not even using it. Yeah, I think that's what we should do. Is utilize 90 of that crude oil. But if I do want to do 4 of them to get the optimum plastic going, I want to go on 20 plastic, which is this divided by this. Doing more calculations. So that's the total number of things that we'll need over there. And then yeah, no, I should have been doing it this way. I see. Max factories here. And this here. So gotta readjust this. Okay. So this divided by this is going to be 4. And then this plastic divided by P79 by L79. Oh, 120. It's double the amount I'm going to need for plastic, so I'll have half of that left over. So it's going to output 120 and I need 60, and so it's going to backlog that as plastic. That's perfect. Okay, let's go to work. All right, let's take these out. And this out. I like my cool little factory there. I'm going to use that awesome sink from that one too. I'm going to clear this. I'm going to look for where I did with those buildings. Let's see. Where is our fuel refineries here? Our A and our B's. I don't think I need 5. Let's go look at our 3. Oh, that's a 2. Why does it say 3? It's a 2. And I think I named it with a 3. B3. Fuel refinery buildings. It's actually 2 refinery buildings. It's what I need, so perfect. Let's see. So we want this to actually be plastic. You can also do residual plastic too. If you want, you can bring polymer, resin, and water in. Nah. plastic. And all we need is an input of crude oil. How's our inputs and outputs here? Our outputs are not sufficient because we're going to have 2 outputs and 1 input. So I think this one has an input, so we can take this out. Oh, wait. No, we had it flipped. Hold on. Reload that. Reload. It's flipped around the other way. It's not reload that ad. Someone bringing in the Kevin Love train. Retweets are good again. Do we get to 10? Oh, we didn't get to 10. I already did the retweets earlier. But if anybody wants to go ahead and be the hero of the chat, feel free to hit that like button, hit that retweet button over there. I'm going to give you those kids caps back for now. Who's that awesome person? King Lion coming with the 7 months of sub love, saying, love this community. Me too. I appreciate each and every one of you coming in, hanging out, everybody. We're doing a big bonus stream today. I've been going for how many hours now? 7 hours. I had a sudden thought, everybody. I'm like, wait a minute. I could make the perfect spiral. And you know what I did? I did. I went in and I thought about how stairwells work and how your elevations work, how your risers work when you're building stairs, or if you have a spiral staircase, those risers need to be at a certain angle and at a certain height as well. And if you just use the foundations, it doesn't make it perfect. But if you do use your foundations to go in a spiral on your way up, especially if you're using 1 or 2 meter ones, you can make it into a perfect spiral, which you can see I have the 2 trains going in opposite directions right now, which is really cool. One's going up, one's going down. And so it just suddenly dawned on me how to do that in the old school way. The old school way is to actually build the ramp into a giant spiral, and then you would just run the tracks and bam, there you go. But what we did is we actually made blueprints so we didn't have to run all the foundations, and we could just take the blueprints, put them down on the 4 different sides, and then just snap them on top of each other until we built a bunch of scaffolding. Then we ran the train lines, and then we took out all the scaffolding, and then you got right there. You got what you see. So that's actually not just a spiral, that is a perfect helix or a perfect spiral in the game. I see a lot of people, they do it a different way where they just do it every other one, and then they run out a platform and an angle, all that stuff. But that's not perfect. This is perfect. So because the other sides are often different, especially when using a 1 meter, that is not going to perfectly line up to the way that the walls are as you're working your way up. And so we adjusted each side so it is perfectly balanced all the way up. So pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff. Okay, so we want to go ahead and get this going. Back over here. We got this open on this side. Oh, I forgot. I left that open on that side. All right. I'll probably close that up eventually. But we do have 2 outputs. We have the fuel and the resin. So good. That's going to help us. So we're going to switch that to plastic. Plastic. And, you know, I'm just going to do something fun. We're just going to go ahead and color that in like plastic. Color the whole building plastic-like color. So we know where our plastic is being done. Okay. These are our outputs on the side here. And we all good there. All right, inside we go again. So again, we're going to have our crude oil coming in. How are we going to do our crude oil? Now we could just do it over there and be by our crude oil and just run. That's probably going to be smarter to do it over there, and then we could backlog it into one of those storage areas and then run it over here. Yeah, send half of it over here and half of it into the storage. Backlog it. Yeah, we need a package facility. package that as well. Might be able just to put the package facility on the top. Think that through. This has got to come out of here and go up into there. Better idea. Let this come straight out. Yeah, okay. Or not. Straight out. Put a pump at the end first. And take this out, take this out. Then bring that up into there. And we can run this down. Get that wire out of the way. Run this across. And we can tie it in over here. Okay, so that'll all be tied together. We need something that's going to package the stuff as well. So we could package it over there. That's what we'll do. We'll make the plastic, backlog the plastic, we'll backlog the canisters, and then we will just run the canisters over here. That sounds like a good idea. Okay, we got to get this to go in one side and out the other. I'm going to say this is the inside. We'll turn these sideways so they're by where the oil is. So this will be an input. Put this up on top so we know where the input is. Input here. And put our doors in so we can get in and out. Fill in the rest of this. Time to get ready for the stream. Luckily, I'm already doing it. Putting a door in so I can just run the power out of here into the next one. This way. Also makes it easier for me to fly in and out of there. Okay. We got that going. So this is an output. This is input. We're going to probably rotate this to match up. And let's color all the rest of this in. So we know this is our stuff here. Again, we just go in and chain that power. We do not have a connection right there. If we did want to chain that input, we want to get our belt in there. There we go. So that'll go through there and go out there. We need to get the bottom one out so we can chain our pipes. Put it a little bit before the end. It's kind of make an extra segment, but I guess it won't be too annoying to have to try to run that. Okay, we're going to chain all that together. So we're going to chain a heavy oil residue, all of that. We're going to need to chain our oil coming in from the back, from one to the other. A little easier to see and to run if you can see it at the end. Power's connected. Told it what we want it to be. I think we're all good. We're all good on that one. All right. This one we're going to call it our plastics factory. 2 machines. this factory is obtainable to create ton of plastic. Factories together. Just thought of something. So we got 1, 2. We have those sitting. Yeah, if we wanted to get 4 of them in there, might be a little tough, though we probably could try. Problem is we need a one in the back. Problem is we need a we need 4 of these plus plus the refinery thing. You know what? We're gonna make this all into 1 unit. Change my mind. Take all this out. That's about as squeezed in as it's going to be. And put it on top. And exactly 4 of those units in there. And we'll just make another blueprint for the other one. Okay. Now we got to go in and do all this other stuff. Come on. Which way is this going? This way. Part's probably the easiest. I'm sure these are all inputs. Yep, inputs, inputs, inputs. We'll bring that oil in and input that. And then take this out. This out. Run this all the way to the end. Let's back it up just by a little bit. It's not snapping. Not snapping. When you have these things up above, for some reason, it just will not snap the things there. So you got to make a little segment first, and then it does it. If I was closer to it, it would work a bit better. These back in before I forget. Put those in for the first time in this case. Okay, we got all that connected. Get our belts in, make sure they're all going the same direction. Just in case we want to mess around with the output here. Go like that. Okay. So yeah, we're just going to put all 4 of these together because that's the optimum of plastic, is to have 4 of them working together. Okay, we're just going to do it all at the same time. Run that along there, and this along there. Oh, we don't have to go all the way out. Cut it short by a little bit. Little bit. Like this. that way. This one that way. Power. Speaking of running power. Oh, that's not even in front of itself. Funny how it looks straight from the right angle. Okay, those are all tied together. Let's tell it what we want it to be. Plastic. Plastic. Okay. So all of this has got proper outputs. Oil residue is going to be 40. We have our inputs and outputs. Yes. And this is an output side. That. This is the input side that we actually want. And we'll put one of these just so we can color it. Input there. Okay. This is if we want to chain it. This is where we're going to get the oil from, and how we're going to turn it so the oil comes in on that side. Okay. We got the rest of this going. Love making blueprints, everybody. It's really fun. Especially when you get the general gist of it down. I find a lot of times, though, when I'm making them, I'll go, nah, I'll do something better. And then you definitely want to test them to make sure that they work. Because that's an issue as well. Cut through there. Make sure these are all set to plastic. Oh, good. Okay, so that's going to come in there. It's going to output on this side. It's going to output all this heavy oil residue. Make sure that we did do all of our pipes on both sides. We've done all of our belts. We did all of our lifters. Don't trust them. Let's do them again. When in doubt, just do them again, everybody. Okay, lifter's good. And I think the only thing we got left to do is the color of the building. All right. So instead of doing 2 and then doing 2 more, I'm just going to go with 4 together because that's all self-contained. I don't need to make another building and then chain them together. Though I still left the option to chain them together in case I feel like it. But I don't really need to chain these. This is all enclosed. Now the only thing I need after this is the one that's going to process the residue. And so that residue needs to go in the Awesome Sink as well. So if I did process it over here, I could use that Awesome Sink, but I'm just going to use the one over on that side. I'll just use it over there. All right, this is going to be 4 machines. Optimized for How many oil in? For 120 crude oil in and max plastic output. All right. Save. Okay, so now we got that. Now we want to break this down into just one. So now we're going to do the exact opposite of what we just did and tear all this down. Tear all that down. Take all, not the blueprinter. Take all this out. It didn't quite fit, so it's going to have to be... I have to take up a little bit of extra room. Oh, I could throw the awesome sink in there with it. Yeah. What's the output of this? This output of this is going to be petroleum coke. So you really don't need all of this. Or this, or this. You just need the awesome sink. And I'm probably not going to make it chainable. Just squeeze the awesome sink in here and see how it looks. A little bit wider than the thing. If we went this way, it would be good. We could cut off a little bit of that room. Okay, let's try that. Take out all this. Okay, or don't take it out. Whatever you feel like doing there. Game. All right, come on, hurry up. We got stuff to do here. We got stuff to do. Sometimes harder to take it out than put it in. Okay, so we're going to take our awesome sink and turn it sideways so we can try to get that input lined up. Now, maybe do this long ways. That's 4.5, so it's not going to work long ways because it's a square, so still wouldn't work there. I mean, I could soft clip it through there. Why is it sitting up like that? No. 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 Keep trying to go to blueprinting when I'm trying to get the awesome sink. Alright, let's just hit H. Nudge that in there. Yeah, I could clip it if I wanted to, but... I'll just do this instead. Whenever I put an awesome sink in, I like to have room to just dump stuff in there if I want to. So what I'm going to do is just put this awesome sink way in the back here. Sticking out? No. Kind of right up against the edge though, so we'll move it out just a little bit. And we will get industrial storage. I always like to have a nice industrial storage in there. Again, so I can run in here and say, I got a bunch of junk, I just want to throw it away and put it in the awesome sink. Just like that. And then the output of this is petroleum coke. Really? The straight function not working? Go this way. There we go. If I run it that way, the straight function does it. Okay, so that's all we need. Be a little wider than what we need, but oh well. Do what we gotta do. Get all these walls over here. Don't need this power. I got that gate. Apparently not. Again, I'm always trying to cut out extra foundations in areas that I don't need. See, that's really empty in there. Really don't like it, but we do what we gotta do. Could make it run outside. Yeah, there's an idea. Let's take our storage and put it here. So there. Then we can take this and turn it. Take the awesome sink, turn it this way. Just put it right there. Then, oh, actually, I want to line it up. This way, we can actually see if it's if the stuff's running in the awesome sink too. So we'll put one here, one there. Readjust the awesome sink. Line up. Turn off the straight stuff. Kind of weird that that can't be in the center. Why can that not be in the center? It's too close to the thing, but I think I can move it forward. No, not gonna let me have it there. Back. Keep doing that. Stop going to blueprints. Yeah, a little extra room there in the center, but just run that out to there. And I just cut down on all those extra foundations and walls and stuff. In the zone, man. In the zone today. So epic. Okay, so this is an output, and this is an input. Again, if I want to put a whole bunch of boxes here and just run a bunch of stuff in the awesome sink, I could do that too. That's not that. So we're just going to block that off. And this one, again, is going to be petroleum coke, which looks kind of like a purple. So we got ourselves a purple. Yeah, we can just make all of this purple. It'll tell us that that's what we're doing. And then we need to input the... so this is going to flip around the other way, so we can input the waste material. So we'll want to go... There could be an input on either side, as a matter of fact. Too close to the awesome sink. Alright, so we'll just make that side the input. Close that off. And this is redundant. Okay. Again, we're setting up the waste material now. Turn that into petroleum coke. And we can take this out. Take this one out. Alright, so just trying to reduce the amount of stuff that I'm going to use to build this. One of the things to do is to try to enclose it in. Now, I don't worry about being too overall crazy about just jamming stuff together. But I don't like to waste space either, so it's kind of like a balance between one or the other. In this case, yeah, I've got a lot of empty space there, which I don't really like. But that's okay. This is a pretty much a one-off type of thing, so no big deal. But if I do want to make more plastic later, which I probably do, I'll have all this already set up. And this is going to, again, be our petroleum coke. You can also come in here and just put a label on it, you know, put a big thing on the side that says petroleum coke or whatever. But usually I know what it is. Plus I also name all of my stuff. Alright, let's not forget to power our awesome sink. And this has got power running up there. And we just have the input there. This output that will just chain from there to there, though we could just do it now. Just have it just beyond the thing there. What the heck is going on there? Yeah. There we go. I'll just put it in now because then it's already in. Okay, so it's coming out of there, going in the awesome sink. GG's all around. I think we're good. Okay, let's rename this to what's this called? It's called heavy oil to coke. Heavy oil to coke. This is used to convert plastics waste material to petroleum. Close enough. Petroleum coke to be run into the awesome thing. There we go. We put that in our thing as well? No, we didn't put that in here as well. Well, I'm gonna put that in the thing as well. Okay, I didn't include that in the thingy thing. What's our numbers in here? That's the awesome sink. What's our numbers in here? Including this in the spreadsheet as well. So this is petroleum coke. Input is 40. Heavy residue 40. And then the output type is petroleum coke. It's going to be 120. That's it. You don't really need to know more than that. I'm just going to write it down so I remember it. All right, now we can maybe name the thing properly. We get it right. That's right now. Petroleum coke. All right, there we go. We should change the color to say purple. Okay. Oh, what happened over here? Took that out for some reason. Keep that sulfuric acid flowing. Okay, so we want to do all of this and then just run the things over. That's what we're going to do. All right, we got to go over here and steal away some of this oil. This is part of the fun. Part of the fun is, look at all this going on over here, everybody. There's a lot of factories doing a whole bunch of cool stuff over here, including backlogging tons of raw resources and whatnot. Very fun. We've got our, of course, turbo fuel over here doing its thing. Kind of feel like we can just go right next to the train over here and tap some of this oil. Okay, so this is running out, and we want to run, what's the throughput on this sucker right now? Yeah, so we want to divert 120 over this way. So we're just going to use this first line, which is going all the way to the end, and we'll just short that thing over there. Okay, Plastics Factory. 4 machines, and we didn't color that blue. We should have colored it blue. Okay, so this is, which side is our input side? This side is the input side. So we'll put this over here. And get off blueprint mode. Oh, what's going on? It's not moving. Actually, we can get rid of this other one. Get this one. So we'll put this like this. Like this. Yeah, because then we can put the other one there. It doesn't really matter. It comes to the other one because I'm going to put it over there and it's going to run the awesome sinks. So I really probably want the plastic factory over here. And then its input on this side. So let's say there. Okay, so input, this is input. This is for chaining, so this is going to output this way. Which actually I want to run that way, so that's also how I want to reverse that the other way. Okay. Again, where do you want your stuff to end up? That's the real question. So let's flip this around the other way. We want this stuff to go in on this side and then go out on the other side so we can put it in storage and then run it down the way. So like this. Yeah, so the pipes, by the way, are both directions, so that's not a big deal if we want to change the direction of the pipes. Okay, so this input is on. Wow. Okay, that was like almost like I did that on purpose. Okay. Almost. Wowzers. Okay. That was not on purpose, everybody. That just happened to work out. So bam. So the output of this, which is the residue or the waste material, the heavy oil residue just happens to be on the right side that I could just take it and run it into over there. And we'll just color this purple so we know what's up with that. Okay, so that's going to run in there. That's going to process that. Let's go look at this power. Let's get this power situation going. And we're going to go over here. Oh, we got the road. We can tap the road. What we got? 3, I happen to guess, was the ones without the power. Okay. I just run a road here? Is this not got any power in it? Apparently 0 power under there. Okay. Let's go over here. See where our power's being connected. Where the heck is all the power running here? I think I just colored those and not actually ran a road. Yeah. Oh well, tap this power over here. This power is already fully tapped out. Awesome. Let's then run this to there, and we'll run that back to there, and then we'll run this down this road. So if I'm looking forward in the future, ah, you little, know right where it's at. Okay. This power up here, we're gonna run that down. Take that and run it to the street. Definitely have to come back and put a bunch of stuff in there to run all of this. I think we change this to the front side now, so this power going in a weird way, but we'll just do what we did before. This looks offset. Oh, this whole thing is offset. Nope. Nope. Gotta go. That'll bug me too much, everybody. I definitely want to fix that. Too excited about it matching up on the side there. It wasn't lined up to the foundations. Don't like it. Okay, this is running over this way. Let's take this. Run it down to there. And we'll connect this out to where we got this connected. Okay. Very nice. Got all that connected. Power back. Okay, we got these connected. This is gonna self-contained, gonna run out here. It's gonna automatically go on the awesome sink. Nothing I need to do on that side. Over here, we need the oil. Right here. No, we need the oil over here. Right here. Okay, now we're going to do something fun here. We're going to first run this out. I don't think I'm going to run any more trains down here. Run that out. Run it straight across to there so we can get a T-junction going. We're going to take this out and do a single connection line. Then we're going to, very rarely do I ever use this, but we're going to use it right now. And that is the valve. So we're going to have the valve go this way. We're going to tell that valve to be a max limit of 120. Just like that. So what it's going to do is limit that flow rate to 120 down that valve. At any given time, and we're actually making double the amount that we need, and that's okay. Again, making extra is awesome. And so we'll go in here and we'll check these. Again, it's nice to go up on top and, oh, they're already working. They're already producing plastic. Very nice. Again, since we know what the number is, 30, 30, 60 times 2 is 120. It's 120 there, and then the output of that is 40, so this is doing exactly 40, and it should already be running out that petroleum coke. Yep, there it goes. Run that petroleum coke into the awesome sink. Now, we could backlog that petroleum coke as well. Run that, oh, we could run that in the dimensional depot. Let's do it. Really easy to do. Since it's on the outside, I can just click right there, make a splitter. I don't know if I have petroleum coke already in the dimensional depot. I would think so, but just in case, we'll go ahead and run her out. What the heck is going on there? There we go. It's not lined up or something. Yeah, it's not lined up. I don't like it. That thing's not centered. I think that's not lined up. So I put the dimensional depot down, and then I used it to snap the thing to the dimensional depot. All right, let's see. Some coal on me. Yeah, so apparently I don't have any petroleum coke in the dimensional depot, so I might as well throw some in there. I don't know why, just because I want to have every single thing in the dimensional depot in this playthrough. Don't really need to, but I'm going to. Okay, now we need the plastic for packaging. I wonder if we could just sneak that in behind here. Just sneak that packaging in right back here. And we're going to go to our basic factories. We're going to use our 10 constructors. Not like we really need to, but we're going to anyway. I should have really made a marker as to where the inputs and output are on these constructors. But I made it so I could stack them on top of each other. Let's put some more foundations down. See, I like to put factories way off to the side that I don't use all that much, or I'm not going to go to all that much. Like packaging stuff is one of those things. Like I'm not going to really use it all that much. But you can see we got that packed in there. Okay. We got inputs there. Oh, that's inputting both sides. Oh, one side is inputting both sides. Man, what are we doing here? We're looping back the input. Oh, I forgot I was doing that. Oh, wow, that's super smart. So this is the input here, and it goes through and loops back and comes over here, and then you have the double output, and the output's going this way, and it's merging with this other output, which is actually going out that way. So I can stack them on top of each other. So it's going out that way, and then it's circling back and ending at the thing. So the number one thing we need to do is do these circle back ones here before we forget. And then the same thing down the center. Got that circle back going on. All right, where's our primary power plug? Do we have one? Yes, on the wall there. Go ahead and connect that down here somewhere. Okay, that's up and running. So all we got to do is just run this around here. Actually, easier if we run it out of here first. Turn it this way. Very nice, and then just run it out of there. The way it goes. Okay, very nice. Haven't told this what to be yet. Decanisters. Copy. This is going to make an absolute crazy ton of these. Okay, make them canisters, bro. Canisters going that. Oh, they already made a bunch. Okay, so coming down, circling back, ending up at the bottom. So now we have our plastic output and we have our canister output. What's plastic doing in here? Starving for oil in here. That one's good. This one's good. These other two seem to be starving for oil. Let me crank that up a little bit. Let's go 160. Okay, so this is going, which direction? It's going in there. Going this way, okay. We'll just put a fluid buffer at the end too to kind of balance out some of that oil. So if it has excess, it'll backlog here to keep that balanced. Fluids are one of the hardest things and the most wonkiest things in the entire game. When you're trying to get your fluids to do what you want them to do. They are wonky as can be. But you put a fluid buffer in there, it has a tendency to smooth it out a little bit. Okay. So, we got that done. And again, the output of this is the heavy oil residue, which is running that way. Got this going. We got to get our canisters and our plastic this way. Where do we want them to end up is the real question. Yeah, we're building the constructors right there. In the thing there. Oh, where's that factory up? So we want them probably to end up over here. We already got some storage. Eventually we can move our thing down here if we wanted to. We've got some room in here. Yeah, so let's say plastic here. And then we'll say canisters. Okay, plastic and canisters. Number 3 and number 4 in. Number 3 and number 4. This was plastic. Could have just copied it, but oh well, I'll just type it. Typing is sometimes just a bit faster. Canisters. There we go. That looks good. And then we'll want to run these over here. Let's hope they're not blocked from underneath. We'll find out here in a second. Already got the thing right there. Not blocked. Awesome. Okay, that's a ways to run those. How can we run these? This way. Elbow, run straight across, elbow again. Seems good to me. Let's go. Let's run these behind this way. we already have. Looks like all of those have already been tapped. So those are all going certain ways in, so we're probably good there. So we will run our walls here. Get our nice straight lines in there, like so. Away we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So feisty today. Okay. The great thing about the straight function is I actually don't need to put another one here because that'll automatically curve that in such a way to make that easier. All right. I think that was 6. Jumping all over the place. 1, 2. A lot of line runs to be done. I could just run all of the things first and then come back and run the lines, but kind of like when I get to the other side that it just starts up. So definitely worth taking the extra time. And I like to leave an extra one. See, I have an extra one there in case I need to run something else later on. I'll automatically have it. Now that we're getting close, we want to go to the other side and do it from the other side here. Let's see, we can just go ahead and do this one down. Run that down in there. Oh man, we got to split this. We got to split this. Sure. Over there. Over there. And then down. Yeah, so I have the plastic going that way, I have plastic going this way. It doesn't feel like it's making enough plastic though. What's going on in here? Making 80. So how much plastic do I actually need for the canisters? So producing, oh, I got this. I need 60 canisters, or 60 plastic, which is half the amount of plastic I'm producing. Yeah, okay, that's perfect. That's perfect. Okay. What do we want to do? We want to put our thing back in right there, that's for sure. We want to take these and combine these together. This. Like that. Where are we at over there? Somewhere over that way. Let's line this up off of... Oh, this is all our turnaround here. Need to fix this. Never got around to fixing this. Let's fix it now. Gonna be super easy. Let's go like that. Oops. Hit H. Seems like it's up. Oh, it is. Oh, because there's another... I missed a couple. I missed him. Alright. Easy, easy. Keep rocking, train. Okay. Now we got that squared away. We can get this squared away. This here. Is it on the inside or the outside? I forget. There's quite a long ways to run this too. We've got a hyper tube under here. Right here. We already passed the hyper tube. Yeah, I think we're already past the hyper tube, so right here. These are on the outside edge. So I'm not going to run those other ones because these are on the outside edge. I'm going to try to line that up eventually. You see that I kind of run it from both sides, and this really helps you a lot. If you go one side, then the other side, to kind of line up where you're going to have them meet. And again, these are on the inside. Yeah, the inside edge. So I might as well put it in the right spot right to start. So, like this. And like that. Now we're running it toward the box. Man, we're getting a lot done today. We're almost there, but I just got to do some of this stuff, which I forgot. 1, 2. I always try to run them at max distance because that's the most effective way of running your belts. Uses less resources for these hanging walls. Okay, so this is going to come up here, end up right there. Okay. It's going to be the next one. Wants to do its own thing there. That's where this game trolls you. Okay, so now what we can do is use our straight function. And that's going to perfectly line those up. And away we go. Nice. Okay, so now that's going to go over here and backlog all of this stuff in our 10 boxes deep of resources. But now we need to use those resources. Now the plastic we don't need to run, but the canisters we do. So we're going to go over here and basically check those canisters right here and put a dimensional depot on top. Run that into the dimensional depot. That is not canisters. Nope, I flipped those. My bad. Yep, I made one the one and one the other. My bad. It'll all work out. Come on, click the right buttons. Reverse them. Doesn't really matter which one they're in, by the way, so I can always flip them. Because they're not running out anywhere right now, but if they were, I'd be in trouble. And we'll flip it on the back as well. Canisters. This is plastic. Okay. Very nice. Okay. Got that squared away. And I could definitely use some plastic also in the dimensional depot. Okay, and canisters. Nice, don't need the storages. The storages are just to lift those up for me. Canisters in the dimensional depot. Okay, very nice. Alright, very nice. And we're going to see if we can run this out of here. We'll see if it's blocked. Sometimes I accidentally block something I'm going to run in the future. It happens from time to time. Well, let's go see. Yeah, see a little block there. Maybe we can get away with turning this one this way. Yeah. Works for me. All right. Yeah, I just ran it around that other one, so it's not blocking it. Okay, now I want to run these canisters, but this is already full. I'm going to kind of halfway run this to here. Number one. There we go. Because I brought it down on the lifter, it's already going to go under that other belt and then end up right there. Okay, now we just need to run our canisters all the way back the other way. Right here. These are for packaging. Now I could run these to multiple places for packaging. Over there as well. Like if I wanted to package turbo fuel and all of that. I could definitely get that going. This is going to need to come down. Run underneath there. And then, where the heck are we trying to go? That doesn't need to come down, that needs to turn. So we're gonna offset that. That is straight. And this straight function is awesome. It's awesome when you're doing this because you can see how it just automatically does the elbow for me, so it's not running into it. I need to figure out where I'm going with this. Over here. Side is the input. I didn't mark it. I didn't mark which side was the input. It is the side. So we'll in here. A lot of work to package this, but I need the plastic anyway in the long run. So let's see. We've got to get underneath this. We'll just run it underneath. Where is it? Right here. And looking at the little line on the side to try to line it up a bit further down. And we'll put this on the inside. We're just going to run it underneath these. Let's see, it's going to go back that way. this here. This is the outside one. This one is our straight function. So there's a nice 90 back there. Yeah, we could just run it under here. Feel like that's a bit easier. Okay, where was I turning that back here? Yeah, I could just run that under. So I'm making that turn that corner. Oops. Wrong thing. That I actually do need to turn the corner. This. I'm gonna go there. Come down. It's gonna go all the way to the end. Nice. Go packages, go. Okay, that was probably one of the trickiest things to get back up and running there because we didn't have any plastic running anymore. So we should start to see canisters filling up. Yes, very nice. Over here, over here. Okay, so it's able to package those sulfuric acid. I think the only thing we need now is to do our nuclear power plants out here. And so we're going to need to run all this water that we have backlogged here as well. How much water does this sulfur need? The sulfur needs 480 water. So that means we have 400 or 600. 600 for that one, and we have 600 left over. And how much water do we need for our nuclear power? I forgot to put it on there. Water. Move this over. There we go. Let's throw one down and take a look. Water. Our nuclear power. I think it's 50. So yes, 50. So we need 50 water. We're gonna do 5 plants. It's going to be this times this, which is 250. Okay. We have an extra, 6, 7, 800. So that'll be more than enough. That'll be more than enough for 5 of those. Okay, so now is the fun part. Putting down all of our nuclear stuff here. And we'll run these way out. Way out here away from where we're working. Now again, if we need to get to it, it's not too far. Normally I put these really far away from my primary base. But in this case, we'll run that out. And then also this nuclear power can feed back into the system. Not connected. All of those are not connected, so it's not going to feed all the way out here. Unless we connect those together. Definitely want this nuclear power to feed back into the system. Like so. Now, sometimes nuclear power is not worth it, everybody. You just go get a bunch more oil and have 30,000 power. Now, I finished the whole entire game with about 50 to 60,000 power because I have the power of time. I can let it run on the server. And that's the ultimate power, everybody. It absolutely is. All right, so we'll start with our first nuclear plant way out here. And we'll just go ahead and kind of put this... Yeah, put this one in the center. Somewhat in the center. So that. Two, number 3, number 4. Eventually, number 5. More of this, more of this. Okay. Anything over here except for connecting the power together. You can't chain those together either. It's all power on this side. Yeah. Get up there. Get over it. I'm stuck. Okay. And we're going to run our nuclear waste that way. Okay. Could have sworn I built something in a previous playthrough, but I'm just going to build a new one now. So we need our output and input. And then we also need output of our... This should be a merger. Just gonna kind of think it out right here, and then I'll go make it in the blueprint. And this is gonna be splitter. Going this way. Like so. This needs to come forward just a little bit. So this is going to run the fuel in, and then this is going to run the nuclear waste out. I feel like we might want the fuel at the bottom and the nuclear waste at the top. What I normally do, by the way, is I put these across from each other. I put them across from each other, and then I run them across. On this particular one, I'm not going to. I'm just going to run them all on a chain. But sometimes I do. I kind of feel like we want the output to be up above so we can see if the nuclear material is running. So we'll do merger there, and then splitter on the low side going in there. Then we have the pipe issue that always happens with this. But you got to try to line up that pipe, and the pipe typically runs right through your splitters and mergers. Really don't like it. Oh. I'll think of a new way of doing this. I've done this a bunch of different ways. The problem is these are in each other's way when you're trying to merge and split this. So when you're running it down the line, the first line that's on the bottom level is in the way. I could just say screw it and put it up higher. Except for that's in the way, and I don't like that. Let me do something like just come out a little bit like that, and then come up, and then just have it above the pipe. Something like that. Let's see if I like that better. I like to try new stuff each time I play, each time I do this. I've done this nuclear power a bunch of times. I like even higher. Really way above there. Best thing to do is experiment with it first. Get a kind of an idea of what you want. And then we'll want this to run right down the center here. And we'll run our pipe over there. And again, sorry if I'm getting focused, everybody. I'm in the zone today, man. I'm just crushing it. Oh, I actually had to raise that up by 2. Take this out. I can take all of these out. Run this as a cross line. This, hate it when it just won't do the cross line because that other stuff is messing it up. Make a small little one here so I can then snap that in there so I can then take this back out again. I hope they fix that at some point. Alright, they're working on the pipes right now, they said. Okay. And then splitter. And the splitter out further. Splitter. Out there. Coming in from that direction. Like that. Make it simple. Make it awesome. Basically, just like that. Okay, with our blueprinter. Blueprints. Let's go. Blueprinter. Alright, blueprinter, we're going to recreate this right here. So, we're going to a small little line. Actually, we'll want to go reversed. Yeah, we'll go reversed. Okay, so this is going to be the outside edge. What we're doing? Yes. Outside edge. Let's say this is on one side. These are right next to each other, so this is this. That's right above the other one, so this one is the splitter. This one is the merger. And we are going up like this. It's going from the right to the left. So this should be going that way. It is. Okay. This actually needs to go the other way like this. Take this one out. It's controlling the directions of which way the stuff is going. So this is going to come in here. Again, these are all going to chain together along the way. But, oh, wait. That's going to go that way. But the fuel's going to come in this way. Oh, so I got to reverse. I got to reverse the direction of this. Yes, The fuel's got to go that way. So they're opposing directions. So this is going to go that way. That's going to go this way. Okay, very nice. Got that going. We're going to get the pipe right above, in between where these are at. This is definitely not high enough. This is going that way. How many up is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Okay. 4, and then the fifth one. Fifth one. Okay. That's going that way. This one's going the other way. Don't need any of this now. We need to get the pipe under there. In between the both of them. And to do that, we can use our pipe lifters. And we want to use those twice. And we'll want to run this back. This. And that's not sitting there like it is on this one. That one's supposed to be at the bottom. D. Supposed to be at the bottom. Alright, so it should be kind of offset. And we'll just put that at the end. Take this out. This out, and these out. That may look freaky to you, everybody, but believe me, it's going to work in the long run. Basically, minimal work here. Okay, so that looks okay. We'll go ahead and use this. We'll see how it works out. Let's see. Oh, I can put the power on top of it, too. I can put the power up there. Let's make a power pole down here, and then we'll run a power pole. We're going to put that on top like that. And then that will flip around the other way, but then we'd have to run it from the back to the front. It's okay, I'll run it along the back. Okay, this is nuke power, water, nuke power line runs. This is going to be a, let's put a splitter in there. Bear splitter. And we'll put it in green. For splitting and merging. Power plants. Power plant. Save. Okay. Now let's take it out and see if it works. Here we go. So this one's coming from the left, that one's going to the right. Hit H. And we'll move it forward enough to where our is good to go. The thing you really want to check is the lifter. How's the lifter? Oh, I gotta go like that. Oh, I gotta bring the thing out first. Yeah, I might want to pre-do the lifter. I want to pre-do that lifter to make that easier. Have to move that back. I don't really trust lifters anyway. All right, so what this allows us to do is just simply run this to the splitter thing here. Run this to the splitter thing, and then run in the fuel eventually. And then that allows us to chain it to the next one, to the next one, to the next one. And again, then it's going to run the nuclear material that way. It's going to run the output of the other thing this way. Just trying to see what the distance is there. How to make that a little easier. Had the lifter in there, I could just run that little line. Fun to figure all this stuff out. Back even further. Oh, look out! We got a love train conductor coming in, showing some love. Apparently enjoying this massive bonus stream. Thank you, King Lion. He's our love train conductor. Show some love in the chat, everybody. We got Dev Light, we got Greenheart, we got S4, we got Animus, Munchy, Morgwai, Anesthesia, Just Cecil, Sinister, and Audrey all getting a bonus stream. Thank you so much for that awesome 10 gifted subs right here in the stream, everybody. I want to see lots of love in the chat right now. I want to see those heart emotes. Come on, wake up a little bit, everybody. Wake up. Show some heart emotes. Show some love in the chat. We're about to start nuclear power right now. We're about to do some cool stuff, so sit in the stream, enjoy, but definitely show some love to the peeps that keep this stream a-going. That is for sure. All right. So let's move this back just a bit, like so. We'll try to get this lifter in here. I have to move it back even further because the lifter oh, I don't need to do anything. I can just put the lifter in like that. Do I have it over here? Oh no, it's got to be flat. Gotta move it back even more. How it goes. Gotta move it back again. We'll keep working it until we get it right. We got this down now. We got this down. Trying to incorporate that lifter in there, so I'll do the lifter every time. Save me some time in the long run, and then again, snapping right underneath there. Taking all this out. Moving this back. Thank you, King Lion. Again, thanks so much on behalf of all the awesome people who just got a gifted sub. I appreciate all the support. I'm showing you all my best stuff. See all this kind of cool stuff? That stuff's like floating, but you can see how it just goes together pretty easy if you pre-think it out. And so what we need to do is just put a little belt down here to kind of offset this a little bit. That's right. Rotate. I think it only needs to be about that far. And see, the trick is we want to have this, nope, a little bit further. We want to have this in place so we don't have to, swear to God, it puts that in such a way that it just makes it where it's hard for you to do it. It like rotates it in the wrong direction. So that's right up. Oh, we got it right, just not in the right spot. Very close. I gotta take this out, or that'll be in my way too. So right here, and there, I believe. Yes, there we go. Okay, now here's the cool trick: is what you do is you take that out, and then you have the little bracket there that'll help you. But all you gotta really do is do this, and then I can just run the line in, and then all of that is done. Awesome. I could try to figure out what the offset is of this, which is the center of a foundation, basically. So that needs to be in the center of the foundation. Forward. Ah. Kind of hard to run it. Yeah, that could work. So it needs to be there. This needs to be out of there. This over here. Nope. Not lined up. All over the place. That way. This is not lined up either. Needs to be a little thing there so we can go ahead and start from the bottom. Nope, too close. So if we start from the top, it does that big gap at the top. But if you start from the bottom, it puts it nice and close. Sometimes in the wrong one. It puts it nice and close, which is what you want. And then the little gap thing's at the bottom there. Yeah. Like that. Let's take this one and put it here. This. Again, back this way. Redid this a bunch of times. I mean, I could have manually done it probably faster. It's all part of the fun, everybody. All part of the fun. Getting all this stuff figured out. Again, I hold down the control key so that it lined up. Take all this out. Getting there. We're getting there. I don't need this, and I don't need these. Like that. This is going to tell me a bit of what my offset is. Move all that. Again, I put that like that so it would show me a bit of the offset that I need to do. So when I flip this, oh, it's the other way around. Oh. Oh, because I'm going to flip it around the other way. Oh, that's even cooler. Ah, see, sometimes you don't realize it until you look at it enough and you go, oh, wait a minute. I'm doing that a way in which I don't need to. Even cooler. All right. We need a thing over here again. I know we did this like 20 times, but we're going to get it. We'll get it going on here. Yeah, it's actually because I'm going to flip it around the other way. When I put it down, so it's going to be the opposite of whatever I'm doing right here. It's a mirror image of what I'm doing. So all I really need to do is work from the back, which is awesome. Because that makes it like 1,000 times easier. Okay, and then I should have thought that through, and I apparently did it subconsciously. I wasn't thinking of doing it, but there we go. So that there. Start from the bottom. Oh, too close. Too close. Gotta go out just a little bit more. Out there. Doesn't really matter how far this goes. The only thing that matters is that this lines up to this. And this is coming in this way and going out that way. Don't need this. So, how do I know what my offset is, though? That normally ends up in the center of the foundation. So all I really need to do is look at where the center of the foundation is. See, this one's not in the center. I mean, I could move it back, but then it would just be awkward. So all I have to do is move this into the center of the foundation. Okay, let's try that. Save that. Take all this out. Okay. Blueprints. We flip this around. Hit H. Line that up. It's not right. Not right. This is a merger. So that should be... see, this thing's wrong. Alright, screwed that up too. Okay, longer the stream goes, the more I'm going to screw stuff up. It's the belt direction. Belt direction is going the wrong way. This should be going this way. Then this going into there. That belt direction at the bottom was going the wrong way. So that's got to go up into there, merge into there, where this one's going the opposite direction. Okay, save. Try it again. Yeah, I'm looking at all my input directions too. Yeah, see, there we go. Now my inputs are going this way, and then it's coming to end up here at the end. And then this one should be in the center of the foundation there, so it doesn't clip that edge here. I know I'm thinking of really small stuff like that. And then here, and then our pipe. Running that water right into there. Where are we bringing that water from? Over there. So we're going to run that water across here, into here, and then that water's going to run that way. So we could probably get that going right now. Alright, let's move this blueprinter out of the way. You in the way, blueprinter. Okay. So instead of running this way, we're going to divert it this way. Run it right down the center. How are we doing? So run it right down the center and then lift it all the way up. Oh wait, we can do it. We could do it right. We could do this right. Use these. So it's perfect at level. And 1, 2. When you bring this down, it'll be didn't quite reach. Yeah, doesn't quite reach there. Just the one beyond. Always the way it goes. Okay, this into here. Like so, and then this turning this way. How's that down the center? Doesn't that look nice? Okay. And now we need our pump. Pumping that out of there, even though I got a pump there, I'm going to do another one anyway. Where's our power? Right here. Run that baby. Way down there. Okay, Mr. Pumpity Pump. Pump that water out of there. All right. That nuclear power plant has got some water. Let's go. Now, a lot of factories, by the way, choo-choo. A lot of factories do not start up or put resources in there until you, as the player, supply it with power. So what we're going to do, in this case, we're just going to run these down and then just have all of these pretty much under the foundations. Let's say this one onto this one, and then we'll connect it. Oh, we could connect it here. And connect this one across here. There we go. And again, these are all going to cross connect so they can start to fill up with water as we're working. Again, always good to backlog resources. So you're definitely a good idea to connect it to power so you can get the resources chugging away. And eventually it will produce power, but right now it's not producing anything because we have not done our thing. We should have went and did our uranium too. We should have started that up. Had that backlogging at this point. But that's okay. We'll get it going here. And plus we reduced this by 1, so we really can do 6 of them. But I reduced it by 1 because I don't really need the power. But again, if you really want to try to max it, I always feel when it comes to nuclear power, because there's so many moving parts of nuclear power, you're usually better off by just reducing your total output by 1. Just reduce 1 nuclear power out. But you can, if you want to make it easy on yourself, but you can totally do it at 100% efficiency if you want. Me, I just reduce it by 1 and then I don't have to worry about it. I know I'll have extra. Okay, water coming in, looking good. Let's go in here and put in these blueprints for all of these now that we know what we're doing. Sort of. All right, that's got to go in the center and it's got to line up right there. Nice. Next one. Center of the foundation right there. Yeah, I told you this was going to make this easy. That's called just thinking next level, everybody. This is the trickiest part of the nuclear power, getting these 3 inputs to line up well. Okay, then we'll do all of our belts. That's output, that's output. And that's output, that's input. We're on belts like this first. You want to do your cross belts first. If you do cross belt first, they're in your way. So I suggest to do those first. Then we're going to do pipes, cross pipes, or primary pipes. We'll do that. What are you doing? Calm down there. Calm down there, Mr. Crazy Pipe Man. There again, I'm trying not to clip any of this either, so I don't want it to clip into each other. That's why I go through all this effort. Make it nice and clean. Okay, now I would start with the bottom lines first. So let's go ahead and run the bottom lines. Like so. This is going to run all of our power stuff this way. Like this. Again, since I'm not going to be out here, everybody, I don't mind running this on the ground level. Normally, I don't run stuff on the ground level. At this stage, anyway, I start, lifting everything up and moving it up out of the way. So I don't have to deal with it. Okay, so we got that run. Now we're going to run our pipes. I seriously doubt that's going to reach. Nope. So we'll go ahead and use this, and we're going to hit H, and we're going to nudge that right over that. Make that look nice. And there. So this, and these ones I think are close enough, so we can just run all that water and let that water start to fill up. And backlog. Way over there. Okay, now we got all that done. Now we are going to run all of our waste material away from our primary base, away from over there. Run it all the way out here and stick it way out there where you don't have to think about it. And don't go out there. It's not good. Of course, we'll go out there eventually, everybody, because there's a whole nother stage of the game that we haven't unlocked in this playthrough. I've unlocked it in previous playthroughs. But in this playthrough, we haven't got to that next stage yet. On purpose, we're just kind of not really rushing. We are mega playing, which means that we are working toward building some really big stuff. And if you missed out on the perfect train spiral, definitely want to go back and watch the VOD on that one, everybody. I think that's the best spiral I've ever done. And I think it's the best one I've ever seen, too, because no one took the extra effort like I did to find the in-between and the perfect radial spiral riser level. I see lots of people, they just use the wall foundations or they use the center pillar foundations, and that's not how it works. It doesn't work that way. It actually has, it starts to differentiate between the levels of when you're rising stuff. Meaning that it doesn't perfectly line up to a wall, the top or the bottom of a wall. It lines up in between in certain parts where you have to maximize it. And I have 4 different pieces that I use to make them spirals, and I can make thousands of them now, and they'll be perfect every single time. Very cool. Very cool. Okay, so this is our output. This is our input. And this is our water. Okay. Let's go check and see if they're all getting water. Boom, that one's full. This one here. You guys are going to watch me start up nuclear power here, everybody. It's going to be epic. Now, that one at the end over there, everybody, that one's going to be starving for resources in the beginning. This will be the first one that starts up over here. Right now it says no power, but it means no power because it's not got any fuel. It should be connected into the overall power grid. Let's just double check. Yes, it is. So it's not producing any power, but it's got power because I can see it's got my power running there. Now, if we want to, we could go in and we could overclock this power as well, just to use up those extra fuel rods if we wanted to. Okay, speaking of fuel rods, let's go over here and check where our fuel rods are going to come out. I think they're going to come out on the far side over here. I wasn't thinking of putting my nuclear power over there, but I think I'll put it way in the back here. So now I've got this kind of going in the wrong direction, but not really that bad because we're going to have our uranium there. And we'll definitely want our... Oh, yeah, it's right here. So, no, our uranium is over there. I see our uranium there. See, I have these stacked 5 and 5. So this goes up, goes across, and then goes down, and it double runs. So each of the back, you can see both of the things are all connected all the way down, so it can run as fast as it can. So this is where my my power for this is going to be. I don't think that's a good idea. We probably want to move it over here. So let's go in and let's do that. Let's use our blueprints. I think blueprints is another amazing thing they added to the game. Some people don't like to use blueprints. Hey, more power to you. It's your game. You play however you want. Me, I think they're nothing short of fantastical. They are very fun to use, too. Okay, so we're going to put these back here. Because what's going to happen, everybody, these are going to backlog, and they're going to be a radiation cluster right there. You do not want to be anywhere close to that when that thing is completely full. Absolutely not. All right, at least I don't want to be. I don't want to be close to it, but I can run this on the ground so that if I do kind of peek over here, I can see if this is actually running. All right, so we want to take this back out. We want to take this out, and we're just going to run this across here like this. Tell it to be straight. Too far. Too far to be straight. And let's say there. And then straight. I love it when it does that. Everybody does the work for me. All right, so yeah, we're going to run that way back there. Run that way back there. And again, these are going to be our fuel rods. Fuel rods. Fuel rods right here. Uranium fuel rods. Let's label them so we know what's up. Again, you can see I put some labels on there. Rod. Wife's in here spraying stuff again. Ah. Put my thing on. I got an air filter in here because they try to kill me, everybody. If it isn't nail polish or bacteria spraying or something, I swear they're trying to kill me. It's probably why I'm so sick, is all the stuff I've had to endure over the years living in this place. It's probably why. If I escape this place, maybe I won't be so sick. You never know. Okay, so all we need now is uranium fuel rods. So our little uranium guy who's running back and forth, we better find our filters too before we get too crazy. Yeah, ionized filters. All right, let's put those in our inventory, so we'll have those for when that starts up. Now I move over, you can see that they're there. I think you can kind of see them already. Yeah, so I got my radiation suit, and I put my filters in there just in case. Okay, the only thing we need now, uranium. So we're going to run over here, and we're going to get all crazy of it now. I'm just going to throw a, man, I should really take the time to go back and put my priority switches in. But we're going to be lazy for a minute here. Run this power into that priority power switch. And what that does allows me to access all of my power. Look at this, everybody. Look at all the power switches, priority power switches I have for all my stuff. And right here is uranium. Boom, turning that sucker on. Now, if I did it correctly, what it's going to do is start up the extractor down there, or actually it's way out there. It's the one that's right here, way out there. It's going to start that up. It's going to run it up into the top part. Then what's going to happen is my vehicle is going to grab it and run it over here. Then it's going to end up in this train station here. Get this out of here. It's going to end up in this train station. It's going to fill that up. It's going to double run out and then double run into the box here, which is then going to run it in here. Now, the second it runs it in here, it's going to combine with the stuff we already have. And that uranium is going to end up in there. It's going to make its encased uranium cell combined with sulfuric acid and a whole bunch of other stuff right along here. Then that stuff's going to go over here to our manufacturers, which is kind of hard to see over here. Kind of hard to see our manufacturers. They're hiding in there. And that's going to produce our uranium rods, and those uranium rods are then going to run to the nuclear power plant. It doesn't look like it has anything right now. I can see the train doesn't seem to have anything on the back, so let's see what happens. It's going to take it, because it takes time for it to spin up. So if it was in the process of running back and forth, we'll know it the second that Geiger counter goes off. We'll be like, oh, yeah, it's working. We'll find out. Now, if I have to, I'll go over there and fuddle with it. I can't remember if I actually ran it into the thing or not. I thought I did, and I put a priority switch on it, and I just kept the priority switch off. Why do I have a bunch of the... Oh, because I was running these from underneath. A bunch of these ones from underneath are poking out of there. All right, little guy, go get me some uranium. I should probably double up this this station here, too. Because the thing that's running all of this, everybody, the limiting factor is the uranium. Because uranium is going to extract at 1600, or 1600, at 600 maximum. So it's got to get the uranium, bring it back over here, and keep that flow of uranium going. But what I can do also is just kind of keep this off and let it run. What's going to happen also, everybody, as I let this run, it's going to start to fill all of this up. It's going to fill that up with uranium fuel rods eventually. It's going to take a while, quite a while. But once that fills up, then it's going to backlog into there, then backlog into this, and then this is going to backlog, and then it's going to fill this entire thing up with uranium raw ore. And so when that fills up with uranium raw ore, you don't want to be anywhere close to that thing either. You don't want to be close to these things. You don't want to be close to that stuff I put way out there, the uranium fuel rods, and you don't want to be close to that nuclear power. But you can't be over here, though. One of the things that I like to do, you can see I put all the uranium stuff all the way out there by itself. And let's see if our train's bringing anything back. This is our other train that's bringing all of our other stuff. But this is going to start to use up these resources. So that means all of this stuff's going to kick back in too. Or at least a good portion of it's going to kick back in as it uses it. And I think this has a lot of canisters going over here as well. I don't see it on the way back yet. There's our water train. Let's go over here and see if this has a ton of canisters. Yes, this has a lot of canisters in there. That's ready to go too. Again, our goal is just to get rid of that extra sulfuric acid, the extra petroleum coke from making the residue of plastic. It doesn't have anything. All right, maybe I didn't. I was too chicken to connect the connector there. Oh wait, no. There goes one there. What's he got? I think he's got. That's the one that has coal. This one right here should be our uranium train. What's this one? Yeah, Uri drop-off. Okay, so this is our uranium drop-off. So we turned it on, but it doesn't seem like it's working. Actually, I should go turn it back off again. Let's go over here and crank it back off. Just in case. And then we'll take the train back. And basically, I can't remember if I just said, you know what, I'm not even going to run the line because that's going to be too dangerous. But I could have sworn I kind of set it up so I could just run it. I could just flip the switch on it. Let's go back and check it out. Maybe I screwed something up. Again, this is the last piece of the puzzle. So you did all of that work that you saw me do, everybody. All of those buildings, all of this, all these train runs, all of these buildings and blueprints and all that stuff, all for nuclear power. And it does give you a lot of power, that's for sure. You guys can see this whole part of the base that some of you haven't seen yet. You can see I have multiple trains running down the same tracks. And they're all going to different places and grabbing different things. One of them is grabbing coal at the very end. Another one here is grabbing coal and quartz and all sorts of stuff from the one back there, and it comes up here and turns around. And then this one is kind of going through this part of the station here, and it's going to go way over here as well. Maybe we got a power problem. We got some sort of, maybe I told it to unload instead of load problem. Well, I'm not getting any radiation signals. All right, what do we got? It says to load. Okay. Maybe I never ran the power line. I thought I did. Oh, it must be the Uri station that that has that priority switch. Ah, see, it was the Uri station that I put the priority power switch on. Up here, I bet. Where's that priority switch? Huh. Maybe not. Usually there's one in the front. Look out for spiders. Gonna be some creepy crawlers out here. Okay. Maybe I didn't connect the inside. Uranium on. Oh, it's not on. Yeah, I didn't connect it on the inside. I sure didn't. Ah, I forgot that one connection. That would have been epic, though. Oh, it's starting up. Oh, she's off and running. And this is going to extract 600. See it coming out of there. This is not good, everybody. This is not good. playing for more than 4 hours. I've been playing for 9 hours. There it goes. Let's race it up. I don't like wasting my thingies. Okay, that's cooking. Cooking with gas. Okay, now we're not going to ride the uranium train back, everybody. That's not that's not a advised idea. Make your own train. Get the heck out of here before you get... because the more of that builds up, the stronger the radiation gets. So it'll get stronger and stronger and stronger. So keep that in mind. Oh, you know what I should have done? Is I should have had a double run up. Kind of feel like I should double up that station too. I might come back and do it. You don't want to keep that uranium ore in your inventory. Oh God, look out. Don't crash into it. Don't crash into it. Oh, so close. Actually, kind of feel like I could get off of this train. Whoa, or I can fall. Get off of this train. Get on this train, quick. Oh, I don't think I'm going to make it. I didn't make it. Oh, so close. If I hadn't fallen off the side there. Any other train coming back? Oh, that uranium train's going to pick up that stuff now. We'll just head back. Make ourselves another train up here. That's the advantage of the dimensional depot now, everybody. No matter where you are, even if you've got nothing in your inventory, you can just make yourself a train wherever you are. I don't do follow for follow, Diego. That doesn't work, man. But thanks for coming in and hanging out. Just go out and be awesome. Entertain your peeps. Have a good time. Enjoy what you do. That's how you make it happen. Look at our trains going opposite directions. Too cool in the perfect spiral. Oops. Didn't mean to ghost ride that. Don't hit my other train. Don't you do it. Oh, there. All right, cool. It doesn't matter if it does. I'll just redo it. Okay. There's our water train. Ooh, mama. She is a sexy train right there. All right, come on, uranium. Come on. Feel like I want to do another uranium train. I might need two. We'll see. That's way out there. Now, you don't want to have too many trains because the train actually stops the output. So every time it comes in the station when it's dropping off, it'll stop the output of fluids or items. So you really want to get it going. Can't wait until you make the Vault-Tec van. I'm working on it ever so slowly. Again, we'll do a whole thing for it here, everybody. I've been, you know how it is every time I try to get anything going. Oh, yeah, no, it's got some cargo. I'm going to hide over here way on the thing. Actually, I could probably take this off the blueprinter now before I get radiated. There we go. Maybe get the stuff out of here. There we go. Okay, this should be the first of our uranium. And if we did all this right, now see, I pre-did all of this stuff. So if I did it right, it should just start up and start going. And then our nuclear power should start up as well. Again, if I get close to it, my radiation level, again, the more of it's in there, the more condensed it gets, the more it does. Oh, I didn't do my uranium output. Oh, my nuclear power, I got to do that too. Oh, there it goes. I can see it running. Oh, yeah, it's running. Okay, so it's running underneath here. There it goes. And then should end up into the box, through the boxes, up and around and down and through here and then through this way. Oh, and there it goes. Yes, and then we should have the first one start up. There it goes, or in case uranium cells are going, I have to deal with the output. All right, well, that's starting up and making its way down to the end with those case uranium cells. We'll see them eventually come out on this side. We've got to deal with our nuclear waste. And I can tell you what I'm going to do with that. I'm going to send it way out that way. Let's go ahead and use our train foundations here which we should have one that's just 2. Like so. Should make it green. Make it green for uranium. Come on. Just use the hologram feature. There we go. So once you have it down, though, did it move right the last second? No. Once you have it down, though, you can. What am I doing? F. Blueprint, middle mouse button. R to go to blueprint mode. Once you have it, you can go ahead and snap it like this. All right, we're going to snap it. We're going to run this way away from me. All these red foundations won't be trained. They'll be a warning. Now, I could take the stuff, put it on a train, which I might do, and then run it to the absolute edge of the world. But you actually need this uranium in the long run. But you certainly don't need it right next to your face. So let's put it way out here for sure for now. And again, this will be 10 boxes of it. And you can't get rid of uranium by throwing it in the awesome sink. But there are some other things that we shall explore that we can use. And you can see I'm going to make a lot of storage for uranium. And right here, we're going to need to put that in there, and this one and that one. All right, this one and that one. Is going the wrong way? No. This one. Into that one. All right, whatever. That into there. Normally I'd take that small segment out, but I think that's fine. And then this. We want to see these just running along here. And eventually we'll be forced to deal with this, by the way. Not quite enough. Okay. Any fuel rods so far? Oh. Oh, there's our encased uranium cells. There they go. And we've got our first round of your encased uranium cells. Ooh, that's filling up. It's almost done with the first uranium fuel rod. I think it's the first one. Yeah, those are not up yet. So we'll just watch on the belt. This is the moment, everybody. This is all that hard work. All for this moment. When your first encased uranium rod comes down the line. Let's hope that we have these all connected. Should go through the output and end up over here. Didn't get past me, did it? Nope. Watching for it over there. How we doing? Got one. Uh-oh. Got one in the thing. It didn't come out of there. Oh, I forgot to do my little connector. That means it's got some in there. How do I get out of here? All right, so, yeah, a little problem there. A little problem. But our uranium, there it goes. We'll get our first one out there, and then we'll go fix the rest of that. It's going to go up and around and all through that. And should come out of here. There it goes. And, oh, it didn't go in the first one. It went in the second one. The first one already had one? No. It went in the second one. That was weird. Did it go in? Go in the second one or the third? Which one did it go in? It went in this one because it's green. Yeah, burning fuel. That sucker's on, producing 2,500 megawatts right now. And you can see our power jumped right there by 2,500. Kind of weird that it went to the second one instead of the first one. Oh, there goes our nuclear waste. Looking good. All right, so we got to run a bunch of these out because the manufacturers aren't running out because I forgot to do that little spot. So we're going to have to fix that too. Right here, I forgot to run it out on this side. My bad. Well, that means that there's probably a few of these in here. Yeah, there we go. That are going to run over here and start some of these up. Here comes another one. See which way he's going to choose. Go into the first one. Watch them bubbles start up. Oh, there it goes. All right, nuclear power running. That one's running. Another one going. So you can see when it's closed like that, that's not running. So we got 3 out of 5 up and running. That has added about 7,500 power. Yeah, look at that. Now, of course, our power boost also boosts. When the more power we have, the more it boosts. So you can see our power boost went up as well. And look at that, everybody. Wow, 40,000 power. I could have already finished the game, by the way, even with just 30,000 power. I could have already finished it. But there's just something really cool about firing up your nuclear power. And by the way, since I'm producing more than I'm going to be using, this whole entire thing will fill up and have a backlog of them. And then, again, that will never stop running. It'll just keep running and running and running. Here comes another one. Now, these last for a really long time, by the way. These fuel rods. You can see that one's not even just about halfway now. And it consumes basically one of these like every 0.2 per minute. So basically it's like 1/8 of a minute or something like that. So that one actually has an extra one. Why didn't it run it down the rest of the way? It's going to start to do overflow, I think. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take those out. Now it's going to radiate the heck out of me right there, which is not good. And I'm actually going to run down here. I'm going to throw one of them in there. And then I'm going to go to this one here at the end. Oh my God, it's using up my filter. And then another one there. When you get out of your inventory, less radiation. All right, there we go. Now we got all 5 of them up and running. Looking good. Yeah, okay. Now let's look at our power. Let's see. Peaking around 45,000. Now what that's going to do is do what it does in most overflows. So it's going to fill up the first one, and it's going to fill that one up with a whole bunch of them. And then once that one fills up, it's then going to fill up the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and then it's going to backlog. And that backlog is going to fill this up, and then it's going to backlog along these lines here. Now, this is going to take quite a long time, everybody, but we've already let it run for like several thousand hours on the server. How long has this server been running? 2,209 hours continuously. That's the cool thing about being with G-Portal, everybody. You can pop on over there and get your own server and get the ultimate power, the power of time, the power to let this sucker run. G-Portal, let me go ahead and throw it in the chat for you guys. Go show them some love. Show yourself some love. And get yourself an epic server like me, giant mega server. It's only a couple bucks a month. I mean, it costs you more in power for you to run your machine than it basically would to go and rent a server. And they got all the cool server stuff over there, too. All the games you might be looking for, I find. All right, we need another one over here, stat. In this first one. The second one has run out now, too. No, the second one has what? Oh, it's hurting on water. Really? Oh, that's the current amount in the building. This is consuming 240 water. Oh, I got that wrong. Oh, I got that wrong. Wrong. So that's 240, so 250, that's 500 just on the 2. Oh, we need more water. We need more H2O over here. We need to do a second station. That's what we need. We need it because actually it's the water that's going to be a problem. So yeah, we need a second station to bring a whole nother thing of water. And then this actually needs to be split. If it's 240, it's 480. 6, it's more than the thing. So each one of these needs to have their own dedicated water that's going to keep it going. See, I don't even need this power, everybody. I just do it so you can check it out. Again, you can see that my total power usage right now is pretty low. Right now, I'm only consuming about 7,000, say high side around 8,000 watts, and I'm producing over 40,000 watts. So basically almost 4 times what I actually need at this moment. But as we get into the higher end stuff, very, very, very soon, this stuff is really going to take a lot of power, especially some of the high end stuff. So yeah, we've got a water issue. We got a big time water issue. Yeah. But we kind of want to let this do its thing, and we want to go and add another station. Yep. Right over here. Kind of tempted at moving that one down to the end. Now I can bring my water in over here and then double run this water. I can run this one to the first two and then run 600 and 600 again and run that to the other two, and then have one that's like a filler, extra water. Yeah, that's an issue. That's a big time issue. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Okay, first problem, if I take this out and any radiation stuff, it's going to drop on me. So, no. Okay, didn't get me. Okay, we're taking this one out at the end. And we're going to run some stuff here at the end. Okay. Oh, we never fixed this either. This is kind of offset because of the way that it sits on the thing. The way that it lines up to the end, so kind of have to fix that. Take 3 of those out. There we go. Keep those from flashing. So we're going to take this train line and we're just going to run it straight. So this one can turn around there, and then we'll put another turnaround over here. So what do we want? We want, let's flip this way. It's a great little trick, by the way. You just flip it this way, put it right here where you want it to go. And then we want 4 more fluid stations. I knew I'd make a miscalculation somewhere, everybody, and that's okay. If you make a mistake, no big deal. So I'm going to put 3 fluid stations down. Then I'm going to take the actual train station out. And then I can flip this to being our actual fluid. Run that into there, which is going to run the power. Put this one around the other way. So how many do we have? 1, 2, 3. This is 4. And then put the train station at the end. You can't put that other stuff down until you have the train station down. And then, so once you put the train station down, you can then put these down, take the train station out, and then fool around with it to get it the way you want it. This is going to be water drop off 2. Okay, we need more water. But luckily, we have a beautiful spiral that we spent time on, and we did dual track. So I fixed the problem that I would have to now fix had I realized that I didn't do enough water earlier. I would have said, "Oh my God, I got to make a two-lane train because my train's got to go up and down because I need more trains now to run along these tracks." So yeah, very cool. Glad I just did it out of instinct. Did it because I was all inspired. Okay, so we're probably not gonna play Ashton here today, everybody. We'll probably play a bunch of Satisfactory since we're in the zone and we have to we got to fix this problem. All right, so we got to tell this to unload the water and unload. This is actually gonna be really easy because we can go down, make another station down below. What do we want to do? Let's make our own train. And let's go. All right. I feel like my headphones are dying. While we're going this way, hopefully we don't crash into a train while I'm not paying attention, driving a heavily loaded train here. All right, going down. Again, I just built this spiral earlier, everybody. It is a perfect helix, a perfect spiral, which I've never seen anybody do it the way I do it, where you absolutely know exactly the distance. And again, it's not easy because it doesn't just line up to the foundation walls. And yeah, so we're rocking our way down. We're getting it going on, looking good. What's going on out there in the world? We're spiraling our way down at pretty much full speed. Let me go ahead and switch my stuff here. Try not to crash into a train, but if I do, you know, gotta do what I gotta do. Headphones. There we go. Yeah, I think my headphones died and I didn't even notice it. Here comes the train coming up. So cool. And again, this will be available for my patrons. You'll get the full blueprints of how to build your own perfect spiral. I know exactly what to do. I sure do. So this is going here. So what I want to do is create another station over here and fill this station after this station. So we'll move this back, take this, put it here. Like that. Then bring the water up from that side. Put the station here and put it in this direction. So it's at the end. Take this out. That there. See how cool it is when you've already got it kind of pre-thought out? Okay, and then we're just going to do this. Just going to run that like that. Perfect. And then run this out like this, so this is all still connected. We'll just go ahead and put in our stop thingies already. Come on. Put it in there. So this is a different segment. So there. So this way the train in the back doesn't have an issue. So this guy is coming to do water pickup. This will be water pickup 2. Okay. Now we're good. Now we need more water. And we're going to do 5 and 5 again. Now we want to do our 5 and 5 here. We just do more out here. 1, 2, 3. And over here, 4, 5. And these are going to be on their own line run. Oh, not enough foundations. Also not in zooping mode. Alright, there we go. Alright, again. So 5 of these equals 600, by the way, if you're wondering. Why is that not lined up? Something's wrong. Why is that? Why are these not lining up with each other? Something's gone horribly, horribly wrong. This one's wrong. Something's weird. It should line up across the way. Oh, those are actually not lined up. Those ones are. These ones are lined up, but the ones at the end are not lined up. I can't nudge it. Just going to take that one out. Yeah, and you can't nudge these either. Take this out. Normally that snaps to that. What the heck is going on? Something funky's going on. I'll go back and fix that other one, but whatever's going on here, I'm gonna fix it. So what I'm doing is I'm using these to line these up across the way, and they should go perfectly across. Yes, okay. Then I'll put this one back in. And it can be wonky over here. Makes me want to go and fix it, but I'm not going to. I got things to do. Got to get this other water online. Okay, now these should snap to each other like we did before. Okay, so we'll do 3 on that side, 2 on this side. And then this. Run down the thing here. Come on. And then these should snap like that. Yeah, all right, there we go. Fix that problem. And this into here. These are all going into there. Yeah, I don't know how that line got messed up, but I'm sure some sort of weird offset or something. We got this. Okay, looks good. Then we're going to run power. Make this power. Oh, that does not have enough. Let's upgrade it. Oh, fun detected. Ah, right in the zone. I was in the zone. I was in the zone, everybody. Ah. The good thing is, by the way, it's on the server, so it might have saved it. We'll see. I hope it did. We'll be doing that again. Yeah, I think that was a client crash and not a server crash. Now remember, the server is not as good as if you're playing a local game, meaning stability-wise. Though I like the server because I can let it run. I like that part a lot. Hey, nice to see you again. Well, thank you. Revoking holidays. Uh-oh. Okay, where were we at? Right here. We were running power lines. Okay. I'm try to upgrade this power line. Try it again. Maybe it was the 9 hours. Oh! Okay, it doesn't like that. It doesn't like that a lot. Okay. Launching. Launching. It don't like that.
Oh my God!
Fun detected. Okay, in we go. I really got to flip over my schedule here. I'm just all messed up from doing IRL stuff. Doing all the IRL stuff. Over here as well. Okay. Something keeps doing that, everybody. Don't keep doing it, because it's just going to keep crashing. What do we got up here? So we have this. I'm going to take this out. Run that. There we go. Apparently doesn't like my idea of upgrading that. And I'm just going to run that up there. Okay. And this one here. No, I don't want to do that. Do this first. Then connect that. This one's going to have to go over here. This one over there. Oops. Okay. That's going to get that fired up. Now we want this to run over there. To that side. And we'll just run it right here. And while we're running it, we can run a second one. Ah, perfect. Look at that, how I lined that up. Nice. Yeah, put the 3 on this side. Okay. And then this one. In the middle of all of these. Snap these in place. It's one of the advantages of running them across from each other is it's really easy to combine lines. Again, what we want is 600 water coming out of each of these. Like this. Okay, now we also have another thing here where we'll want to push the water from this side. We're going to do that. We're going to take this pump, tell it to go that way, and we're going to find it some power. We'll run it. That. Okay, so that's going to push that water this way. And then what we'll do is we'll lift it over this. And while we're at it, we'll do the same thing here where we pump on the end of there. Does have enough room up there? No, but we could go to this one. And then this is going to lift up over this. And the output's going to go there. We'll need this part at the end. And don't need the part at this end. That pump should run this way. We'll do all the power on this. Power over here because I know I'm going to have to chain that eventually. Okay, all of that's going to start up. And then I'm going to be running this at there. Okay, now we want to go to the end. Get that out from way down there. This out, this is going to be in the way. And we're going to need some space for our buffers on the bottom side. There's our blueprint thing. No? Okay. There we go. Might be slightly excessive amount of things there, but we do what we got to do. Okay, how do we do this side? I think this side we only did a single stack at each input. Yeah, we did a single water pump at each input, and then we did double input right there. All we need to do is reproduce that over here. Okay, and fluid here. Just give ourselves some room here. Holding down control a lot of the times, by the way, to line this stuff up. I feel like that one's a little closer. Get one of them out of line, man. They all out of line. There we go. Much better. Gotta watch both lines, both directions. Or it's gonna get you. Okay. this going into there, that in there. I put pumps on this side. Where did I put in pumps? Not there. How's it getting up to that second one then? I didn't put pumps in front of it. I guess from the pump down here. How's this pump doing? 44. Certainly got it filled up. I don't feel like I want to pump there first before it goes in that upper part. Well, we'll test it on this side and see if it makes any difference. I don't feel like it's going to be so backlogged it won't make a difference in the long run. I'm going to do it anyway. Bob's under there, making noises. Making noises! Okay, and we could run the power down from this. Down in there. Cross that over to there to do those pumps. Run this back. Pull that back up. Okay. Then we can take out all of these. Yeah, I don't necessarily have to take out all that. Go with that. Okay, now we need walls. Line this stuff up. Time to eat this, nature. Get out of my face. Get out of my face, I'm working here. Oh, we got a ways to go on that, okay. Yeah. Use all this area inside. See, what I had is I had my train station down here. And then I realized, why am I wasting all of my beautiful water space with having my train station at the bottom? So I lifted my train station up so I could, you know, extract water. Don't waste your precious water space. That's a precious commodity, yeah. Okay, so how are we going to do this? We should run these down first. We could cascade upwards. We will do that. This one down one. That one down one. This one all the way to the bottom. All right. So we're going to go over the top first. That. Get that started. Remember, pipes don't have directions, everybody, so you can just get it started. And that'll make it easier down here. Now what I want to do is bring this up here and then split these into these separate ones. So I'm going to bring this down and basically turn it. Try to see how this is lined up. All right, that's good. Oh, right when I clicked it. Forgot, you gotta click you gotta double click it. Double click it. Give me my nice straight pipe. All right, there we go. And then this one is also gonna be part of that one. Hit H. I can nudge it back all the way down. Okay, now these ones are going to be different where I'm going to have... Oh, it should be the other way around. This one here. That one down here. Where the second one's going to make its way up there. So the bottom one's going to make its way here. So we could do this on this one. Something like that. Okay, and then this one is going to run right along here. Over there. Remember where the straight part is, like this. Okay, that's the first one. Start backlogging that water in there. And we'll put this here. Nudge that over. Again, we're doubling our water for our nuclear power, which I totally zoned on. That was my bad. Nobody to blame but me. Should put one actually there. This out, and then run that to there, and then we can corner that nicely. There we go. And way down here again, hit H, nudge that right over the top of that. And this should line up to this, but it's not doing it. This is annoying. And it doesn't snap vertically. Oh well, do what we gotta do. Take all this out. Again, if you don't need all these connections, everybody, just take it out and just do one straight connection like that. Much cleaner, better way of doing it. Absolutely. Okay, now we're going to divert this one to the side here. Keeping it at the same level, but diverting it to the side. And then we are going to get this to go up here without touching that other stuff. Hopefully. Like this. Going under there. Oh, wow, that's perfect. Very nice. Okay, and then same thing here. Trying to line that up. Maybe we'll just do this. And that'll snap to that. Much nicer. And then we can do this. Take all this extra stuff out and just run that to there. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of touching it. It's touching it! No! Don't you touch it. Don't do it. Just getting an idea of where I want that to end up. Right there. And then divert it around that so it doesn't touch that. Okay, very nice. Now, we got that filling. Filling up pretty sweet. How we doing? Okay, this is all loading. Did we set the other one to unload? I don't remember. Again, this is 600 on both of these, but because I'm running them individually, it will actually unload it faster than if I just ran 600 into a single fluid thing. And then you got a double input and double output. It's kind of a pain because it should work 600 in, 600 out kind of thing, but it doesn't. So it doesn't matter what it should do, only matters what it does do, I find. Okay, so now we need some more trains. And we need to go ahead and start this train right here. So we're going to go in and build ourselves another train. So we got this, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, and then an engine, and then another engine. And then we're going to move this forward. This is going to be water train 3. Right there. Edit timetable. Pickup. I missed a K there. I missed a K in that name. Pickup. There we go. For all you ADHD people, that's all for you. All right. So water pickup 2. Water drop off 2. Save changes. All right. Turn on self-driving. Go. So it's going to go in there. It's going to pick up that water. I need to see if this thing is... you know what? I don't even need this block signal. I got one right there. So this whole segment here will be its own segment. So this way this can stick out the back. There it goes. Now, you don't want too many trains going to the same station. Again, it slows it down. But in this case, I need 2 trains. So they're on opposite sides, picking stuff up. So that train's off. Back up to drop that off to the other newer station. And then what I'm going to do is alternate. So that guy's up dropping that off. This guy's about to go drop it off to the station that's actually behind what station he's going to be in. And he's got to wait until he's off the spiral. And the other one's now coming down the spiral. Probably about now. I should probably put a thing halfway up the spiral so this guy could start the spiral. Once that guy's kind of clear halfway up. Now that I have more trains. Yeah, see the other one's coming down. And that's going to be an issue. I'm going to have to turn this one off. I need to get a train in between. Okay, so here. Then 1, 2, 3, 4. And this. And this one needs to move forward just a little bit. Just enough so I can get it going. Oh, and I forgot to name it. Water. Train 4. I don't want to turn on the self-driving yet. Just wanted to move it forward a little bit so I can try to sneak in another engine. Yikes. Okay, little close, little close. Oh, I know what I can do. I can turn the self-driving on. Oop. Turn self-driving. Oh, I don't have, doesn't have a timetable. All right, water pickup 2, water drop-off 2, save, turn on self-driving. Okay. So while it's pulling into the station, I can then attach another one to the back of this. There we go. Okay. Once that starts to load, again, I want to alternate the trains. There it goes. Okay, so that starts to load. Then I go to this one. I turn on self-driving on this one. But it can't go anywhere because the block signal is blocking it, which is what it should do. But I really need to do about halfway up so this can get off of this and get out of the way for the other one. So we're going to take this train halfway up. Because that other train is going to sit right here in this station and wait while this one's working its way up. Where if I get about halfway up, here we go. Up the spiral we go. If I get about halfway up, I can then say, nope, you can go ahead and start up the spiral while this guy's finishing up on the top part of the spiral. So it can start moving forward. And it can probably start moving forward by now. Let's just say right here. So we need a signal there. And then probably on the other direction as well. So that's on the way up, and then this one is on the way down. So same thing on this one, going in both directions. So we'll cut that up, and then, yeah, see the other train's now working his way up. And then by the time that train gets to our stop, where's that one at? He's there. That train is there. So we'll get one here going, and then alternate direction there. And that will let that guy go. Again, what we're trying to do is space them out, but we're also trying to make it where they're not stopped waiting for the train above it. And they'll space out a little bit just because of these things. Again, this one should be going out beyond the lock signal up here. Yes. And then maybe we could put an incoming block signal. Put one back there. Really kind of need one over here. Where's this going? That's on that side. I think it's fine. Okay. So, are there any trains waiting to go this way? That train is waiting for that train to exit. Oh, but that train can't, the train can't get out of there. Train snaffaroonie, everybody. I forgot to put the loop to get the train out of there and get it going back the other way. That's my bad. That's really my bad. Okay, so this has to go forward a little more too, because that can't turn around. That train thing is in the way. So we're gonna move this forward. We're gonna go ahead and have it just run this back around this way. And re-meet right there. So we're going to pull this train out of the way. There we go. Kind of waste some of this water, but such is the way it goes. Make sure it's on that side. Take this one out. Take this out. Take this and run it there. Okay, so yeah, that one can get out now, and that one can run. And the other one can come in. See, they got their own turnaround, so we don't have an issue. Okay, so this is here. This one can't pass this. Now this is going to potentially block that back there. We'll say here. And then out of this, we'll have this blocked. Its own segment. And then we got to watch out when we're going this way that we don't ram into this one that's turning around here. Like that. Now that's a separate segment as well. Okay, and that one's coming in. And see, this can kind of loop ahead of the other ones as well. So that's water drop off there. So these got to be set to unload too. Unload. 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 Load. And this is water drop off 2. Now we got to fix our trains to go to water drop off 2. Save. And then this one here. Drop off 2. There they go. Okay. That'll take a few cycles for that to get smoothed out, but we got it going. Oh, look at this here. That's not good. Gonna get radiated. Getting radiated. Let's go over here and drop these in here. There you go. Let's take this out because that doesn't need to go any further that way. Ah! Took out the wrong thing. Not what I wanted to do. That really screwed me up. I gotta go and redo all of this because I don't trust it now. I'm gonna redo that. Do this. Redo this pipe. I'm gonna redo the power. Okay. Let's just start back up again. Okay. My power all over the place. What happens when you screw around with your power? Alright. So this is not going to come from over there. We don't need any more of these belts and stuff. Oh, I could just... No, probably a bad idea. Nope, nope, don't do that. Keep the power going. The cool thing is when you don't have a lot of production going, it doesn't matter if your power's running. In my case, it doesn't really matter. Oh yeah, we were doing the pumps going out and going up. Oh, that's a cool idea. Let's run this out first. Yeah. So we're running those out with double outputs with pumps as well. And then we're going to let it run down. We're running that out. More pumps. Going this way. Yeah, instead of having it crawl its way up, we're just going to the top one. And then going from there. Right there. Right there. Right there. And then this. Going to here. No, this is going to go straight up into the thing there. Just going to divert this water for right now out of my way. Deal with that later. Keep that going. Okay. Take all this out. put our fluid buffers in. And we're going to offset them a little bit. Can't remember what my offset was before, but we'll try something different. Right there, right there. And this vertical mode. Yeah, that's cool. That's really cool. And then straight out. And there we go. Okay. And then we want to do all of our stuff here. What's up, Eat Banana Bread? What's up, Sea Fish? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. I am working on some epic fun right here, everybody. This is really fun. Again, I had a moment earlier where I was like, oh my gosh, wait a minute. I know how to do a spiral train. I remember how we did it old school. And so we did it old school today, everybody. We went in there and we made a bunch of ramps. We figured out the exact offsets of a spiral stair, or a spiral, well, kind of like a spiral stair, but basically a spiral train station. And so we went in, we made it a dual spiral, which is even more difficult, but also as twice as much fun. We did all of that. And then, of course, in the end, we figured out that we actually need a, we actually need it. So I'm glad we spent the time doing it, because we definitely need it right now for our nuclear power. We needed more water. Now, see, once you already have it built, it's actually easier to add more trains than it is to go and run a bunch more pipes, which is cool. Okay, so we're going to run this to the top, and then we're going to run this down, and then down again, and then, of course, it's going to come out of here, and these two are going to combine. And like this, and nope, totally not what I was trying to do, but sure. And then this vertical. And this one vertical. Get that pumping up there. Double output going on. Kind of feels crooked. Why's it crooked like that? I don't like it. Alright, I'm gonna live with it. Why are all of these straight and that one's crooked? The way that the thing coming out of there? And why would it decide to do that? Something got twisted. Okay, is that what we're doing now, are we? I got a solution for everything, everybody. Watch this. Go in, you make some of these like that, because these line up perfectly to this. Then you go in and you do this, which lines up to the one underneath it, and then you just kind of reverse engineer it there, and then you run this one into this one, and you run that one up into that one. Told you I gotta work around for just about everything. I don't know why that's acting twisted like that. I don't know what's going on with that, but don't care. Just want it to work. Okay, now we got to run our outer lines and inner lines. So this one's got to go down to there. That one's going to go down to there. So let's just do both of these down. Both of those down. These two together. These two together. Okay, and then Output in the center. Output in the center. Okay, now we got some water lines to run. So let's take this one out. And we'll run this forward. We can figure out where our pump's going to be. When in doubt, everybody, just add another pump. Don't even bother. Just add more pumps. Never regret adding another pump. You always regret not doing it. Why is this? This got a weird angle too. What is going on today? I'll get it fixed. I don't need these smaller segments. All right, this one is going there. That's going to do these first two. And then we're going to cut this. Bring this one out here. Bring. Yikes. Fix all of this. Why do I have it all weird like that? Because I was running to the one that was there. Let's go this way. Oh, it's in the road though. Let's run along the edge of the road here. I don't like the way this one's working. I don't like it. Let's get this. Oh, gotta go forward a couple. Just so we get a nice 90 out of that. Oh, only one. It's purely cosmetic, everybody, but just trying to keep it looking good. All right. So we got that up off the ground. Now we're going to run it to max length. Then do this. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Take all this out. Cleaning that up. Now, I'm trying to avoid using pipe holes because everybody under the sun, including me, has had issues with them. So I'm going to try to avoid that. Now, I could just run underneath and over up above. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Run that one underneath. That's exactly what I'm going to do. All right. And run this for as far as it can run. There. Okay, let's back up just a little bit. There and there. And that forward. And that forward. Actually, we should probably stop back there. This way we can divert this one. And this one here. That one there. This one goes into these two. Okay. We need our nuclear power plant back that we took out. All right. Add our 5th one here at the end. And use our blueprint. Yeah, where'd it go? Oh, did we lose our blueprint? Oh, man, when we crashed, I think we lost our blueprint. Just not see it? No, it's right there. Okay, cool. Losing power out here. All right, just put that there for a second. We got to run some power out here. Okay, now I got a backlog. You don't want to take this out with the thing on the line, otherwise that's going to go in your pocket. Nuclear waste in your pocket, not good. Okay, no, it just shifted my stuff around. That's why I couldn't find it. Nuke power runs right here. Okay, we turn this around. Line it at halfway. Run this here. This has got to run for this way now. That runs to there. This runs in here. Now we gotta do our little power thingy here. Come on. Jeez, come on. There we go. Really? After all that, I clicked it and it still didn't do it. Go. Okay. That'll start running those in. Our waste material needs to go this way. And then down. Yeah, you don't want to be too close to that. But again, that's why I made such a backlog over there. It'll take a while for that to fill up. But it will fill up. It absolutely will. It'll fill that up for sure. Okay, water there. Water here. What I'm going to do is double infuse this water down here at the end. Including kind of bringing this out just a little bit. We'll do this. Put the rest of that water in there. What the heck is going on here? Something not right there. A little misclick or something. So these 4 are actually going to get a lot more water. Are these 3 at the end, and the 2 at the one and the 2 is dedicated to that. And so all of these should be running now. Oh, they are. They're all running. Oh, they got 32 fuel rods in them too. All right, let's look at this power. Holy mackerel, 45,000 power right now. Looking at rock solid line running there, everybody. That's what you want to see. Rock solid. But we do have an ability to go to 47,000. And I think our nuclear power is up and running. Okay. So yeah, this one definitely backlogging with 32 of them there. This one's got 13. I'm just going to do something crazy. Go like this. Cut those in half. Put that in there. Try not to get radiated to death. Put those in there. There we go. All right, got 4 radiation thingies left. I think we're good, right? I think that's there. We've got our water connected. We've got an absolute just ton of water flowing in there. More than enough water. And what it should need. And we have nuclear power. There we go. Up and running. Look at all this. Look at all this stuff you have to do just to do nuclear power, everybody. All of this, all this water, all this over here is for nuclear power. It's quite involved. It's probably the most involved thing you have at this particular part of the game. Now, there's actually a whole nother part that we need to do after the nuclear power on the next thing that I don't think I've ever done in a playthrough because I'm usually done with the game. By the time I get to nuclear power, all I have to do is just make a few things and I'm done. But in the release version, there's a whole bunch of other stuff to do after that, and we're going to explore all of that, everybody. Now, again, this is just going to run and run and run. Now, here's the thing. I don't even need this power, everybody. I don't even need it. I don't have that much stuff running at all anyway. So I don't even need 47,000 power. Yep, it's getting up there. I don't even need that 47,000 power because I'm using 7,000 power. Again, it's like 4 times as much or 5 times as much power being produced right now than I'm actually using. But the cool thing is, if I want to make anything, I can always make it at any time. And also, I've already backlogged a bunch of resources because I was doing nuclear power. A lot of that required a lot of base resources for it to do. Now, eventually, I will run out of like steel resources or actually plates and rods and all of those. I will eventually run out of those. But I have enough power to start those up. And plus, I also have a bunch of materials that I brought up here that I haven't even touched yet. That's going to be for that particular production. And we haven't even got to our faster belts yet either. We're so crazy up in here. And I feel like this water's looking pretty good. Is that other water one behind him? No. So he's not waiting on the... Oh, and here he comes. Oh, that's the uranium guy. Is the uranium backlogging yet? Let's go over here and get a little radiated. What's this supposed to do? Why is that out like that? What is that? What's that outputting? Water. Got no water? What's going on? Did I disconnect the water over here? Oh, I accidentally disconnected the water. Oh, I thought I disconnected the 2 sides. Apparently I didn't. Oh, I think that was a server rollback. I could have sworn I connected those. Okay, get that water going that way. This is a mess that we don't need. And I could have sworn I fixed all of that, but oh well. We'll fix it. We'll get it cleaned up here. Because I need that water for my sulfur as well. There we go. We already got a pump there. This one could probably use a pump just in case. These pumps use next to nothing, everybody. For the peace of mind, it is worth every bit of power. The thing I feel is the biggest waste of power is hypertubes when you're not using them. When you're using them, they're great. But if you're not using them, they're a huge waste of power and they're always running at any given time. The only way to do it is to do a power switch. We can turn it on and off, especially a priority power switch. You can turn those off. You can even turn on different routes of them. So say you had 2 tubes like this, right? And you were coming out of there, you could turn the power off of this tube and then you go to the left. Or you can turn the power of the right one off and then you would go to the right, or the right of the left one off and you go to the right. Or you turn the right one off, you go to the left. So you can actually control the routes in which you'll end up by using priority switches and turning them on and off as before you start to travel, which is really cool. But me, I just take the trade. I'm good. Yeah, see, I'm trying to keep that away from these other tracks. Man, that's working good. Okay. I missed the train. Assuming all my trains are working. What's the problem here? No fuel. Plenty of water? Plenty of water. There's no fuel. 12 here. 17. 19. Here we go again. Split these up a little bit. Just to keep them going. There we go. While it's queuing up a bunch of these. Again, it should be 0.4 per minute. It's using it 0.2 per minute. And we should be in here. Now, if any time that you want to use your boosting things, right, it's right here. Because you got to think of all of the resources that you need to do before you get to this point, everybody. This would be the point to do it. I could also overclock it to make it go faster. But it's at 0.4 per minute. So that means that it's going to produce basically 2 of them for every one. So that's 2 for 6 of them that it's going to produce. And this, by the time these get used up. And so I'm using 5. So I could add a 6th one if I want to. But I would rather it backlog a bunch of these first. And then if I do want to add one at the end, if I really need that power, which I seriously doubt, I could totally do that. So, and we have no problem with our encased uranium cells. Our beams are looking good. Are we backlogging our cells? We are. Doesn't look like we're backlogging these cells. Oh, I didn't do storage for the cells. Oh, that's my bad. My bad. Thank you for the love. Who's that? Kellum Mall coming up with a 44 months of Prime Sub love, as well as Blaring Fire. A bit ago there, like 90 minutes ago, because I was so focused on what I'm doing. Thank you so much for everybody coming in, showing that love. Show them some love in the chat, everybody. We got to put some storage in here for our stuff here so this can keep going. I don't want to take up too much of my pathway here. We'll get this right up here so we can just corner it right down here at the end. And take this out. Oh, whoa, more love! Tab coming in with the 4 months of sub love. Show him some love in the chat as well, everybody. So much love going on right now. Put those off of me, please. Thank you very much. Encased uranium cells. Yeah, I totally forgot to backlog those. We're here. Encased uranium cells. Okay, again, when you take these out, everybody, it's going to start radiating the heck out of you. So get them off of your inventory as quick as you can. There we go. And then run that into there. Much better. Okay, that production can keep going. While, again, if it starts to backlog, it'll backlog in here. We'll have 10 boxes deep in that. Which is what we want. Yeah, see, it's already starting to backlog. There it goes. And see, this will never stop now. So this will just keep running and running and running. Well, until it fills all that up. That's why you want these giant buffers like this, everybody. That's basically what those are. Again, eventually all these nuclear powers are going to fill. They're absolutely going to fill with these uranium fuel rods. Again, I'm producing them faster than they're being used. Look at the power going up and down and up and down. Yeah, you want that to be nice and stable, but that's what it takes to get started up and get it going. Let's go over here and check our sulfur packaging. See if that's doing its job. These are all green all the way down. Like to see that. Away from that radiation. Oh, I'm getting close to that thing. Yeah, look at the radiation level going way up. Holy mackerel. What's that over there? I can tell you already. How are we doing here? Yes, it does look like it's packaging. That's doing a good job. It's got plenty of empty canisters. How are we doing here? Holy moly, look at this. How much extra uranium ore is in there? Oh god, that's full. That one's full. Another full one. Completely full. Oh my gosh. Oh. My goodness. Oh, break time. Good reminder. Good reminder. Alright. Yes, we have a lot of uranium ore backlogged over there. And see, this is why I don't start that up till later. But again, the more you have it concentrated there, the more you're getting radiated from that. I'm also over here. It's got uranium in there. I'll try to find a little safe spot over here by the water, maybe. Alright, that's looking good. Alright, so all that seems to be working like clockwork. We should really make ourselves some more of these things. I just burnt through all of them by doing all of that. So let's get our, I think it's equipment workbench, actually. Get our equipment workbench and see if we can make some more of these suckers. Yes, we got to make gas filters first. We need more cloth. I'll make more of these iodine-infused filters. Yeah, we could automate that process too. All right, looks good. Now we got more filters. So there it is, everybody. Let's get a nice bird's eye view of our nuclear power over here. Oh, that's the storage. It doesn't have any power. Yeah, nuclear power. Probably the cleanest I've ever done nuclear power. I got it really separated instead of being right up on top of each other. All the different stuff is color-coded. You know, we've got our uranium cells. We've got our sulfur. We've got lots of trains going. Coming in and going out. And yeah, look at the two different trains unloading at the same... at two different locations. Where's our other train? Now this is just like a set it and forget it, everybody. If I just let this run, what it's going to do is just backlog all of this stuff. Eventually it'll fill up all those nuclear power plants. As long as the water keeps going, it'll fill all those up. It'll backlog that fuel. It'll backlog everything all the way back. So all this stuff will start to backlog. Again, that's one of the nice things about having thought that through. Okay, here comes our other train. Is this our train number 2? Or is this our train number 1? That's our second train. Okay, see? So I alternated them so that it would be dropping off when the other one's coming in. Ooh. That doesn't look like that fits. Nope. That does not fit, but this will be blocked here. I don't think it's that big of an issue. It's off and running. Yeah, see, they're now on alternate sides of the whole game. That's what you want. You don't want a train sitting back here waiting. Look, this one has the same problem. It's holding up the train behind it. Want that to be there, and because it needs room for the trail, the cars behind it. case it does come up on it. Scariest one is this one. I could just take the station out, add a blank one, and put the train engine in the front on those. I have to fix it on both trains. I might just do that while I'm thinking about it. Let's just do that to move this forward a little bit, and then we'll go modify our trains. So we're going to take this out. Take out this circle. Put in some more foundations. Move the actual station itself. Make sure to watch what direction it's going. We're going to take that out. We are going to put in a empty platform. Like that. Got to run this power back down to wherever we just pulled it from. Right there. Oh, it's over here. There. That's running down the line to all the nuclear power. We got to rename this station again. Water to drop off. Then we got to fix our other trains. Water to drop off. Go. And then water to drop off. Go. And then we want to circle it back the other way. Like that. And so we got to wait for our train to come in, and then we got to fix our train. What I had to do is move it forward, because again, the train was hanging out the edge too far. They're probably all jammed up on each other down there now. Oh, here comes one. One's coming back. It's fun just watching the train. See, I'm watching it down here, and then I can also watch it up there at the same time. All right, which train is this train? Let's go check it out. This train is... what's the name of this train? Water Train 2. Okay, so that's the one that goes to this. So that's that one. I'm looking for Water Train 3 and 4. Oh, did I make sure these are all unload? I don't think I changed these, but just in case, we'll just double check it again. I think this is the most elaborate I've ever done on trains, everybody. Normally I just do push-pull trains. They're super easy. I just put a train station this way and that way, in two different directions with two different engines facing two different directions, and then put all your cars in between, and then back and forth, back and forth. It just does the one track. Super simple. But it's fun to get more advanced now that it's actually released as well. Is Stream Elements is drunk? I don't know. Might be. It might be. Let me fix these trains and I'm going to take a break. All right, I think this is one of my other trains. This guy's coming in hot. Turn off self-driving. Okay, I'm going to stop that one. And then I'm going to go take one of these off the back. Put this one in the front. Like that. And then turn on self-driving. So now what I did is I accommodated the second train in the front so that it unloads and loads properly, and then I have one in the back as well. And that should make that work way better. Again, so that second one's not hanging out the back. on this particular part because I didn't move it up far enough. I could have moved it up far, one more thing up, and it would have been fine. That's okay. I think this is water number 1. This is water train 1, yeah. This one's going to unload. Off it goes. That one's out of there. Getting hungry, everybody. Getting hungry. Now, again, we're obviously not going to play some Astroneer. I don't know. I might take a break and come back and do some Astroneer and just do an epically long stream here. We're already 10.5 hours in. I got to flip my schedule back over the other way. Big time. Okay, we need the other train. Come on, train. We need train 4, I believe it is. Fill these empty foundations in while I'm at it. Oh, here it comes. Oh, this is water train 3. I think I already did 4. This is a dangerous thing to back up. Okay, stop the train. Take the one in the back off. Now it's easy for me to tell the 2 different trains apart too, because these trains have 2 engines in the front that go to this one, and the other one has 2 trains in the back, so I know it goes to that one. That makes it even easier. I didn't even think of doing that just to keep them separated visually. I think we can color the trains too. We color the trains? Yeah, we can. Cool. I don't think I've ever bothered to color my trains, everybody. There we go. Now we know. We colored the trains. All right. That's going to do its job, and I think we're good. And we'll bring that other one through, and we'll color that train true. We'll color that one, and then we'll know the difference between the 2 trains visually as well. I could color that other one green for uranium. I think I might. Next time it comes through, I think I'm going to go and I'm going to color that one for uranium. All right. This one's going to pull out of here. That one's out of there. All right. God, this game is good, everybody. It is so incredibly amazing. Dio's been in a few times, Whist. I miss her playing with us as well, but I would rather work on her health, you know. She's got some rough stuff going on right now. Someone who's been sick for a very long time, I can understand. That is for sure. Okay. That's our water train there. Cool, because you just do one line at a time. You do one line, and then you connect another line, you connect another station, you run it down there, and you run it back. Again, the complexity builds up over time, just like anything that you build, everybody. You just don't start with it like this. You start a little bit, you get a bunch of resources, and you just work on one problem, one small problem at a time, and if you solve enough small problems, it leads to big success. And that's how this whole entire thing was done. Oh yeah, that's definitely my My train number 4 right there. Yeah, that's a water train. All right, water train. We're gonna color you blue. Oh, I gotta fix it on the other end. Duh, I gotta fix that on the station on the other end. Because now it's got the 2 engines in the front. I forgot to do that. I'm gonna wait till, because now it's gonna only drop off 3 of the 4 because of the offset. It's only picking up 3 of the 4. By the way, I got other trains way off over there too, by the way. See, going back and forth. Where's my uranium train? Oh, here it comes. I can sense it already. Is this really? Oh man, look how quick that's emptying that out. Nice. All right, let's get our green ready. Let's check our uranium train. So our Uri train? Yes, Uri train. All right. Color code that baby so we know not to mess with that one. We're going to color code this station too. Oh, didn't get the car. There we go. All right, now we know what's what with what, right? We got to go fix that other station. I didn't think of it. There's always one more thing to do in this game. One more thing. It already did it. Wes, I heard it. It went off earlier if you missed it. I already heard it. You don't have to do it 5 times. In fact, you can't do it 5 times. I have it blocked so people don't spam it. All right. So, yeah, we got to fix this side. Big time. So, we need to take this out. We'll take... Oh, God. Did I fix that on that other one? Water pickup. Take that out. And then... empty platform. Then... might have to move this back. What am I doing? Main station. There. And then the tricky part, getting it to go into this. So we can take this out. Just run that up to there. This is... yeah, that's not the train that goes into here. So cool. Water to pickup. Okay, now we need to get this one. Edit timetable. Water to pickup. Water to drop off. Save. And this one. Water to pick. I always like to do the first one first and the second one second, if you know what I mean. All right, so those are all good. And now it has that offset so that when the water train's coming in, it doesn't just pick up 3 out of the 4 because the train was offset. Now we fixed it on this side too. So now it should pick up all 4 of those. Let's watch it do it. Yes, okay, so now it's picking up all the water because otherwise it'll run out of water. We don't want to do that. We're really not, actually, because it's actually got more than enough, but still. We'll just make sure that that's good. Now, again, now that just fixed it for both trains. So both trains now are good. If you notice, I don't use a lot of trains that go to this station and that station and that station and that station and then come back. Because I feel like you just put another train on the track with another station, and then you have individual trains doing individual things instead of holding too much stuff. The cool thing is when it's going up the spiral, you can just go up and grab the train on the way up. All right, this is super cool. Got a double water station down there. Oh, look, there's the other one. See, that means they're meeting in the middle somewhat. And if I stopped interrupting it, it would be even more balanced. And see, this one's going up even though there was one ahead of it too. And so that means that this is also balancing where that one's making it to the top by the time this one's going. It's not slowing it down. By the way, fully loaded train right now going at 92 kilometers going up, so you're losing about 30 kilometers per hour. But that's way better than the 60 I was getting with that other spiral I was doing. And this is the perfect spiral here too. This is awesome. Again, water is one of those things that is totally worth it to use a train, especially a spiral train. And the fact that I had to double my water just made it easier, because all I have to do is add 2 more stations and then just add a bunch of water instead of running a bunch of pipes and a bunch of lifters and doing all that stuff that we would have had to do had we done it the other way as well. This is coming in, and the other one's already out of the station, so I can just go right through the station. Switched itself. Oh man, that is working like clockwork. Okay, it's now time for a break. Or I might just go. Because that's a long stream. I might, because I got to eat, everybody. I forgot to eat in the last 11 hours. That's good, though. Getting some fasting in. A little fasting's good for you. Don't do it for like 20 days. That's not good. Gonna need that food. Gonna need that water for sure. Most especially that water. All right. Any other weird things coming up through the ground? No. Look at that. Oh, look at that. All that nuclear power going. Look at that. See the smoke coming off of there. You know it's going good. All right, let's take a peek at our power. Where we got a power connector. That way I'm at it. How we looking? Yeah, this is my fuel power going up and down there. But the rest of this is rock solid. Because I'm using that fuel power for this other stuff, for plastic now. Look at all them resources just waiting to be used. Not even tapping all these resources. Yeah, look at the concrete, backlogged. Just waiting to be used up. Nice, nice. Yeah, I think I'm just going to head out, get something to eat. Call it there, because that was a pretty epic long stream. Let's go over here. Plastic's still running. Don't see too many canisters. I'm sure they're massively backlogged. Throw that in there. I throw those canisters in there too that I somehow was carrying around. Put that in the dimensional depot. Goes in the dimensional depot. Filters in there. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's building too many of these empty canisters, but it's probably the fact that it's just using it so quickly. Doesn't seem to be making that much. Eventually, by the way, when it backlogs that box, that's going to backlog all the way in there. How are we doing? 0. 0. How can that have 0? There's something afoot here. Barely has enough. Yeah, that plastic is not going at full speed. What we got going on over here? Yeah, see, we should have did that vertical thing that we did on the other one. We did the vertical and then have it come down. combine both lines and then have it come down from the top. Makes me want to redo all of that. I might just come back and do it next time. That all can be redone. It's too many pumps. Now that we have that better way of doing it. We did. Yeah, it's awful. And that's awful. I say we go over here and just take the restriction off. That thing never worked all that well anyway. Alright, we're just going to take the restriction off and have it run at full speed. Because if it stops doing those... it can cause the whole thing to go off. So if it stops doing those canisters, then we're screwed. We need to get this to fill up and keep rocking. It's okay if my fuel goes off. This is actually more important than my fuel now. See if that last one gets enough oil before it clicks over. Yeah, there we go. And so what I'm doing is I'm watching the number up here. Right now it's at 3, and it passed 6, and now it passed again. So now it's looping past that number. And it went to 6.9. And then now you watch it loop again and see if it gets above 6.9. It did. It got to 7. So it's gaining. It's gaining momentum. And that's what you want to see. You want to see it gaining momentum and getting a whole bunch of extra. And then we're going to have this probably backlog as well. Again, I could just cut that whole line. Let's go into that last one. And just use it for plastic. Because that plastic at the end is going to be struggling to have enough oil. Because again, I'm using a portion of it over here. But that's okay if that goes on and off. Actually, just my power over there is 7,500 power, which is basically what I'm using for all of this. I could build all of this again and just add more nuclear power, and it would then do all of it again. And I also have like 60,000 worth of backup power there too. So always have lots of power. It's always a good idea. I feel like this needs to be revamped over here. There's something funky McChicken over here going on. That's got a lot of crude oil there. That's really backlogged. Not so backlogged. Why does that one have less? Kind of weird that that one at the end has less. Oh, that's still full up there. Kind of feeling like a T-junction here. Let's throw a T-junction in here and see how we look. Let's cross-connect those. That's got a lot extra in here that it could be burning up. Same thing with these ones. Just going to do a lot of cross-connecting here. I like to separate them so they can kind of cascade across. That one's a little awkward. A little too close. Now, see if it's got any excess, it'll fill the other ones up with that excess. That's the whole point. See, you have all this excess here, but this one at the bottom has barely any. So we want to basically balance all that excess. Let's just do this. Balance that one into that one. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Come back, we'll be out of oil. Might happen. It could happen. Why does that train stop for so long? You know, I'd stop for an extra bit of time. Those two are full, but the last one is only half full. Why is that one only half full? This is how you end up doing this for a lot of hours, everybody. Is you're like, I gotta fix this one more thing and fix this one more thing. Now I gotta go fix this. Great factory, thank you, Gerald. We just had a lot of fun building a giant perfect spiral as well. Yes, it has a 2-hour cooldown. Yes, Whist redeemed it 30 minutes ago. But I'm gonna probably wrap up the stream here because again, everybody, that's an 11-hour stream. I could try to flip over, but again, I don't want to push my luck and then get sick and then not be able to stream. So, especially want to come back later today and get some stuff going on. Let's go out here and figure out why our oil is having a problem on this one. All the different trains going under and over and back and all sorts of things. Yeah, it's just making one train at a time, everybody, and then you know, adding another one and so on. I feel like there's something funky going on over here. Oh, the server's going to restart in about an hour anyway, so it auto restarts itself. All right. Which one is it? It's the front car. This one. Yeah, it's not completely full. Why is it not full? Is it a pump issue? Man, I should really redo how I have this. Yeah, all that needs to be redone. Nope, pump seems fine. That's those two. And pumped up there, going down into both. Both of those are running in. A fill rate of like 1200. It's filling. This one's not that full, but this one's full. Yeah, by the time the train comes back again, it's only half full. This one's almost full. Sometimes less is more, everybody. You actually reduce the amount of trains that you have. Oh, I think it's because it's already full. The actual canister itself is full. This one was empty. That one was already fully empty, where these were partially full. I see. Another good use of cross connect here. Just do this. Got so much extra oil that could be filling all this up. It just doesn't seem to have enough time to fill all the way up. And again, those are already maxed out. Yeah, fill rate at 1200. Look at it go. I think I have too many trains. How many trains do I have on this one? Train 1, 2, 3. Where's oil train 3 right now? Oil train 3 is on the way back right now. I think we're having problems with the throughput, so we added a third train. But that's not letting that fill completely up. Which is kind of messing me up on the other end. So I'm going to go ahead and take out train 3. It's got a bunch of oil in it too that goes bye-bye when you take it out, by the way. And that's going to let this one fill up a bit more. By the time that other one gets here. Yeah, it's on its way back right now. So that's a great example of too many trains. You have too many trains, it slows down the input and the output on a track. I've made that mistake, put like 4 trains on there thinking it's going to make it go faster. It actually doesn't. It actually slows it down. Get out of the way. Yeah, that's almost full. Almost full. I kind of feel like after it grabs it in the next cycle, it'll probably get full as well. The other one's already making its way back. See how far it gets before the train comes through again. Look at that, it's all glitched out. Yeah, same thing, it only got halfway. I got a little more than halfway that time. But we'll see how long it takes for the other one to get back. I feel like these trains are out of sync too, that they're pretty close to each other. $694 per minute. That's pretty nice on the output. Okay, how full does it get before the next train gets here? Kind of tempted to just have the 2 that are at the station and the 2 at the other station. So that one doesn't pull out of that station until this one pulls out of this station. I just thought of that. Because then they would be perfectly on 2 separate sides of the map. That's pretty good. That's 2,000. Now we're at 926 per minute. Oh, that couldn't even grab it all. Yeah, what's the capacity? Yeah, see, this one's too close. What's the capacity of this train? Doesn't say. 1,600. I got about 1,200. That's way too close to that train. I think that's what I'm gonna do because these are the only 2 trains on this oil train, and so they should be spread out a bit more. But they're using this common track though. All right, I'm gonna back this up right here. Watch this other train work its way out here. Where is it? Oh, this way. When he gets close to the station there, then I'm gonna go ahead and start this one back up again. Okay, so now they're docking on the 2 different sides. So I'm just slowing it down a little bit so that it can sync across both of those. Station, this one's taken off. Still should have waited longer. That one's not, see, the thing's not going to have long enough to fill up. I'm going to slow this one down when it gets here, and then wait for this one just to start pulling out of the station. I'll let this one load first. That's what I'll do. I'll let this one load first, Then the second it's done loading, I'm going to stop it. When that one comes out of that fuel station, I'll start this one going. Or maybe it'll already do that. We'll see. Oh no, that actually was good. All right, go. Pause it for just a few seconds there. Okay. Now see, it should pass itself somewhat in the middle. Right about here. Oh, so you got the other train, nitro train going under. Nitro train is waiting. Yeah, see, these other trains can kind of mess it up too. Because it's going to get the nitrogen gas. Alright, I think they're synced out now. At least a little bit better than they were. Alright, everybody. Holy mackerel. Alright, I think 11 hours is good enough. It's getting really hot in here, too. It's so hot in here. Alright, we'll let that run, everybody. We'll come back on Tuesday and check that out. Oh, man, so much cool stuff. I can't wait to come back and check it out then. There we go. Right there. All right, everybody, we're going to run on out of here. Here we go, going to the love train. All right, everybody, here we go. We're going to head on out of here. Thank you so much for coming in and hanging out in the stream. We are going to go ahead and shower you guys with some love here. Now, again, everybody, we're going to be playing some Aloft on Sunday. We're going to play some Throne and Liberty potentially on Friday, or maybe we'll play some Astroneer. We'll see how it goes. And, of course, you can also show some love by just popping over to those social medias there, youtube.com/KismetBP. Hit that subscribe button. Go to twitter.com/KismetBP. Hit that follow button. Check out the Discord. Check out the website. Especially check out patreon.com/Kismet. It does help support the stream tremendously. I greatly appreciate that. And I'm going to go ahead and shower you guys with a bunch of Kismets, and I think 11 hours has got her done. I did respun that break time thing because, again, it's my prerogative. It's more of a suggestion from you guys and my prerogative whether I take a break or not. So there you go. Thank you, I Am Death. I hope you guys enjoyed that. That was an awesome moment of inspiration, building that double spiral, which is a perfect spiral. Probably one of my favorite builds now in the game. So if you want to watch that back, how I did that, remember the VOD will be here on YouTube, on Twitch and on YouTube as well. So feel free to watch that back and see how I made the perfect spiral. All right, I'll see you guys hopefully Friday night at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. See y'all then. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Noru. Thanks for watching. This is the sky.